Chapter 478. In an instant, the Confucian cultivators were in an uproar. Yin Chuan, who they did not think highly of in the past, was now taken seriously by many. He was even on the same level as Sima Yuntian. This time, Yin Chuan defeated the 32 Confucian scholars in the peak literary gathering. One could imagine that the two sides would have a lot of literary battles in the future. Everything has only just begun, one of the Confucian cultivators said. After this sentence, almost everyone felt their blood boiling. Yes, this was going to be exciting. With a domineering poem, Yin Chuan's reputation once again shook the entire city. In the city, countless cultivators looked up at the East Hall. There, a new star was rising. Meng Rongrong's residence. What? How is that possible? Meng Rongrong said in surprise. A few Confucian cultivators who had returned from the peak literary gathering nodded and said, "It's true. Miss, you didn't see it." At that time, Yin Chuan's poem made them spit out blood. Those Confucian scholars were already powerful, but how could they be a match for Yin Chuan? Wang Long had already reached the level of shocking the wind and rain, and his poem made ghosts and gods weep. But what can we do? Since Shenglong, why Shang Chuan? A group of Confucian cultivators were talking at once. Meng Rongrong had a complicated look in her eyes. She did not know why, but she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Jilu Hall. In the square, one could overlook Jilu City. The Dimeng Ziqiu and the Dinyu stood with their hand behind their backs, looking in the direction of the Yong Hall. Creating a scene with his brush? This Yin Chuan is amazing. Yu frowned. Back then, his father, Yin Tao, turned Jilu City upside down. After 100 years, this son is still worrisome. Meng Ziqiu laughed. Not only worrisome, but from the looks of it, he is going to surpass him. Yu sighed. I wonder how Sima Yuntian will react this time. Meng Ziqiu laughed bitterly. Him? If it were back then, I would definitely retaliate. However, after a few hundred years, I can't see through him anymore. He shook his head. Then let's wait a little longer. Meng Ziqiu said coolly. Inside the Eastern Palace Hall. Meow. Yin Chuan, you were awesome just now. I'm dying of laughter. That person was so happy to scold you just now. And now he's vomiting blood because of you. Meow shouted excitedly. Qinglong was also slightly excited. Qinglong didn't have much literary talent. In the past, he didn't even care about literary battles. But after experiencing it with his own eyes, Qinglong felt his blood boil. I've been unhappy with Wang Long for a long time. Old fogey, how dare you disrespect your elders? You actually have so many concubines. Dongfang Zhengpai scolded. It was hard to tell whether it was disdain or jealousy. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and did not take it seriously. All right, you slapped their faces again. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely. You have to be careful. Dongfang Zhengpai's face suddenly turned serious. No worries. Qinglong, continue to search. Yin Chuan said to Qinglong, yes, young master. Qinglong said respectfully. Meow, you really did come out to read books and send them away. Meow said in surprise. What else did you think? Yin Chuan laughed. Meow, I thought you waited until the end just to slap him in the face. Meow said blankly. Fuck. Dongfang Zhengpai also said blankly. Jilu City, in a large hall, there were 60 people sitting. Chapter 479. Wang Long, Chun Ping, and the others were among the 60 people. In the center of the hall, there was a huge signboard. Fishing for fame. It was extremely eye-catching. The 32 Grand Confucians who had been humiliated in the Yong Hall were pale as they looked at the other 28 men in white with great respect. Senior brothers, Chun Ping said with an ugly expression. I underestimated Yin Chuan. Senior brothers, please punish me. Wang Long said as he stood up. Everyone looked coldly at Wang Long. The square-faced leader said in a deep voice, You provoked him without knowing the situation? It's indeed your fault. It's not all Wang Long's fault. Yin Chuan is so young. Who would have thought that he would have such accomplishments? Another Grand Confucian said in a deep voice, Senior brothers, we've lost face for master. Senior brothers, please seek justice for us. Chun Ping said solemnly. Seek justice? Umph. The group of Grand Confucians snorted and looked at Chun Ping. Chun Ping did not dare to say anything. The leading Grand Confucian thought for a while and said, Yin Chuan signed up for the God investiture strategy, so a fight with us is inevitable. We can't remain indifferent to our defeat. Senior brother Lu Zilu, should we report this to teacher? Wang Long asked. The leading Grand Confucian, Lu Zilu, shook his head and said, At this moment, teacher is leading the 12th senior brother. He won't care about external affairs. That's right. We can't disturb teacher. Teacher is at a critical juncture. He will only do his best when the competition for the God investiture strategy starts. Another Grand Confucian said, This time, teacher is not only competing for the God investiture strategy, but also has important things to do. We can't ruin teacher's plans. Lu Zilla nodded. Senior brothers are the most senior here. Senior brother Lu Zilla, what do you think? Wang Long said. Lu Zilla pondered for a while and said, Even though it's impressive that the writing style manifests the atmosphere, it's not just about words. When my teacher traveled around the world, he wrote some beautiful essays that could move the heavens and earth. Some of his essays were given to us, and that's a height that Yin Chuan could never reach. That's right. Essays are made by nature. It's not easy to write a splendid essay. Most of the time, it depends on fate. I don't believe that Yin Chuan can write a splendid essay so casually. Even if he can write one, it's impossible for him to write a second one. It depends on fate. Another great Confucian nodded. Senior brother is wise. Chun Ping immediately praised. It's just a pity that such a beautiful piece of literature will be wasted on this child. What a pity. Wang Long sighed softly. Is it a pity? It's not a pity. This is just the beginning. Don't we have anything else other than articles? Lu Zilu sneered. In Jilu City, in a restaurant, there were two men sitting on a chair. One of them was dressed in white. It was the white tiger that Miao changed his name to Bai Long. Next to him was a man with an extremely carefree appearance. He had a head of black hair and was wearing a green scholar's robe. He looked extraordinary. Bai Long listened to the discussions in the restaurant. Young master is really amazing. We just entered the city and there's already news about him everywhere. Defeated a group of Confucians? Bai Long exclaimed. Defeated a group of Confucians? The king is always so dazzling no matter where he goes. The man in the green Confucian robe sighed softly. Mr. Yifeng, since we know that young master is in the East Hall, let's go. I can't wait. Is young master's poem really that amazing? Bai Long took a deep breath and said excitedly. Yifeng was the grand preceptor of the Yin state. He once played chess with Yin Chuan and later stayed in the Yin state for Yin Chuan. There's no hurry. At least let me finish this mouthful of wine. Yifeng smiled. Chapter 480. Jilu City, East Palace Hall. In the East Palace Hall, there were piles of books that described how busy Yin Chuan had been over the past few days. Yin Chuan had a book in front of him. He flipped it open to a picture album. There was a picture of a jade pendant on the album. Yin Chuan furrowed his brows as he tapped the table with his fingers. He was deep in thought. Bai Diqian, 8,000 years ago, an ambitious and ruthless person. Yin Chuan pondered. Miao? What's wrong? Miao asked curiously. Only Yin Chuan and Miao were in the palace hall. Everyone else had left. Based on this information, I have figured out why Bai Diqian reincarnated. Yin Chuan said after pondering for a while. Why? Back then, Bai Diqian and his wife had reached the pinnacle of the emptiness realm. They must have gone through the heavenly tribulations at the same time. Unfortunately, they found out that Bai Diqian's wife was pregnant during the heavenly tribulations. Bai Diqian sacrificed himself to help his wife ascend to the immortal realm. Yin Chuan said, I see. Miao didn't think too much about it. Miao was too optimistic. If it were someone else, they would have found a loophole in Yin Chuan's story. Pregnant? Even Bai Diqian didn't know about it. How did Yin Chuan find out? Miao. They are back. Miao jumped out of the palace hall excitedly. Yin Chuan was the only one left in the palace hall. He was looking at the picture on the table. Bai Tu sure I didn't expect that I would find out about your identity. I even met your father. When we go back, you must treat me to a drink." Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. "Go back." Yin Chuan thought for a while. Bai Ditian-sun was near where I was in my previous life? Could it be a coincidence? No, it can't be a coincidence. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? If it isn't a coincidence, then there's only one possibility. Yin Chuan frowned. After I ascended to the immortal realm, this world is very close to where I was in my previous life. In other words, this world is not far from where I was in my previous life. Since it's not far, I know where I was. Why didn't I know this place? Where is this? Yin Chuan frowned as he pondered. While Yin Chuan, Azure Dragon, and Dongfang Zhengpai walked into the hall. "Young master, we've searched through all kinds of green jade in the city and found a total of 200 types. Azure Dragon said. Why? Seeing Azure Dragon take out a large number of fist-sized green jades, Yin Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Dongfang Zheng sect, I might need to borrow your Dongfang Highness for a period of time." "Oh, no problem. I don't even have a single servant here. If you like, feel free to stay," Dongfang Zhengpai said straightforwardly. Yin Chuan sifted through the 200 types of jade and soon found one of them. "What is the use of this jade?" Dongfang Zhengpai asked. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. He gathered his qi into the shape of a knife and began to carve the fist-sized jade. Rustle, rustle. A large amount of jade fragments flew into the air, and before everyone's eyes, a jade pendant appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. It looks similar to the one in the picture. No, it's different. It doesn't look like it. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the picture on the table. "This is a set," Yin Chuan said. "A set?" Dongfang Zhengpai thought. "Azure Dragon, I'll have to trouble you again," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "What are you talking about, master? If you need anything, just let me know." Qing Long smiled. He took a deep breath and looked at the jade pendant in his hand. Then he said, "Send this jade pendant to Bai Ditian." Chapter 481. Bai Ditian, Qing Long exclaimed in shock. Yin Chuan had been investigating Bai Ditian's background, and Qing Long had a rough idea. This Bai Ditian was an incredible figure 8,000 years ago. The sovereign of the tiger race. Jade pendant? That's right. Pass the jade pendant to him. You don't have to say much. Just pass me a message, and you can come back first. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "Young master, please speak." Qing Long received the jade pendant solemnly. Although he didn't understand Yin Chuan's intentions, he knew that this was a serious matter. "Tell him that I, Yin Chuan, will be waiting for you at Jiulu City's East Hall," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Yes." Qing Long nodded and stepped out of the hall. Meow. Meow's eyes were filled with confusion. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes were also filled with curiosity. "Bai Ditian? Is it really that Bai Ditian?" Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed in shock. "It can't be wrong," Yin Chuan said with certainty. "Then why are you looking for him?" Dongfang Zhengpai didn't understand. "Let's be friends." Yin Chuan smiled. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes were filled with disbelief. Not long after Qing Long left, there was a loud commotion outside the East Hall. "Someone else is here?" Dongfang Zhengpai asked curiously. Yin Chuan had been cooped up in the hall for the past few days. He carried Meow out of the hall. Outside the floating island, there was a slight ripple in the void. It was obvious that the array was blocking the people outside. Dongfang Zhengpai waved his hand, and the array was deactivated. 3 Confucian scholars flew into the plaza. One of them was the leader, while the other 2 carried a signboard. "It's you? Why are you here again?" Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shouted. The leader of the Confucian scholars smiled bitterly and nodded. "Everyone, it's me again. The great Confucian scholars have asked me to send an invitation to Yin Chuan." As he spoke, the 2 people behind him quickly carried a huge signboard. It was still the same signboard that said "Fishing for Fame." Behind the signboard, the words "Invitation" were written again. Have these Confucians gone mad? Why are they still keeping this plaque? Aren't they afraid of losing face? Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The literary summit is not over yet. All the great Confucian scholars have returned once again. Yin Chuan, please move to the Yong Hall. The three Confucian scholars said respectfully. After saying that, the three Confucian scholars left behind their invitations, turned around, and flew away. Yong Palace? Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Miao all looked toward the Yong Palace Hall. On the high platform of the Yong Hall, the original 32 great Confucians had now become 60. All of them stood with their hands behind their backs, looking in the direction of Yin Chuan. Below the high platform, nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators had gathered. What's wrong with these scholars? That group of Confucian cultivators scattered, but they summoned them back? Dongfang Zhengpai said in surprise. Miao. Miao was also curious. In the distance, all the scholars looked in the direction of Yin Chuan. The leader of the 60 great Confucians was a square-faced Confucian. Lu Zilu led the other Confucians to look at Yin Chuan. Your humble servant is Lu Zilu. Some time ago, Prince Yin shone brightly at the literary summit. Your humble servant has several wonderful essays. I would like to invite Prince Yin to review them together. Lu Zilu said with a slight bow. Lu Zilu's attitude was very respectful. However, anyone could tell that this was a provocation. The nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators had just received the news that the 60 great Confucians had sent invitations to the Yong Hall to continue the literary summit. There was not much written in the invitations, but the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators were immediately stirred up. Who could not tell? Wang Long, Chun Ping, and the others had lost and were calling for reinforcements. Although they looked down on the actions of the great Confucians, this kind of competition was what all the Confucian cultivators looked forward to. Without saying a word, the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators immediately dropped everything they were doing and rushed to the Yong Hall. Some of them even dragged a few good friends to the Yong Hall to watch the battle between the two great literary factions. This kind of clash between literary factions was a fatal temptation to the Confucian cultivators. This time, no one mocked Yin Chuan. They only looked forward to it. 60 great Confucians. Even if Yin Chuan lost, it would not be embarrassing. Fighting against a group of Confucians alone, the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators looked expectantly at Yin Chuan in the distance. They hoped that Yin Chuan would come over. Miao, these guys are not afraid of death. Yin Chuan, let's go and trample them to death. They still have the face to come? Miao said excitedly. Yin Chuan, they must have come prepared. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a frown. Yin Chuan looked into the distance, and a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Wonderful essays? I'll just watch from here. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yin Chuan did not go over. It was as if he would lose his dignity if he did. None of the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators were dissatisfied. Those who were capable naturally had their own pride. In the distance, Lu Zilu raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, a new stone stele appeared. A Confucian cultivator carefully took out a box with a scroll inside. The Confucian cultivator tied the scroll to the stone stele and gently unfurled it. When the scroll unfurled, a fishy smell immediately assaulted his face. Walala! The sound of countless waves could be heard. When the scroll unfurled, blue light soared into the sky. A huge illusory image suddenly appeared in the sky, and waves of blue mist enveloped the illusory image. Boom! 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 Huge waves rose and fell in the illusory image. Inside the illusory image was a vast sea that was 2,000 feet in size. The sea surged and roared endlessly. What? The image of a painting? More than that. This is a beautiful essay. The essay contains a beautiful image. This is a sea. A single essay contains the vastness of the sea. Waves of exclamations came from all around. The splendid essay rushed out with great momentum and momentum. Instantly, it collided with Yin Chuan's poem. Although the murderous aura of a peerless general was strong, the momentum of the vast sea was even more spectacular. Moreover, the area of blue mist was twice as large as the area of white mist. The huge impact immediately suppressed Yin Chuan's poem slightly. It was a beautiful piece of writing. Immediately, countless Confucian cultivators revealed looks of worship and fanaticism. The 60 Confucian cultivators stroked their beards, their eyes flashing with pride, especially Wang Long, Chun Ping, and the others. The depression from a few days ago was finally alleviated. Yin Chuan's poem was finally suppressed. Great! Moreover, there were a few such splendid essays in his line of work. Let's see what Yin Chuan will do now. While the Confucian cultivators were feeling proud, they subconsciously glanced at Yin Chuan in the East Hall in the distance. But when they saw Yin Chuan, their faces all froze. In the distance, Yin Chuan did not look at them at all. Instead, he was happily facing two strange people. This beautiful essay can't compare to those two guys who came out of nowhere. The Confucian cultivators' faces darkened slightly. In the square of the East Hall, Bai Long and Yi Feng arrived. "Young master," Bai Long shouted excitedly. "Greetings, my king." Yi Feng bowed respectfully. "Ha! No need to be so polite." Yin Chuan immediately stepped forward to support Yi Feng with a smile on his face. Chapter 482. With Yi Feng's arrival, Yin Chuan was delighted. Yin Chuan and Yi Feng were catching up outside the East Hall, which made the scholars of the number 60 sect speechless. This was blatant disregard. You don't even care about the scholars of the number 60 sect? Chun Ping was about to glare at them. Lu Zilu waved his hand and stopped Chun Ping's impulse. Looking into the distance, Lu Zilu was slightly worried. He waved his hand again. A scholar nodded. Another giant stele appeared, and another scroll was gently hung up. Wanru looked at Yin Chuan in the distance in confusion, but more than that, he looked at the second scroll excitedly. The scroll slowly opened, and a wave of heat hit their faces. Yellow light soared into the sky, and a large amount of yellow fog rushed out of the scroll. In the yellow fog, a different scene appeared. A rolling desert, an endless expanse of scorching sun. Although they were in Jilu City, looking at the words, everyone felt as if they were in a desert. This was not a painting, but a poem. It was a poem, and the words were used to describe a desert, which immediately attracted the admiration of the group of Confucian cultivators. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was even bigger than the sea beside it. Although it was only 200 feet in diameter, the scorching sun of the desert seemed to be evaporating the sea water beside it. Rumble! The momentum of the desert pressed against the shadow of the fierce general. The pressure of the cold and the heat reduced the shadow of the peerless warrior by half. In terms of the momentum of the words, it had completely suppressed Yin Chuan's poem. Lu Zilu showed a satisfied smile, and the scholars were also very satisfied. They looked at Yin Chuan in the distance again. In the distance, Yin Chuan and Yi Feng's catching up was about to end. "Yin Chuan, I have 3 more pieces of calligraphy here. Can you comment on them?" Lu Zilu shouted with satisfaction. Lu Zilu shouted, and everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan and Yi Feng also slowly turned around. Suddenly, he saw the sacred scenery outside the Yong Hall. "Meow, Yin Chuan, your poem has been suppressed." Meow suddenly shouted, "My poem? They don't deserve to use my poems." Yin Chuan said indifferently, "Meow." Meow looked at Yin Chuan curiously. "Yin Chuan, this is splendid prose. What should we do?" "They have prepared 5 pieces of calligraphy." Dongfang Zhengpai said worriedly, "The magnificent waves and the sands of the world. Good poem. Jilu City indeed lives up to its reputation. These 2 poems are truly formidable." Yi Feng exclaimed in admiration. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. "However, your Majesty's poem is also very domineering. This group of scholars is obviously here to cause trouble for your Majesty. Does your Majesty have any new poems?" Yi Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation. Dongfang Zhengpai, who was standing at the side, immediately shouted, "How can it be that easy? The Chi-Chi will appear when the brush is drawn, but the Chi-Chi might not be as you wish. You have to use the splendid writing to control it." "Meow, this group of baddies," Meow suddenly said angrily. "Moreover, every piece of splendid prose will be famous as long as it is born. Therefore, it is impossible to copy the previous works. Yin Chuan, you are in trouble now, Dongfang Zhengpai said worriedly. I have a lot of such works, Yin Chuan said indifferently. No way, Dongfang Zhengpai said in surprise. You all wait here. Yifeng, follow me into the hall, Yin Chuan said with a smile. All right. Although Dongfang Zhengpai didn't believe it, he still nodded. Bai Long hugged the board that said, "Fishing for compliments," and stood together with Dongfang Zhengpai. He watched as Yin Chuan, Yifeng, and Miao walked back into the hall. Chapter 483. Bang! The door slammed shut. On the other side, Wang Long raised his eyebrows. Is Yin Chuan afraid? Is he going to run away? Chen Ping laughed. Ha ha, he's a coward again. Teacher's ordinary calligraphy is not something that kid can compare to. Another scholar said disdainfully. Lu Zilu shook his head and said, No, Dongfang Zheng sect, and that person are still holding the plaque outside. Yin Chuan might have entered the Dongfang Hall to write. Right? How much can he write at this time? Chen Ping said disdainfully. Wait patiently, Lu Zilu said lightly. Okay. The group of scholars nodded. The scholars were also very curious at this moment. Many of them thought that Yin Chuan was afraid, but the 60 scholars waited patiently, and the commotion immediately subsided. In the Dongfang Hall. Miao. Another scroll. Miao shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, 100 scrolls were placed on a chair. Yifeng tied each scroll with a trace of excitement. Wang, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Yifeng said in surprise. I said this is not my essay, but it belongs to me. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Miao, if it's not written by you, then who wrote it? Miao was puzzled. Yin Chuan shook his head and did not explain. It was more troublesome to explain. As the emperor in his previous life, the top scholar in the imperial examinations would write beautiful essays. The top scholar. That was the top scholar in every examination. In his previous life, Yin Chuan's country was much bigger than the Julu Academy. There were many talented people everywhere. During the imperial examinations, the beautiful essays were constantly handed to Yin Chuan's table. Yin Chuan only took 100 of them. How could the top scholar be bad? Moreover, this was a group of top scholars. The poem that Yin Chuan had written previously was merely a poem written by a martial arts scholar. He hadn't even seen Sima Yin Tian. Was there a need to go all out? Your Majesty, you want me to go? Yifeng understood tacitly. That's right. I have more important things to do from now on. You'll have to take care of these pedantic scholars for me. As for the art of chess, I'm sure none of them are better than you. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Stall for some time for me. During this time, something might happen in the Easter Palace Hall. Don't worry about it, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I also want to meet this group of great scholars, Yifeng said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded. Soon, the doors of the Eastern Palace opened once more under the gazes of the crowd. Quang. As soon as the door opened, the Confucians in the distant Yong Hall immediately perked up. Yin Chuan actually dared to come out. Chen Ping revealed a trace of disdain. Yin Chuan walked in front, and Yifeng came out with a large stack of scrolls. Chen Ping looked at the 100 scrolls that Yifeng had brought out. The faces of the Confucians in the distance twitched. Is this Yin Chuan crazy? He didn't really write, did he? And so many at that? A Confucian cried out in shock. Bah! In such a short time, he can write splendid prose? And 100 scrolls at that? Oomph! Chen Ping snorted disdainfully. It wasn't just Chen Ping. The nearly 10,000 Confucians were also confused. What was he doing with a stack of scrolls? Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Dongfang Zhengpai asked in confusion. Bai Long, help me protect Yifeng. Remember, Yifeng's safety comes first. Yin Chuan looked at Bai Long, yes. Bai Long solemnly said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yifeng nodded. Mr. Yifeng, what are you holding? Let me help you. Bai Long immediately stepped forward. Chapter 484. Yifeng nodded and handed all the scrolls to Bai Long, Dongfang Zhengpai. I told you before that I would like to borrow your palace for a while. Do you remember? Yinchuan asked with a smile. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded. Since that's the case, I will prepare to go into seclusion. Yinchuan said with a smile. Seclusion? What about the group of scholars? Dongfang Zhengpai asked in surprise. Don't worry. Yifeng is here to help me. Yinchuan said with a smile. Him? Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yifeng in surprise. Yinchuan nodded. Yifeng smiled and nodded at Dongfang Zhengpai. Dongfang Zhengpai was speechless. All right. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded speechlessly. After saying that, Yinchuan walked back into the palace with Miao following behind him. Bang! The door of the palace slammed shut. Everyone looked at Yinchuan and was speechless for a long time. Senior brother, is Yinchuan really going to be a coward? Chen Ping asked in surprise. I don't know. Wang Long frowned. The two of them are coming. They are carrying 100 scrolls and that signboard. Chen Ping said in surprise. Lu Zilu squinted his eyes and looked at Yifeng and Bai Long flying over. Dongfang Zhengpai took a look and stood guard outside Dongfang Hall, spontaneously protecting Yinchuan. In the East Palace, Miao, put the books in the palace away. Don't break them. Yinchuan said to Miao. Miao. Miao's felt hat produced a strong suction force and sucked a large number of books into it. Miao, big hooligan, why are you going into seclusion? Are you going to break through again? Miao asked in confusion. No, I want to nourish my spirit and climb to the peak. Next, there might be a fierce battle. Yinchuan said with a faint smile. Fierce battle? Miao, who is it? Bai Ditian, Yinchuan said in a low voice. Yong Hall, on the high platform. Bai Long and Yifeng slowly landed on the high platform. Looking at the board in Bai Long's hand that read Fishing for Fame, the group of Confucian scholars immediately frowned. At this moment, the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators who had been invited held their breaths as they watched the people on the high platform. Who are you? Why didn't Yinchuan come over? Chen Ping shouted. Yifeng smiled. My king wants to defeat Sima Yuntian. How can he waste time on people like you? Yifeng said indifferently. What? Chen Ping's eyes widened. I mean, you don't have the qualifications for my king to attend your literary gathering. Yifeng shook his head. At this moment, it was not that Yifeng did not know how to be humble, but that he could not be humble. At this moment, he was representing Yinchuan and the country that was about to rise. How could a country lower its head? Yinchuan is afraid. Ha! Chen Ping laughed disdainfully. Shaking his head, Yifeng said, My king disdains to make a move, but I am enough. You? Ha ha! Chen Ping laughed. A large number of Confucian cultivators laughed. Yifeng's cultivation was only in the essence realm. How could he fight against a group of Confucians alone? Everyone, why are you laughing? Yifeng was not angry and said indifferently. At your age. Chen Ping was about to scold him. However, he could not continue. It seemed that Yinchuan was younger. Yifeng smiled and said, I am Yifeng. This time, I am here to deliver a board for my king. I hope that everyone will not refuse. As he spoke, Bai Long handed over the Fishing for Fame board again. Chapter 485. Atlas Studios Tiger Race Encampment. The previous Tiger King, Zhuo Wuzhou, looked coldly at Qing Long. Just give it to me, Zhuo Wuzhou said coldly. Qing Long shook his head and said, I'm sorry. Young master has instructed that I can only give it to Bai Ditian. In? Zhuo Wuzhou's eyes turned cold. The surrounding tigers roared and looked at Qing Long. Let him in. Bai Ditian's voice sounded from the hall. Yes, Zhuo Wuzhou said respectfully. Zhuo Wuzhou looked at Qing Long indignantly and made way for him. Qing Long was quickly led into the hall. Bai Ditian held a glass cup. In the cup was bright red wine that emitted a mellow fragrance. Yinchuan sent you? Bai Ditian asked plainly. Qing Long nodded and took out a jade pendant. Young master asked me to bring this to you. Qing Long nodded. A piece of emerald stone? One inferior grade spirit stone. I could buy a lot of it. Zhuo Wuzhou laughed coldly. Shut up. Bai Ditian's eyes narrowed. Yes. Zhuo Wuzhou looked at Bai Ditian in shock. Bai Ditian waved his hand. Whoosh! The jade pendant landed in Bai Ditian's hand. Zhuo Wuzhou was confused. Bai Ditian had always been indifferent. Why did he care so much about this jade pendant? Bai Ditian touched the jade pendant gently. A look of longing, doubt, and surprise flashed across his eyes. He reached out and took out a jade pendant. Seeing this jade pendant, Zhuo Wuzhou guessed what it was and didn't dare to interrupt. The two jade pendants were made of similar materials. Bai Ditian placed the two jade pendants together. Whoosh! It was a perfect fit. They were pieced together. Bai Ditian's eyes darkened. Then, he looked coldly at Qing Long. This is a replica? Bai Ditian asked in a low voice. Yes, young master just carved it. Qing Long nodded. Just carved it? How did Yin Chuan know about this jade pendant? Bai Ditian asked in a low voice. I don't know, but young master asked me to pass a message to you. Qing Long took a deep breath and said, Speak. I, Yin Chuan, will be waiting for you at the East Hall of Jiulu City. Qing Long repeated without missing a word. Jiulu City, Dongfang Hall? Bai Ditian's expression changed. Senior, I've delivered the item. I'm going back now. Goodbye. Qing Long said directly. With that, Qing Long stepped out of the hall. Zhuo Wuzhou opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Bai Ditian was completely immersed in the two jade pendants. As he looked at the jade pendants, his eyes flashed with sadness. Ah, that's great. We escaped from those bad guys again. Ditian, with this jade pendant as proof, we will never leave each other. Is that okay? No, I don't want that treasure. Immortal weapons, divine weapons, they can't compare to my jade pendant. Ditian, I don't know. Boo-hoo, how did you find out now? How did I get pregnant? What should I do? Ditian, no. Without you, what's the point of me becoming an immortal? Scenes from his previous life flashed past his mind. Looking at the jade pendant, Bai Ditian was a little dazed. His eyes even started to tear up. Zhuo Wuzhou was curious and wanted to ask, but seeing this scene, he swallowed his words. He turned around and quietly left the hall. Qing Long left the Tiger Tribe's camp. He flew quickly towards Jiulu City. Chapter 486. Meanwhile, in a forest far away from the Tiger Tribe's encampment, Wang Spider, who had been playing the guqin with Meng Rongrong not long ago, frowned as he watched with 10 demons. Why is he looking for Bai Ditian? Wang Spider frowned. Lord Wang, what should we do now? A demon asked with a frown. We have to complete the mission given to us by the Lord. We have to subdue all the tigers. Bai Ditian? Wang Spider frowned. Lord, what are we going to do? If we can't do it by force, we'll capture Bai Ditian and subdue the tigers. Wang Spider said in a low voice. Shall we do it now? A demon asked curiously. Wang Spider shook his head. Let's wait a little longer. This is the Tiger Tribe's encampment after all. If Bai Ditian escapes, all our efforts will be for naught. Let's wait a little longer. Yes. Jiulu City, Yong Hall. Yifeng was facing off against the 60 great scholars alone. Although Yifeng's cultivation was very weak, so weak that any of the great scholars could kill Yifeng in an instant, Yifeng was not afraid at all. He was even aggressive. Yifeng smiled and said, I'm Yifeng. This time, I'm here to deliver a plaque for you. I hope that everyone will not decline. As he spoke, White Dragon once again presented the signboard with the words Fishing for Fame. 3 plaques? Wow. Below, nearly 10,000 great scholars were in an uproar. Yifeng was the same as Yin Chuan. He was too arrogant. Of course, it was one thing to be arrogant, but it was another thing to show one's position in this matter. 3 gifts? The 3rd time? Every time he gave a plaque, the great scholar's image would be greatly damaged. Lu Zilu still dared to give the plaque back twice. If this was given to Yifeng, then the reputation of the 60 great scholars would be completely ruined. Oh, Chun Ping and the others stared. All the great scholars stared. Lu Zilu, who was in the lead, smiled faintly and stopped the great scholars. 3 plaques? Oh, this plaque, we can't afford to receive it. Better let Yin Chuan keep it. Lu Zilu said coolly. Ha ha ha, can't accept it? You'll be able to accept it. The main purpose of my visit today is to deliver the plaque to all of you, Yifeng said with a smile. Yifeng spoke politely, but his meaning was obvious. Today, he was here to deliver the plaque. Today, he was here to slap their faces. The faces of all the Confucians darkened. Yifeng did not linger on this topic. He asked Bai Long to put the plaque aside and turned to look at the two words that showed the sea and the desert. Good writing, but it's a pity, Yifeng said faintly. Pity what? Great scholar Chun Ping shouted coldly. It's a pity that I've seen too much, and my standards have also improved. Don't you all still have 3 pieces of calligraphy? Let's take them out together and let everyone observe, Yifeng said with a smile. Too much? His standards had also improved? What a joke. How many have you seen? Great scholar Chun Ping said angrily. You don't believe me? Ha! My king just wrote some miscellaneous pieces for me. If you're interested, you can take a look, Yifeng said with a smile. Miscellaneous pieces? Only miscellaneous pieces? All the Confucians were immediately angered by Yifeng's arrogance. Did he want to use miscellaneous pieces to compete with my splendid work? Some of the Confucians even laughed out of anger. Yifeng was not in a hurry. He picked one from the pile of scrolls held by Bai Long. Everyone, there are limited steals. I wonder if anyone can help me prepare more steals so that we can share my king's book? Yifeng looked at the Confucians with a smile. Bai Long was about to say that he could make some steals, but he was stopped by Yifeng with a look. What Yifeng wanted was the participation of nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators. This way, they would have a sense of immersion. Although it was only a little, it was enough. Next, no matter what he said to the 60 great Confucian cultivators, the scales in their hearts would unconsciously tilt towards him. If he was defeated, they would be united against a common enemy. If he won, they would be even more excited. I'll do it, I'll do it. Suddenly, 7 or 8 Confucian cultivators stood up, grabbed a large stone in the distance, and used magic to chop it. In the blink of an eye, 10 steels were formed. Haha, thank you very much, Yifeng said politely. I'll have to trouble you to make a few more steels later. I have a lot of scrolls here, Yifeng said with a smile. If the calligraphy is good, we will definitely help. The Confucian cultivators immediately agreed. Yifeng nodded. He took out a scroll and gently hung it in front of the thousands of Confucians. He unfolded it. Boom! The moment the scroll was unfolded, it seemed that a loud noise rushed out of the scroll, shocking the thousands of Confucians. The expressions of the 60 great scholars changed, and a bad feeling suddenly lingered in their hearts. Rumble! The scroll was unfolded, and a rumble sounded in all directions. A giant red mist rushed out of the scroll, and the shadow in the red mist was a huge volcano. The volcano erupted and rushed into the sky, and a vast rain of fire fell from the sky. The spectacular fiery red sky and earth immediately affected everyone's hearts. So magnificent! Someone could not help but say. Before they even looked at the words, the aura that was released made countless Confucian cultivators boil. This piece of splendid writing was much more spectacular than the sea and desert on the opposite side. Those two scenes were quiet, and the sea only moved slightly. However, this volcano was a scene of a big explosion. The observation of earthly fire soaring to the heavens immediately infected all the Confucian cultivators, and countless people were boiling. The talent of the top scholar. How could it be mediocre? The words of the top scholar were surging. The thousands of Confucians worshipped it, but the 60 great scholars' faces froze at that moment. That was because that piece of calligraphy had surpassed 2 of their own. Impossible, Chun Ping murmured in disbelief. However, Yifeng turned to the great scholars and said, Yifeng never lie. Everyone, I still have 99 pieces here for everyone to admire. Don't you still have 3 pieces? Take them all out. There are still 99 pieces? That's impossible. How can splendid writing be so easy to write? Chun Ping immediately exclaimed. Can Yin Chuan write so many in such a short time? Another great scholar shouted. That's impossible. This is definitely Yin Chuan's limit. I don't believe that there's such a marvelous writing in that pile of paintings of yours. Wang Long shouted in a low voice. Spread the word for all Confucian cultivators to admire. Lu Zilla shouted. Yes, the three great scholars answered. The two sides opposed each other, and splendid writing flew out. The nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators immediately clenched their fists in excitement. Naturally, Yifeng would not let the great scholars focus on the beauty. Instead, he looked at the nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators and interacted with them again. Everyone, Yifeng shouted. The nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators immediately looked at Yifeng. My cultivation is weak, and I still have 99 pieces that my king gave me. I need your help to hang them up. Is there anyone willing? Yifeng said with a smile. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll help you. On the other side, Lu Zilla's face was ugly. He still had 3 pieces of splendid writing that had not been hung up yet. It seemed that he had lost another round. Thank you. Yifeng nodded. Chapter 487. A large number of Confucian cultivators came forward, wanting to hang up books for Yifeng. Yifeng did not stand on ceremony and allowed the group of Confucian cultivators to divide the scroll that Yin Chuan had just drawn. Rumble. The mountain rocks were constantly being split apart. Stone tablets were erected one after another, and scrolls were slowly hung on them. Boom! In the direction of the great Confucian scholar, another beautiful article appeared. A vast expanse of snowy plains. It was vast and magnificent. An icy cold aura gushed out, spotless, purifying one's heart and lungs. Before Chen Ping and the others could rejoice, another scroll unfurled. Rumble. It was like the sound of 10,000 horses galloping and the same cold air pressed down. The painting unfurled, and a white mist rose up into the sky. There was also an endless amount of snow, but Yifeng was facing a huge avalanche. Heavy snow rolled over. The vast aura was many times stronger than that of the other side. All right, spectacular. The realm of avalanche is like 10,000 horses galloping. A series of praises rang out. Just by looking at it, the aura of the avalanche had already suppressed the snowy plains. Impossible. How could there be another one? This must be from before, Chen Ping exclaimed. No, look at avalanche and volcano. The ink on these 2 chapters hasn't even dried yet. Wang Long smiled bitterly. The ink is still wet. Immediately, many people cast surprised looks at him. It's true. The ink hasn't completely dried yet. It really was written just now? A Confucian cultivator cried out in alarm. Did Yin Chuan enter the Eastern Palace Hall for a while? He wrote 2 splendid essays in a row. 2. Moreover, they are 2 extremely conflicting landscapes. There were close to 10,000 Confucian cultivators. Although their literary skills could not compare to the great Confucians, they had been in Jilu City for many years. With just 2 scrolls, Yin Chuan's name would resound throughout Jilu City. Impossible. Do it again. Chen Ping shouted angrily. The 60 great scholars unfurled another scroll. It was a vast grassland. As for Yifeng, the 3rd scroll was unfurled. It was a raging inferno that stretched to the heavens. The 3rd chapter? It's already the 3rd chapter? Nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators were in an uproar. Although the other side's article was also good, it seemed to be much worse than Yin Chuan's. Yin Chuan's articles were all different styles. Yifeng stood at the side and smiled. Nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators rose to their feet and looked at the beautiful scrolls with anticipation and reverence in their eyes. Volume 4, The Stormy Sea. The 5th volume, Myriad Stars Fall. When the 10th scroll was opened, there was not a trace of noise in the surroundings, only silence. Almost 10,000 Confucian cultivators. There were no words of praise left. Splendid Mioan? Some people had never seen such things in their entire lives, but at this moment, they were popping up one after another like cabbages. At this moment, everyone was no longer looking at the distant Eastern Palace Hall with disdain. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan indeed had the ability to establish another academy. Look at these articles. 10 articles with 10 different styles. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. The scrolls were unfurled one by one. The 60 great scholars' expressions became more and more unpleasant. How is this possible? Chen Ping exclaimed. Don't tell me these scrolls are all about splendid Mioan? A great Confucian asked in horror. Impossible. Someone else must have written them. Chen Ping shook his head in disbelief. Splendid Mioan? No. Once splendid Mioan appears, it will spread throughout the 4 great academies. However, I have never seen these articles before. Wang Long shook his head. Chapter 488. So many. Lu Zilla's expression was ugly. The 5 pieces of splendid prose that he had brought with him could have shaken the entire place and defeated everything. However, the scene in front of him made Lu Zilu feel like he was going to collapse. How could this happen? Lu Zilu clenched his fists and his face turned green. Dongfang Zhengpai, who was standing outside the East Hall to protect Yin Chuan, also had an interesting expression. Fuck, is this for real? Dongfang Zhengpai's eyeballs were about to pop out. If not for the fact that he was protecting Yin Chuan, he would have run over. Swish! A figure landed in front of Dongfang Zhengpai. Qing Long, you are back. Dongfang Zhengpai was delighted. Yes, what's wrong? Where is young master? Bai Long and the rest are here too? Qing Long was shocked. Yin Chuan is in seclusion in the East Hall. You stay here and guard him. Dongfang Zhengpai instructed. After finishing his sentence, Dongfang Zhengpai flew to the opposite side. Azure Dragon was left gaping in shock, but he still solemnly accepted the mission. Not far from the East Hall, Meng Rongrong knew that the 60 great scholars had invited 10,000 scholars to participate in the literary summit and finally came to investigate. She stood in a remote corner and looked at the splendid prose in the East Hall. Behind her stood Chongqing and a few other Confucian cultivators. This is too exaggerated. This was written by Yin Chuan? A Confucian cultivator exclaimed. It is the 30th piece. Another great scholar said in disbelief. Young mistress, it seems like we really misunderstood Yin Chuan back then. With his literary talent, there is no need for him to be a student here. Chongqing smiled bitterly. Yes, this is Yin Chuan's calligraphy, chess, prose. This. The Confucian cultivator at the side was speechless. Meng Rongrong looked at the tightly shut doors of the Eastern Palace Hall in the distance, with a complicated look in her eyes. Meng Rongrong snorted. Although he still couldn't forgive Yin Chuan, the grievances he felt in the past had suddenly lessened a lot. I'll go back first. You guys take your time. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Eldest miss, you're not watching anymore? Chongqing said, in surprise. Just watch. Meng Rongrong flew off into the distance. Meng Rongrong left, but the group of Confucian cultivators were reluctant to leave. Let's go up and take a look, a Confucian cultivator said. All right, Chongqing and the others nodded. At this moment, it was not just Chongqing and the others. Countless cultivators from all over Jilu City were attracted by the spectacular scene. From afar, one could see volcanoes, snowy plains, shooting stars, and countless other wondrous sceneries above the Yong Hall. It would be strange if they did not attract the attention of the crowd. Jilu Mountain, plaza outside Jilu Hall. Hall Master Meng Ziqiu and Left Hall Master Yu. He also looked at the scene in confusion. What do you think? Meng Ziqiu asked with a strange expression. I don't know, but I know that Sima Yuntian must have met his match. He said with a strange expression. There's more to fighting for the God investiture strategy. However, this Yin Chuan is indeed an interesting person. Meng Ziqiu said with a smile. Good writing, really good writing. He praised as he looked at the writing in the distance. Outside the Yong Hall, it was quiet, but everyone knew that today, Yin Chuan had completely shaken Jilu City. That was 60 splendid essays. It was still going on. For a moment, the surroundings of the Yong Hall were incomparably beautiful. In front of Yin Chuan's vast amount of wonderful writings, the 5 splendid writings of the 60 great scholars were completely overshadowed. Yifeng smiled as he looked at the essays. Chapter 489. On the other side, the 60 great scholars all had dark expressions. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There must be plagiarism. There must be. Qin Ping kept reading Yin Chuan's splendid prose, hoping to find a plagiarized one. But how could he find one? 70, 80, 90. All of these were the first interviews. Almost all of the scholars stood on Yifeng's side. The 60 great scholars holding another summit was simply making a wedding dress for someone else. Senior brother, let's go. Today we have completely lost. Wang Long revealed a hint of bitterness. You want to leave? Take the plaque given by my king and don't send it back. Yifeng immediately laughed. The white dragon immediately stuffed the signboard of fishing for fame into the hands of a great scholar. Looking at the white robe in his hand, the great scholar's expression became extremely ugly. Boom! The 100th splendid prose was hung up. 100 scrolls of splendid prose seemed to be pieced together to form a magnificent mountain and river. Whoosh! The Confucian cultivators' eyes were full of fanaticism. Some of them were a bit breathless from looking at these splendid prose. All of them looked towards the Eastern Hall with more than just admiration. It was as if a literature grandmaster was sitting there. Virtuous paragon? Yin Chuan was a virtuous paragon. In a short period of time, 100 splendid prose. If this was not a virtuous paragon, then who was? Virtuous paragon, Yin Chuan, the role model of our generation. Yin Chuan is a true virtuous paragon. These 100 splendid prose can shake the world. The Confucian cultivators were not stingy with their words of praise. The great scholars had received too many blows, and many of them wanted to leave. However, Lu Zilla calmed down and didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Yifeng. If he really left this time, then it would be a completed mission of defeat. The 72 great scholars' reputation would be completely ruined. Even Sima Yintian would be seen as someone fishing for fame. Leave? He couldn't leave. Poetry is only one path. Yifeng, do you dare to compete with us in splendid prose? Lu Zilla shouted. When Lu Zilla shouted, many of those who worshipped Yin Chuan looked at him with disdain. Lu Zilu's words were too unbecoming of a great Confucian scholar. He had lost to such an extent. Still not letting go? Fight Juan again? Do you want to get back at me through other means? Lu Zilu didn't want to say it, but he had no choice but to say it now. If he didn't say it now, he wouldn't have a chance to fight back. The group of Confucian scholars looked at Lu Zilu in surprise, but they soon understood what Lu Zilu meant. Yo, you're really giving Sima Yuntian face. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. What did you say? Eastern Orthodox sect? What is the meaning of this? The group of Confucian scholars scolded. Dongfang Zhengpai shrugged his shoulders and said no more. However, the meaning behind his words couldn't be more obvious. With nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators, who wouldn't understand? He was scolding them for being shameless. More and more Confucian cultivators revealed looks of disdain. Everyone, how do you want to fight? Yifeng smiled. Yifeng came here by time for Yin Chuan so that the group of Confucian scholars wouldn't quarrel every other day. Go, Lu Zilu said solemnly. Yifeng suddenly revealed a strange smile and said, My king guessed right. You really want to fight? Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting were all defeated in poetry. They definitely didn't dare to fight in calligraphy. Painting and calligraphy had many similarities, so the Confucian scholars definitely didn't dare to fight in calligraphy. As for the zither, it was the most difficult to cultivate. If the Confucian scholars could use their full strength, it would be best for them to fight in chess. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Qin Ping shouted. I'm not afraid. I just feel that you're quite sad. Yifeng said indifferently. Quite sad? The group of Confucian scholars was immediately choked by Yifeng's words. Come, I'll fight you too. Let's see how capable you so-called great Confucian scholars are. Yifeng said indifferently. Qin Ping showed a hint of disdain. No matter what, he was only helping Yin Chuan to win. It wasn't Yifeng's own ability. What? You don't believe me again? Yifeng said with a smile. The word again was like a slap to Chen Ping's face. Again? Why did he say again? Chapter 490. Yifeng defeats all the Confucian Jiulu city in the Yong Hall. Yifeng swung his robe and slowly sat down. He looked at great scholar Chen Ping. There was a chessboard between the two of them. Nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators watched quietly. Do you think a mortal knows how to play chess? I'll show you what chess is. Chen Ping sat down slowly. Yifeng smiled and said, Chess? It's not about words. Beat me first. Yifeng was extremely confident. He had only lost one game in chess when he met Yin Chuan, but he had never lost before. This was Yifeng's specialty. Even in the cultivation world, Yifeng was still proud of it. Do you want me to give you a handicap? Chen Ping asked. Yifeng looked at Chen Ping and finally said with a smile, With just this sentence, I know that I overestimated you. You? Chen Ping glared. Clap. Yifeng placed a black piece. Chen Ping suppressed the anger in his heart and began to place his piece as well. Clap. Clap. After Chen Ping placed his piece, Yifeng placed another piece. It was very fast. Chen Ping frowned slightly and placed another piece. Yifeng seemed to not even think as he placed another piece. Yifeng placed his piece. Nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators looked at him curiously. Can this Yifeng person really do it? Yeah, I want to see Yin Chuan play chess. He's only in the essence state. He must have been a mortal not long ago. What can a mortal do? Disdain came from all around. No, I know Yifeng's chess skills. A voice suddenly sounded. Oh! Many Confucian cultivators turned their heads. Brother Chongqing? Brother Chongqing, you know Yifeng? Immediately, Chongqing was recognized. Yes, and I've seen him play chess with Yin Chuan. Their chess skills are definitely at the level of great Confucians. Many of the great Confucians in Jiulu City can't even compare to them. Chongqing shook his head. Is that true? He played chess with Yin Chuan? Then who won? The first game was won by Yin Chuan. The second, so Yin Chuan is Yin Chuan? Can Yifeng win? Will definitely win, I'm sure of it. Chongqing said seriously. How can you? If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Do with the painting you art you? Is it Chuan air? It's a deal. Although there were many doubtful voices, Yin Chuan's 100 essays had already won the hearts of the Confucian cultivators. Now, they didn't reject Yifeng as much. Smack! 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 Yifeng's chess pieces were very fast. Each piece was faster than the last. Scholar Chen Ping was fine at the beginning, but after 20 pieces, Scholar Chen Ping's face turned ugly. Is this a game of chess? Is he crazy? He doesn't even want to think about it? Someone scolded. Yifeng, however, remained motionless and continued to place his pieces. Gradually, each of them placed down 50 pieces. The entire chessboard had entered a mysterious state. Chen Ping's disdain gradually turned serious, and he even looked at the chessboard with some panic. As Yifeng placed more and more pieces, Chen Ping found that his pieces were being pushed back. Clack! Yifeng placed another piece. Just as Chen Ping was about to place his piece, Yifeng said indifferently, You lost. Chen Ping grabbed a white piece and looked at Yifeng in shock. Chapter 491. What? What did you just say? Chen Ping's expression turned extremely ugly. I said you've lost. Save some face for yourself. Yifeng said indifferently. Bastard, we're only halfway through the game. How can you say that I've lost? Chen Ping glared at him. Countless Confucian cultivators in the surroundings also looked curious. Had Yifeng lost his mind? They were only halfway through the game, and Chen Ping's situation on the board was very good. Had he lost? How had he lost? The Confucian scholars behind Chen Ping frowned at this moment. A few of them had complicated expressions. Chen Ping, you've lost. Lu Zilu sighed faintly. Exclamations of surprise came from all around. If Yifeng had said that Chen Ping had lost, they would have thought that Yifeng was trying to please the crowd or that Yifeng had lost his mind. But now, even Lu Zilu said that Chen Ping had lost? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How can an ordinary person defeat me? Chun Ping immediately said hatefully. He quickly placed another piece. Yifeng smiled slightly and said, I've saved your face, but you don't want it. Forget it. Watch me slay the dragon. Smack, smack, smack. As the pieces fell, Yifeng's expression remained indifferent, but Chun Ping's face grew darker and darker. He looked like he was about to die. After 10 pieces, Yifeng placed a piece. He immediately plucked 10 white pieces from Chun Ping. He placed another piece and plucked 15 white pieces from Chun Ping. Then, he placed another piece and plucked 8 white pieces from Chun Ping. Slay the dragon? That was more than slay the dragon. Chun Ping was utterly defeated. It was not 1 or 2 pieces, but 2 pieces. In just a short while, the entire board was dominated by black pieces. Chun Ping had been utterly defeated. When had he ever played such a humiliating game? In the end, he was almost completely wiped out. Completely wiped out? This was Go, not Chinese chess. How could one be completely wiped out in this game? Clack. Yifeng placed another piece. You're the one who lost your face. You can't blame anyone else. Yifeng shook his head and sighed. Grabbing a white Go stone, Chun Ping felt like he was going crazy. There was not a single place to place a Go stone on the entire Go board. He couldn't fall any further. Chun Ping continued to stare at the chessboard for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chun Ping fainted. Junior brother, junior martial brother. The group of Confucian scholars stepped forward. You call yourself a great scholar with this kind of mentality? No wonder His Majesty gave you a plaque. Yifeng said mercilessly. Give a plaque? Fishing for fame? You. The group of Confucian scholars immediately shouted angrily. Hua! The Confucian cultivators who had previously been immersed in the chessboard suddenly came to their senses. Amazing! This chess game is too terrifying. Yeah, all the white pieces? It's raining? Are you kidding me? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe that he could wipe out the other party and go. Gasps of admiration rang out from all around. Everyone was cheering for the stunning game of Go. Haha, I won. Remember, that painting is mine. Chongqing said with a smile to a Confucian cultivator who had made a bet with him. Chongqing, who is this Yifeng? Also, Yifeng's Go skills are so exaggerated. What about Yin Chuan's Go skills? Immediately, there was a commotion in the surroundings. Yifeng, on the other hand, looked at the other Confucian scholars. Is there anyone else who would like to challenge me? Yifeng said with a smile. I'll do it. Another Confucian said with a cold face. Outside the Yong Hall, after the Wen clan had shaken the entire city, the Go game had become the new focus. Yifeng had single-handedly defeated 60 great Confucian scholars. What a huge gimmick. For a moment, all the Confucian cultivators who liked to play Go in Jiulu City came over. Chapter 492. A few days later, Mount Jiulu, outside Jiulu Palace. Meng Ziqiu, Meng Rongrong, and Yu Yi stood in the square, looking in the direction of Yong Palace. This Yifeng is incredible. There are already 15 great scholars, and they are all defeated. Yu Yi exclaimed. His chess skills are indeed superb. Moreover, his moves are aggressive. Meng Ziqiu said, Aggressive? His moves are not aggressive. Yin Chuan's moves are aggressive. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said with a complicated expression, Oh, here, this is the first game they played. Meng Rongrong took out a chess record. Meng Ziqiu and Yu Yi immediately read it. Good move. Very impressive. Yu Yi praised. Yes, few of the great scholars of the Jiulu Academy can surpass his skill. Meng Ziqiu nodded. Yin Chuan's moves are very aggressive. The first piece, Tianyuan. The last piece, Jiuwu. Yu Yi's expression changed. Tianyuan? Jiuwu? Meng Ziqiu frowned and pondered. Back then, Yifeng was playing blind chess. Yin Chuan was running errands everywhere. He was running errands while playing chess. Meng Rongrong said, What? The two of them were shocked. Looking at the game, the two of them were speechless for a long time. Yu Yi, what do you think? Meng Ziqiu asked with a bitter smile. In the past, we underestimated the people of the world. Yu Yi said bitterly. Immortal? How could the two of them have imagined that a mortal could play such exquisite chess? In Yong Palace, Yifeng dominated the game. He played aggressively, and the great scholars were defeated one by one. At this moment, no one looked down on Yifeng. His chess skills alone had won everyone's respect. At this moment, Yifeng became the new focus. Not far away, in Dongfang Palace, the surroundings of the Eastern Palace were suddenly filled with fog, enveloping the entire floating island of the Eastern Palace. Although some people found out, no one went to disturb Yin Chuan. At the entrance of the East Hall, Qing Long was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, guarding the entrance. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he shouted, "Who is it?" Qing Long immediately stood up, his face full of vigilance. "Who?" A white figure suddenly appeared. "Bai Diqian?" Qing Long's eyes widened. Bai Diqian's arrival was too strange. Qing Long only noticed him when he was right in front of them. Qing Long immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. "Qing Long, you don't have to worry about what's happening here. Go to the Yong Hall and follow Bai Long to protect Yifeng." Yin Chuan's voice came from the East Hall. "Ah." Qing Long was surprised. "Go," Yin Chuan said from within the palace. "Yes." Azure Dragon nodded with a hint of surprise. Stepping forward, Qing Long flew out of the foggy area and headed straight for Yifeng. Qing Long left. Rumble. The door to the palace slowly opened. A kitten was pushing the door with its buttocks. "Aya, aya, aya." Meow struggled to push the door. Bai Diqian frowned in surprise as he looked at Meow, who was pushing the door with all her might. "Meow." The door finally opened. "Come in. Remember to close the door." Meow called out to Bai Diqian. As she spoke, she skipped back into the palace. Bai Diqian's expression changed slightly. Finally, he stepped in. Clang! The moment Bai Diqian entered the East Hall, he waved his sleeves, and the door to the palace slammed shut. When Bai Diqian entered the East Hall, at the peak of a mountain not far away, King Spider brought 10 great demons over as well. Spider King frowned when he saw the commotion in the Yong Hall. "My lord, should we take action?" A great demon asked. "This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Bai Diqian actually came to the East Hall? That's good too. The fog outside the East Hall is just right for us to set up an array to capture Bai Diqian." Spider King said. "Set up an array?" "That's right. We can't make any mistakes when setting up an array." "Let's go," Spider King said. "Yes." The great demons nodded. Chapter 493. Atlas Studios Julu City, Dongfang Hall. Bai Diqian entered the hall, and the door slammed shut. Yin Chuan had renovated the Dongfang Hall, making it extremely spacious. Everything was stored in Meow's felt hat. Only a table, a chair, and some luminous pearls were left. Yin Chuan sat in the south, facing north, waiting for Bai Diqian. "Please." Yin Chuan smiled. Bai Diqian looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression and slowly sat down. Meow jumped to the side and hugged a spirit stone. As she chewed on it, she looked at the two of them curiously. There was a teapot on the table. Yin Chuan poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Bai Diqian. "You know my background?" Bai Diqian asked in a low voice. Without asking about his wife, Bai Diqian looked coldly at Yin Chuan. "Reincarnated and recultivated? Paragon of the tiger race?" Yin Chuan smiled. "Since you know my identity, you still dare to be alone with me? This white tiger's bloodline is of a higher grade than mine. Aren't you afraid that I will refine it?" Bai Diqian looked at Meow indifferently. "Meow!" Meow roared at Bai Diqian angrily. Yin Chuan smiled and said, "I have studied your history. You have been proud all your life. You would not do such a thing. Furthermore, with me around, you will not be able to touch Meow. Is that so? You?" Bai Diqian asked curiously. Yin Chuan smiled faintly as his eyes suddenly widened. A domineering emperor's intent surged out. Roar! Suddenly, a golden dragon emerged from Yin Chuan's eyes. It had 2 horns, and its eyes were filled with anger as it roared towards the heavens. As it roared, it tore through the air. The dragon's roar was loud as it pounced towards Bai Diqian. Seeing this huge golden dragon, Bai Detian's expression changed. Bai Detian did not want to be outdone. He glared. Bai Detian's intent surged out. Roar! A huge white tiger roared and charged out from Bai Detian's eyes. The tiger's head was extremely domineering. As it opened its mouth, it looked as if it wanted to swallow the world. The ferocious tiger charged towards the golden dragon. Boom! The dragon and tiger came into contact with each other. Yinchuan's emperor's intent and Bai Detian's white Detian's intent. Under the collision, the entire hall was instantly filled with endless golden and white light. Pa! Pa! A large number of night luminescent pearls exploded under the impact of this light. Roar! Roar! Dragon and tiger contending for supremacy. Just the aftershocks of their wills were enough to shake the void. The two domineering wills clashed, trying to kill each other. A dragon and a tiger were tearing at each other with a power that could split the sky. They were evenly matched. Bang! Bang is bang bang bang. Studios, Detian, NNN Buddha, Lion Studios, NN Studios, Studios bang. The force of the collision between the dragon and tiger grew stronger and stronger. As they tore at each other, a powerful aura spread out in all directions of the main hall. Perhaps the two experts were controlling it well, but the impact of their wills did not leak out of the Easter Hall. Boom, boom, boom. It was like mountains colliding again and again. As the dragon and tiger collided, Yin Chuan and Bai Detian stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with malevolence. Bai Detian did not expect Yin Chuan's intent to be so domineering. It was so domineering that he could not do anything about it. Yin Chuan was the same. However, Yin Chuan was more excited. The stronger Bai Detian was the better. At the same time, Yin Chuan kept urging his intent to make the golden dragon stronger and roar more loudly. The dragon and tiger fight. No one could do anything to the other, but no one was willing to stop. Chapter 494. Just like that, the dragon and tiger tore each other apart. 6 hours later, rumble. The Providence in Julu City suddenly started to churn. Roar, roar. The 5 golden dragons above Julu City suddenly roared as if they had sensed Yin Chuan's golden dragon. The roars caused the Providence clouds to churn. The commoners in the city did not think much of it, but Meng Zichio's eyes suddenly widened. Headmaster, what's going on? He rushed into the main hall. Dragon's aura. Dragon's aura has appeared in Julu City. Furthermore, it has provoked the golden dragon of Julu City. Meng Zichio said with an ugly expression. Dragon's aura? How is that possible? He said in shock. Inform all the scholars to search for the dragon's aura. Find out which dragon realm martial artist is here. Meng Zichio said with an ugly expression. Dragon realm martial artist? He frowned. To be able to provoke the golden dragon of Julu City, it is naturally not a small matter. This dragon realm martial artist should be an upper void realm martial artist. Go quickly. There might be a misunderstanding. Meng Zichio said in a low voice. All right. He quickly rushed out of the main hall. Meng Zichio also walked out of the main hall and looked up at the churning Providence in the sky. Who is it? The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon of the West. It can't be him. But who could it be? Meng Zichio shook his head. Roar! Roar! Outside the East Hall, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded. Yin Chuan and Bai Detian's eyes narrowed. Boom! After the dragon and tiger collided for the last time, they immediately split apart. The East Hall seemed to have been divided in an instant. Half of it was a dragon, and the other half was a tiger. The dragon and tiger did not give in to either. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dragon and tiger disappeared. The main hall instantly turned pitch black. Meow! Meow quickly poured out a large number of night luminescent pearls, and the main hall lit up again. True dragon's intent. Bai Detian looked at Yin Chuan in shock. White tiger's intent. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The will of a voider. Are you also a reincarnated person? Bai Detian's face darkened as he asked. Yin Chuan smiled, tacitly agreeing. Yin Chuan was born from usurping life. It was not as simple as reincarnating. However, at this moment, Yin Chuan tacitly agreed to reincarnate. Meow? Yin Chuan, really? Meow was also surprised. Yin Chuan looked at Bai Ditian and said indifferently, I know that you are not the type to gossip, so you know that I don't mind. Yin Chuan should have kept this a secret. However, after what had just happened, Yin Chuan felt that he had to obtain Bai Ditian. This person must be tied together. Meow, Yin Chuan, are you really a reincarnated person? Meow was suddenly very interested. Yin Chuan glanced at Meow and said, according to my speculation, you are also a reincarnated tiger. We all are. Meow. Meow's excitement suddenly disappeared. Me too. Meow pointed at herself with her little paw, confused. What was going on? She was just about to talk about Yin Chuan. Why did she get dragged into this? Think about it yourself, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meow stretched out her two front paws and looked at them carefully. I'm also a reincarnated person. Why didn't I know? Ignoring Meow, Yin Chuan looked at Bai Ditian. Did you receive that jade pendant? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. At this moment, Bai Ditian no longer looked at Yin Chuan with the same arrogance as before. Although he did not look arrogant on the surface, there was definitely a sense of pride in his heart. It was an arrogance that looked down on all living things. Although he said that he was equal to Yin Chuan, he was biased in his heart. Chapter 495. However, things are different now. Yin Chuan's emperor's will had proven that Yin Chuan had the qualifications to be on par with him. In fact, the clash of wills just now had not revealed anything about Yin Chuan. How powerful was the Golden Dragon's will? Yin Chuan's clash of wills, and he had even exposed his own secret, was largely to show that they were on par. Only when they were on par would the other party be able to accept many things. Jade pendant? Why do you have that jade pendant? Bai Ditian's face suddenly turned cold. That was Bai Ditian's wife's jade pendant. There was only one jade pendant in the world, and it had never been made public. How did Yin Chuan know about it? Bai Ditian's eyes flashed with worry as he thought about his wife in his previous life. In my previous life, I had a good friend called Bai Tu Shi. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Bai Tu Shi. Bai Ditian frowned slightly. This jade pendant belonged to him. It had been with him since he was born. It's the key to the mystery of his birth. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Since he was born? The mystery of his birth? Bai Ditian's face was filled with shock. At that moment, how could Bai Ditian not understand what Yin Chuan meant? It had been more than 8,000 years. It was time for his son to be born. After 8,000 years, he was called Bai Tu Shi, Bai Tu Shi, Bai Tu Shi. Bai Ditian suddenly laughed happily. He had a son. He had a son. Bai Ditian was excited. After laughing for a while, Bai Ditian suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. You reincarnated from the celestial world. Celestial world? Perhaps. Anyway, I knew Bai Tu Shi in my previous life. Yin Chuan said with a smile. What does he look like? Is he well now? Bai Ditian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Bai Ditian's voice was trembling. In the past, Bai Ditian had thought that nothing in the world could affect his emotions. Now his heart was trembling uncontrollably. I'm not sure if he's well now. After all, I've been reborn. However, a few days ago, I drew a picture. It's Bai Tu Shi, Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, Yin Chuan stretched out his hand. Meow. Meow quickly took out a scroll from her felt hat. Bai Ditian immediately took it. He was a little expectant, but he didn't dare to open it. After a while, he slowly unrolled the scroll. The scroll unfurled. In the painting, there was a huge black tiger. The black tiger was roaring, and its ferocious aura was threatening. The aura of a tiger dominating the world was vividly displayed on the paper. However, on the right eye of this black tiger was a huge scar. Under the scar, the right eye was simply broken. The right eye was blind, and only the left eye remained. What's going on? Who did it? Who did it? Bai Ditian's eyes immediately turned vicious. Bai Tu Shi? Bai Ditian was filled with guilt towards this son that he had never met before. It had been 8,000 years, but he had not been able to give him any fatherly care. He felt that he had let down this son of his. This was also the reason why he felt guilty and didn't dare to open the painting. But now, one of Bai Tu Shi's eyes was blind in the painting. His precious son had been blinded by someone. Bai Detian's eyes were filled with viciousness. Do you know about Bai Tu Shi's childhood? Yin Chuan didn't answer his question. Bai Detian looked at Yin Chuan. At this moment, Bai Tu Shi's appearance had thrown Bai Detian's mind into chaos. The series of plans that he had prepared to intimidate Yin Chuan were all messed up. After Bai Tu Shi was born, he was abandoned in the forest. He said that he had never seen his parents. He only had a jade pendant and a small jade tablet with his name engraved on it. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the corpse of a wild wolf. He only managed to survive by drinking the wolf's blood. Yin Chuan said, "How could this be? How could this be?" Bai Detian's heart was filled with pain. In the forest, a tiger cub was surrounded by danger. He only managed to survive by eating some rotting corpses. His life was miserable, and he struggled on the verge of death several times. It wasn't easy for him to grow up. He said that what he wanted to know the most was why his parents were so heartless to leave him alone. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Ka 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 ka. Bai Detian clenched his fists, his heart filled with guilt. Chapter 496. In the forest, there was a tiger cub that was surrounded by danger. He only managed to survive by secretly eating some rotten corpses. His life was miserable, and he struggled on the line between life and death several times. It was not easy for him to grow up. He said that what he wanted to know the most was why his parents were so heartless to leave him alone. Yin Chuan sighed slightly. Bai Detian clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with guilt. That's impossible. Where's his mother? Bai Detian looked at Yin Chuan with worry in his eyes. I don't know. He had never seen his mother. He only had the jade pendant and the wooden plaque with his name on it. He said that he waited for a long time in the forest. It had been 1,000 years, 2,000 years, but no one came to acknowledge him. Yin Chuan sighed. What happened? Where's Aji? Where did Aji go? Why did he leave his son behind? Bai Detian's eyes were filled with worry. It was when he was 3,000 years old. He was still waiting for his parents in the forest. His parents had not come, but 3 peerless experts came. I don't know why, but they targeted Bai Tu Shi and tried to kill him. The 3 of them were as strong as Bai Tu Shi. Bai Tu Shi fought against the 3 of them alone. In the end, his eyes were blinded by one of them. Yin Chuan recalled, Who? Who dared to hurt my son? Bai Detian's eyes were filled with anger. I'm not sure. I only know that they came from a place called Zhugong. Yin Chuan said, Zhugong, Zhugong. Bai Detian's eyes were filled with killing intent. I've known about Bai Tu Shi for a long time. I knew what he was capable of. I invited Bai Tu Shi many times to fight for a place with me, but he couldn't bear to leave the forest. He refused to leave the forest. One day, I brought some good wine and went to have a drink with him. I also wanted to persuade him to go with me. When I got there, I saw that scene. Therefore, we fought side by side with him. It was a very fierce battle, and we finally killed 2 out of the 3 experts and captured the last one. Yin Chuan recalled. Thank you, Bai Detian said solemnly. Although Yin Chuan made it sound easy, it was not hard to tell how dangerous it was. After all, Bai Tu Shi was saved by Yin Chuan. That peerless expert was also stubborn. He only forced out Zhugong and left behind a sentence, Palace Master Zhugong will take revenge for him. Then he blew himself up and committed suicide. Yin Chuan sighed. A peerless expert as a sacrificial warrior? Zhugong, what kind of existence is that? Bai Detian asked in surprise. I'm not sure. Bai Tu Shi has never offended Zhugong, but Zhugong somehow managed to find him. I've been studying him for a long time, and I've only come to one conclusion. It might be a grudge left behind by his parents. Yin Chuan sighed. Aji is still alive? Bai Detian's eyes flashed with hope. I don't know. At the very least, he should still be alive when the experts from Zhugong killed Bai Tu Shi. Zhugong is obviously targeting Bai Tu Shi and his mother. Yin Chuan said after some thought. Zhugong, how dare you hurt my wife and son? Bai Detian's tone was cold, and a murderous aura emerged from his body. The love of his life, his only son, was now missing. Bai Detian's only concern was being hunted down by Zhu Gong. How could Bai Detian not be angry? How could he not hate them? After so many years of guilt, he did not have time to make up for it. Instead, his son was blinded by Zhu Gong. Bai Detian hated that he could not immediately ascend to the celestial world and head to Zhu Gong to kill everything. That battle was extremely tragic. The forest that Bai Tushi had been guarding was razed to the ground. Blinded, Bai Tushi looked at it in despair and said, "I won't wait for my parents anymore." Yin Chuan sighed. Chapter 497. Don't wait for father and mother anymore. Bai Detian's eyes suddenly moistened. How desperate must one be to say something like that? Don't wait for father and mother anymore? Don't wait for them anymore? Don't wait for them anymore? It was as if he could hear his son's desperate voice. That voice was filled with desolation, and it echoed in Bai Detian's mind again and again. How terrible of a parent must one be to make their son say something like that? How desperate must one be to say something like that? My son! Bai Detian grabbed his teacup, and the tea in it kept shaking. Bai Detian's heart was filled with sorrow and regret. He was alone in silence. Imagine. Yin Chuan sighed slightly and did not say anything else. Indeed, Bai Detian needed time to digest all of this. Yin Chuan waited quietly. Miao also jumped into Yin Chuan's arms and said with pity, "This Bai Tushi is so pitiful." Yin Chuan stroked Miao's fur and nodded without saying anything. Bai Detian was immersed in that inexplicable sorrow. The hall fell into dead silence. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. "Ha ha, Bai Detian, come out and surrender." An arrogant voice sounded from outside the hall. "My lord, the array has been completed. Bai Detian cannot escape." Another voice sounded excitedly. Voices targeting Bai Detian could be heard from outside. Yin Chuan looked up and looked in the direction of the door in shock. Who was courting death? Why did they have to choose now? Yin Chuan looked at Bai Detian and thought about what he had just said. He was sure that the people outside were miserable. If it was another time, with Bai Detian's magnanimity, he might not be so calculative. However, he had to choose now, when Bai Detian's emotions were greatly affected. At this moment, it was difficult to calm Bai Detian down. At this moment, just as Yin Chuan thought, Bai Detian was in self-blame and sorrow. His son had suffered so much, but he could not do anything. His son was in despair, but he was not by his side. He should be the worst father. Why was he not by his side? Why? Bai Detian's emotions became increasingly irritable as he blamed himself and grieved. As he held the teacup, the tea in the teacup trembled. It was as if it could sense that a peerless demon was about to erupt, and it trembled in fear. Bai Detian was about to explode, but he still forcefully restrained himself. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside that was directed at him. Bai Detian's eyes turned cold as a bone-piercing killing intent surged out of his body. Because of this murderous aura, the temperature in the Eastern Palace suddenly dropped a lot. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Frost suddenly formed on the ground, making cracking sounds, and white snow suddenly drifted in the air. A bone-chilling murderous aura. Bai Detian released a strong murderous aura. Bai Detian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the door of the palace. Outside the East Hall, originally there was a thick fog and a concealment array prevented the outside world from seeing what was inside. At the same time, it also blocked some outsiders. However, the spell formation was too simple. It couldn't stop Spider King and the 10 other greater demons. The 11 great Yaos quickly entered the interior. Outside, the white fog was still there. Once they entered the sky above the floating island, they quickly formed a formation. Each of them held a Dharma flag and stuck it in the 4 corners of the Eastern Palace. Suddenly, yellow gas filled the air, and a huge Dharma spell net was formed. The yellow net enveloped the entire Eastern Palace. There were no blind spots, and the people inside could not escape. Chapter 498. My lord, once this black-yellow flag array is activated, even an expert at the Middle Void Realm can forget about escaping. With the addition of the 11 of us at the Lower Void Realm, Bai Tian won't have any chance of escaping this time. King Spider stood in front of the array and looked surprised. It seems like I overestimated Bai Tian. Oh, we set up the array in the East Hall, but Bai Tian didn't sense anything? Until now, he still hasn't reacted? King Spider sneered. Bai Tian might have been scared silly. A demon said with a laugh. Ha ha. A group of demons laughed. Ask him to come out. King Spider said with a laugh. Ha ha. Bai Tian, come out and surrender. A demon said with a laugh. Another demon, who was stabilizing the array, laughed and said, My lord, the array is completed. Bai Tian can't escape. King Spider nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Bai Tian was already trapped. King Spider wasn't worried at all. He waited quietly. Finally, the door to the East Hall opened. Clang! The door to the East Hall opened. Boom! In the main hall, a gust of icy cold air suddenly gushed out. Boom! Boom! The icy aura went straight for the black-yellow flag array. Crack! 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 A thick layer of ice suddenly formed around the black-yellow flag array. The array covered the East Hall like a net, but it shook slightly at this moment. What's going on? Icy aura. A group of demons looked at this scene in shock. As for King Spider, his pupils constricted. Although he didn't know what was going on, he suddenly felt very uneasy. Uneasy? Why would he feel uneasy? Dong, 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 dong. Sounds of footsteps could be heard coming from the hall. Bai Tian was dressed in a white robe as he walked out of the East Hall. Yin Xuan and Miao followed behind him. Bai Tian stepped out of the hall. Outside the hall, a cold wind blew. There was a sharp whistling sound. The 10 demons in the array suddenly felt their hair stand on end, and a chill filled their bodies. The demons shivered and looked around in shock. Why did the weather suddenly change? However, he soon stopped caring about the weather. Instead, he stared at Bai Tian, who was like a turtle in a jar. Bai Tian stepped out of the East Hall. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were bloodshot. Killing intent radiated from him as he looked in the direction of the Spider King. That cold and ferocious gaze made King Spider feel as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of gaze was that? Ha ha! Bai Tian, you've finally come out. You'd better surrender now, so that you won't have to suffer any physical pain. A great demon shouted recklessly. Yin Xuan turned his head and looked at the smug greater demon in surprise. A look of pity flashed in his eyes. You can't blame anyone for your bad luck. King Spider was about to shout at the great demon to stop talking, but it was too late. He had succeeded in attracting Bai Tian's hatred. Bai Tian had been suppressing his anger for a long time and had not found a way to vent it. Now, someone had suddenly delivered themselves to his doorstep. Bai Tian turned his head, and his face suddenly turned ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared at the great demon with great hatred. Roar! There was a loud roar, and the surrounding air started to vibrate violently. A tiger's roar and a dragon's roar were the two most domineering sounds in the world. Bai Tian's roar, which carried great destruction, brought out his immense hatred and domineering aura. A tiger's roar was directed at the great demon. The tiger's roar soared into the sky, and it suddenly pierced through the clouds and into the 9 heavens. A vast tiger's roar suddenly reverberated in all directions, and it spread throughout the entire Jilu city. In an instant, the entire city was filled with the sound of a tiger's roar. The tiger's roar was so loud that it drowned out all other sounds. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens that suddenly exploded. Roar! Chapter 499. The tiger's roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Many small lakes in Jilu City suddenly exploded, and the lake water shot up into the sky. Boom! 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 The entire Jilu City was in a panic. Countless cultivators looked at the sky in fear. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in Jilu City? Who is it? Countless cultivators who came to participate in the Heavenly Bestowment Conference walked out of their residences and looked at the sky in shock towards the East Hall. From afar, they could vaguely see the head of a fierce tiger, roaring loudly. The head of a fierce tiger? It was transparent, and vaguely, it seemed to be formed by the dense wind. The tiger's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Countless cultivators revealed shocked expressions. How powerful was this tiger's roar? At least at this moment, not many cultivators dared to fly close to it. This was because everyone could feel a sense of anger and hatred from the tiger's roar. Who would dare to provoke that peerless expert at this moment? Watching from afar, the Heavenly Bestowment Conference had yet to begin, but Jilu City was full of exciting events. Jilu Mountain. Meng Rongrong walked out of the hall and looked towards the East Hall in shock. Looking at the tiger's roar in the sky, Meng Rongrong frowned. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt worried. She stepped forward and flew towards the East Hall. At the entrance of the Jilu Hall, Meng Ziqiu looked towards the East Hall and frowned. Louis walked closer. "Headmaster, this voice," Lu Yi said with a complicated expression. "It's by Ditian. Only he is so powerful among the tigers near the Jilu Academy," Meng Ziqiu said confidently. "By Ditian? Causing trouble in my Jilu city?" Lu Yi said with an ugly expression. "No, he's not here for our Jilu city. Inform all the scholars to stay put." Meng Ziqiu shook his head. "Stay put? What if Bai Ditian really causes trouble in Jilu city?" Lu Yi said worriedly. "No, Bai Ditian is a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Our Jilu Academy has never let him down. In the past 8,000 years, we have helped the tigers a lot. Bai Ditian will not cause too big a commotion." Meng Ziqiu shook his head. Lu Yi nodded. Meng Ziqiu took a deep breath and said, "After today, follow me to the Tiger Clan's encampment." "All right." Lu Yi nodded. The tiger's roar reverberated throughout Jilu City. Not far from the East Hall, the thousands of scholars who were watching the game felt it the most. Under this powerful tiger roar, the entire Yong Palace's floating island shook as if it was about to collapse. "What's going on? My ears ache. What a powerful voice." The 10-10-10's Ru White Dragon, Azure Dragon, and Dongfang Zhengpai all looked at Dongfang Dian in astonishment. The three of them looked worried. Will young master be all right? Qing Long was about to rush over anxiously. Bai Long and Dongfang Zhengpai also wanted to go over. "Don't move," Yifeng suddenly shouted. Yifeng held a black chess piece in his hand and said without turning his head. "What?" Bai Long and the others paused. "Our king said that the East Palace is not something we can interfere with. No one needs to go. Our king will deal with it," Yifeng said as he shook his head. "But," Qing Long said anxiously. Dongfang Zhengpai looked into the distance and nodded. "With such a roar, we will die if we go. Let's not bother about it." Chapter 500. But Qing Long was still unwilling. Getting up, Qing Long was still about to fly towards the East Hall. "Qing Long, what is the task that the king gave you?" Yifeng did not turn around. Instead, he quietly placed a chess piece. Yifeng's words caused Qing Long to freeze. Yin Chuan's task was for him to protect Yifeng? Protect Yifeng? Qing Long looked at Yifeng. Why was the person that the young master asked him to protect not anxious at all? "Yifeng, our king is in danger, and you still have the mood to play chess?" Qing Long scolded. Yifeng shook his head and said, "I naturally understand that the king is in danger. At this time, I cannot lose my cool. This is the difference between you and me. There are only a few experts from Jilu City who dare to come. This means that many people can't and don't dare to interfere." "So what?" Qing Long shouted. "If you can't interfere, it will be futile. You might even cause more trouble for the king. The king told me before that he expected a huge commotion and had already instructed me. It's fine if you can't help, but you must not lose your cool." Yifeng stood up and said to Qing Long, but Qing Long was still unwilling. "I believe in the king. The king will be fine," Yifeng said with certainty. "All right." Qing Long nodded. Yifeng nodded. As he nodded, he glanced at the East Hall in the distance. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. Yin Chuan was in the middle of the tiger's roar. How could Yifeng not be worried? However, the more important it was at this time, the calmer he had to be. He had to give the people around him peace. Even if his heart was in a mess, he had to appear calm. This was the mental strength that a commander needed. Yifeng flicked his sleeves and sat down again. He looked at the great Confucian who was about to lose. Bai Long, Qing Long, set up another 4 games. Yifeng called out. Yifeng was trying to divert their attention, as well as his own. After all, there was nothing he could do about the Eastern Palace Hall. For more games? Lu Zilu asked in a deep voice. Lu Zilu had been watching Yifeng play Go. Lu Zilu did not make a move. He was looking for Yifeng's flaws. The group of Confucian scholars kept fighting Yifeng. However, Lu Zilu observed for a long time and did not find any flaws in Yifeng's movements. This person's chess skills had reached the pinnacle. Lu Zilu looked at Yifeng in shock. Was he really going to lose today? As soon as Dongfang Dian's tiger roar rang out, Lu Zilu was delighted. Lu Zilu was sure that Yifeng's weakness was about to be revealed. Now that he was unsettled, he would definitely reveal his weakness. However, Yifeng seemed to have guessed what Lu Zilu was thinking. He actually wanted to play another 4 games? For more games? 60 Confucian scholars are too slow. Let's play 5 at a time. Yifeng, will play against 5 Confucian scholars at once. Yifeng said in a deep voice. Play against 5 Confucian scholars alone? The surrounding Confucian cultivators, who were attracted by the tiger roar, immediately showed shocked expressions. The tiger roar immediately attracted their attention to the next game. 1 against 5? Is this Yifeng crazy? However, Lu Zilu's expression changed. Yifeng did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. Flaws? If there really were flaws, they would be hidden in mistakes when playing against 5. Who knew if Yifeng's mistake was a mistake or a flaw? Qing Long and Bai Long quickly set up 5 games. For more Confucian scholars, then, Yifeng said calmly. Many of the 60 Confucian scholars showed angry expressions. They were Confucian scholars, yet they were ignored like this. Go, Lu Zilu said coldly. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng performed a grand scene that had not been seen in Jilu City for many years. He played against 5 Confucian scholars. Chapter 501, Eastern Palace Hall, by Detian's roar, which was filled with hatred and grief, spread throughout Jilu City. The roar filled the sky. It was extremely powerful. The aftershocks had already turned the entire Jilu City upside down. As for the great demon that bore the brunt of the roar, he naturally had to face the impact of the roar, which was hundreds or thousands of times stronger. That great demon saw the image of a huge tiger pouncing towards him as Bai Detian roared. The huge tiger seemed to be real as it roared and charged towards the great demon. Boom! With a roar, the great demon revealed his true form. He was a huge black bear that was 200 feet long. The black bear let out a long and painful roar. Roar! The black bear roared, but how could this roar be stronger than Bai Detian's roar? The bear's entire body floated up from the roar. It could not help but be controlled by the roar. Bam! 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 Many cracks appeared on the black bear's body as blood splattered everywhere. Ka. It was as if many of its bones had been shattered. The black bear could not resist the roar at all. It could only let the roar destroy it. Even the space there seemed to be distorted. The black bear's roar weakened after a while. The black bear's eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, the black bear finally knew what kind of monster it had provoked. The surrounding great demons wanted to save it, but the roar was too loud. They could not even take care of themselves. Roar! The roar stopped. The world fell silent. However, the ears of the surrounding great demons were still ringing. Bam! The black bear fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices as it convulsed. Although it was not dead, it no longer had the strength to fight. The powerful Bai Detian's roar was so powerful, the 10 great demon beasts were horrified. Before they came, they thought that Bai Detian was just a lower void realm expert. Who would have thought that Bai Detian would be so strong? Upper Void Realm? It must be the Upper Void Realm. A great demon exclaimed. Roar! Bai Detian's face was ferocious as he looked at the great demons with murderous eyes. Activate the array. Quickly activate the array. Spider King's expression changed as he shouted. Spider King knew that if they did not stop Bai Detian now, everyone would die here today. Boom! The 10 great demons quickly activated the profound yellow flag array. Activate the formation to the maximum and we'll leave. Wang Zhu shouted. Rumble! The black and yellow flag formation transformed into a huge net that enveloped Bai Detian. The 10 demons no longer wished to trap Bai Detian. They only wished to hold him back for a short while so that the demons could escape. The huge net appeared in front of Bai Detian in the blink of an eye. Bai Detian's eyes turned cold as he stretched out his palms. The cold air in his palms was very threatening. He inserted his hands into the net. See, the black-yellow flag array, which could trap Middle Emptiness Realm cultivators, was instantly torn apart like a rag. It could not stop Bai Detian for even a second. It was torn apart with a single tear. Bang! Bang! The large flags exploded, and the profound yellow flag array was instantly broken. Go quickly! King Spider cried out. The 10 great demons didn't dare to stay any longer. They fled in 10 different directions. You want to leave? All of you stay here. Bai Detian's expression was savage as he pressed down with his right hand. Boom! 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 The 10 great demons in the air seemed to be pulled down by a huge force as they crashed to the ground. The ground also seemed to have been strengthened countless times by Bai Detian's actions. The 10 great demons fell, and blood splattered everywhere. Their flesh was mangled, and their bones cracked. Ka. The domineering Bai Detian. Chapter 502. Atlas Studios persuading Bai Detian to join. You want to leave? All of you stay. Bai Detian's expression was ferocious as he pressed down with his right hand. Boom! 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 The 10 demons flying in the air seemed to be pulled down by a huge force as they crashed to the ground. The ground also seemed to have been strengthened countless times by Bai Detian's actions. As the 10 demons fell, blood splattered everywhere. Their flesh was badly mangled, and their bones cracked. Ka. The 10 demons were no match for the powerful Bai Detian at all. In Bai Detian's previous life, the Tiger Tribe Supreme Martial Artist, a superior Void Martial Artist, could slap all of them to the ground with a flip of his hand. Blood splattered everywhere. The demons knew that they had bitten off more than they could chew. They all cried out in grief. How could this be? With a flip of his hand, the 10 demons were all severely injured. However, even so, they did not dare to attack Bai Detian. They did not even dare to stop. With a push of their palms, their bodies shot out in 10 different directions. Swish, 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 swish. They did not dare to stop. At this moment, the 10 demons only had one thought. Run, run. As they ran, their hearts were bleeding. They had been thinking about how to capture Bai Detian and how to use him to threaten the entire Tiger Tribe. Now it seemed like the stupidest idea. Which bastard came up with this stupid idea? It was too terrifying. Were they going to die here today? The demons escaped with their injuries, but Bai Detian's anger had not been completely vented. How could these demons escape? Weren't they just making things difficult for Bai Detian? If I said before, all of you stay. Bai Detian's body seemed to split into 10 shadows as he slammed his palm down in 10 different directions. Boom! The 10 demons that had just escaped were once again attacked by an even stronger force. Ka. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Boom! One by one, the demons were smashed into the ground. Even though Bai Detian had strengthened the ground, the 10 demons still created 10 huge pits. The 10 demons lay limp in the huge pits. Just like the first demon that had been injured by the tiger roar, they were like mud. The 10 demons were not dead, but at this moment, they were as good as dead. They were all very sad. How could the demons know that Bai Ditian was so ruthless? So ruthless? One of the greater demons fell to the ground, tears flowing down his cheeks. Today's battle had been too direct. He was Bai Ditian's death, after Ditian's buys Bai Ditian's anger. However, his eyes was still cold. Looking at the 11 demonic beasts lying on the ground like mud, Bai Ditian's eyes flashed with a tinge of impatience. Bai Ditian, Bai Ditian, Bai Ditian, Bai Ditian. And Bai Ditian turned to look at Yin Chuan. Can you leave this group of great demons to me? Yin Chuan said calmly. Bye Bai Ditian, bye to Bai Ditian, bye. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and said, Many thanks. You may enter the East Hall first. I haven't finished talking about what happened before. Bai Ditian nodded and walked into the East Hall. Outside the palace, the 11 greater demons were lying limp on the ground, staring at Yin Chuan with wide eyes. None of them seemed to believe him. Just as he was about to die at the hands of that ferocious demon, Bai Ditian, the man in front of him had saved him. One sentence. Bai Ditian listened to him. Really? Chapter 503. The happiness of surviving a disaster suddenly shrouded his heart. Yin Chuan, what do you want? King Spider, who was more clear-headed, asked coldly. Yin Chuan was pleading for him. He was definitely plotting something. Although King Spider was seriously injured, he was still extremely calm. As soon as King Spider spoke, the group of great demons also became serious. What do you want? Yin Chuan saved you. Miao said disdainfully. The great demons. Yin Chuan ignored the great demons and called out to the outside of the white fog. Qinglong, come here. Yin Chuan shouted. Above the Yong Palace, Yifeng was fighting the 5 great Confucian scholars alone, and his placing of chess pieces was slightly slow. Obviously, although he was distracted by the chessboard, he was still worried about the direction of the East Palace. Not only Yifeng, but Qinglong, Bailong, and Dongfang Zhengpai were also worried. The 3 of them looked in the direction of the East Palace from time to time. After the tiger roar, there was a huge roar from the East Palace, as if there was a powerful battle. Everyone was anxious, but they couldn't see. Qinglong clenched his fists. He was nervous, until a voice came from inside. Qinglong, come here. The voice was no different from the sound of nature. Yin Chuan's tone was very light. The light tone could only mean one thing. Yin Chuan was fine, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Phew! Qinglong and Bai Long looked at each other and sighed. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, he smiled in satisfaction. Yifeng, who was playing chess, also felt relieved. He sighed softly, picked up the tea beside him, and showed a relaxed look. Yin Chuan's crisis was resolved, and Yifeng also put his heart and soul on the chessboard. With a murderous look in his eyes, Yifeng's chess style suddenly became fierce. Qinglong flew to the East Palace. Not far away, in a valley below the floating island, Meng Rongrong hurried over. His eyes flashed with worry. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's voice came from the inside. Qinglong, come here. Yin Chuan's voice was very light, immediately revealing his leisure. Humph. Meng Rongrong snorted. Turning around, Meng Rongrong flew back to Jilu Mountain. Unknowingly, the worry on his face had turned into relief. Qinglong flew back to the East Palace. But when he landed in the square, Qinglong was stunned. 10 great demons? Young master, isn't this where King Spider and the others were at the Tiger Clan's encampment last time? Qinglong asked in surprise. 10 great demons were injured to such an extent? Qinglong immediately analyzed the situation. It must be Bai Ditian. Thinking of Bai Ditian, Qinglong shuddered. Was this person really that strong? That's right, it's them. You watch them for me. Don't let them run away. Yin Chuan said. Huh, do we still need to watch over them? Qinglong muttered. The group of great demons in front of him were like mud. There was no way they could escape. However, Yin Chuan was just being on the safe side. Qinglong nodded solemnly. Yin Chuan turned around and walked back to the East Palace. Clang! The door of the palace slammed shut. Have you calmed down? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Bai Ditian frowned, but didn't say anything. Obviously, this anger couldn't be appeased. His wife and son were still alive, so Bai Tian couldn't be in a good mood. Yin Chuan sat down and said, "Let me tell you about Bai Tu." "Okay." Bai Tian nodded. Bai Tu and I established a deep friendship after a tragic battle. He also agreed to go to my country and help me conquer the world, Yin Chuan recalled. Chapter 504. Country. Bai Tian raised his eyebrows. "That's right. I've learned a little about this world over the years. In this world, countries have always been weak. However, in my previous life, countries were never weak. They were on equal footing with the various sacred grounds. Sects could be strong, and so could countries. From the imperial dynasty to the imperial dynasty of China to the celestial dynasty of China, countries could inherit the providence of heaven and earth. They could be fated by the heavens and prosper forever." Yin Chuan said, "Celestial dynasty of China?" Bai Tian asked in surprise. "That's right. In my previous life, before I died, my country had already advanced to the level of the celestial dynasty. Of course, above that was the heavenly court of the immortals. However, I did not reach that level in my previous life. The tiger race was my country's beast, and Bai Tu was the king of the beasts. He followed me to conquer the world." Yin Chuan said, "Is my son your subject?" Bai Tian asked in a low voice. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan said, "No, he's not my subject. He's my brother. I don't interfere with the tiger race's authority, and Bai Tu doesn't interfere with my politics. However, my country and the tiger race complement each other. It's like an alliance, but it's closer than an alliance. The tiger race helps my country conquer the world and protects some important people. My country's providence is shared with the tiger race. Although they don't get as much as I do, they still have great providence." "Oh, great providence?" Bai Tian asked curiously. "Providence and merit have the same effect. They can both speed up one's cultivation by 10 times or even 100 times. Yin Chuan said. Bai Tian looked at Yin Chuan suspiciously. After all, in this world, only the academy could have providence. A country? How could one have providence? In this battle, I'll go back and establish my country after I obtain the God investiture strategy. Bai Tian, I hope that even in this world, the tiger race will still be the beasts of my country. As the king of the tiger race, you will be the king of the beasts of my country. What do you think? Yin Chuan said solemnly. King of the beasts of my country? Haha, why should I go to your country? Bai Tian shook his head. You don't want to go to the absolute palace to take revenge? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Back then, you helped my son and told me about him. I will repay you, but I don't like to be restrained. Revenge for Zhugong? I will. One day, I will slaughter the entire Zhugong. Bai Tian said solemnly. Haha, restrictions? I've already said it. As the master of the nation beast, your status is equal to mine, but you are not allowed to interfere with my politics. What restrictions do I have on you? The world is vast, and you are free to come and go. It's just that you're tied to me to the outside world. Could it be that you are afraid? Yin Chuan smiled. Bai Tian frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about Yin Chuan's words. Secondly, Zhugong. Do you know what kind of existence Zhugong is? Upper emptiness realm cultivators were only dispensable death warriors. That was definitely a great power with immortals. Can you do it by yourself? Yin Chuan said aggressively. I, Bai Tian, will definitely slaughter Zhugong. Bai Tian said coldly. That's right. You can slaughter Zhugong, and I can see your arrogance. However, can you guarantee that your wife and son will be able to wait until the day you become strong? If they send another group of immortals along the way, what will you do? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ka. Bai Tian clenched his fists tightly as he frowned deeply. Demon beasts. The heavens have given you different natural mystical abilities, but you are also unable to bear the heaven and earth's merit and providence. These two things can only be controlled by humans or by the souls of humans. Although these things are ethereal, once gathered together, they can increase the speed of your cultivation. 10 times the speed of cultivation can shorten the time you need to become stronger by 10 times. Yin Chuan continued to advise. Bai Detian's expression changed. Furthermore, when you went through the tribulation previously, did you reach the limit of mortals? The higher the limit, the stronger you will be when you become an immortal. With my providence in your body, you could become even stronger at the same time. That way, when you go through the tribulation and become an immortal, your strength will be different. When you become stronger, you will have my support. I will follow you and destroy Zhugong. How about that? Yin Chuan kept persuading him. Bai Detian's expression changed. Chapter 505. Nioibo, Studio Nioibo, Studio Bai Detian's expression changed. It was as if he was thinking about Yin Chuan's words. Yin Chuan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. Of course, Yin Chuan was not calm either. Bai Detian was a formidable person after all. Many of his thoughts might not be so smooth. Yin Chuan had been very careful in persuading Bai Detian this time. He had been so careful that he had been preparing for this moment since a few days ago. My son is the leader of your country's beast, Bai Detian asked after a long silence. That's right. Although he is blind in one eye, he is infamous. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Detian was silent for a while. Then he smiled and said, Indeed. Although I don't know where Zhugong is, what you said makes sense. However, why should I join your country? Miao, other than joining Yin Chuan's country, what better choice do you have? Miao immediately asked. Bai Detian did not underestimate Miao. No matter how low Miao's cultivation level was, her bloodline grade was higher than his. Country's beast? The tiger race does not have to become a country's beast. It is not difficult to become the guardian divine beast of a sacred ground. As long as I am willing, the 3 sacred grounds in the world will accept my tiger race. Do you believe that? Bai Detian said in a low voice. Also, with my current strength, I can ascend to the celestial world as soon as possible. With my abilities, I will definitely be able to control a tiger race very quickly. At that time, I can even join other countries. Why must I stay in your country? Bai Detian said in a low voice. Miao, Miao, immediately said angrily. Looking at Bai Detian, Yin Chuan smiled slightly and said, Deal with Zhugong for you? How many emperors would be willing to help you? Without going through many trials and tribulations with the emperor, which emperor would fight for the strength of an entire country for you? Kindness does not lead soldiers, and kindness does not lead countries. If you don't give enough, will they fight for everything for you? Bai Detian narrowed his eyes. When you reach the celestial world, you will still be helping a small country. How is that different from me? Moreover, if you help a small country, can you be sure that it will rise up? Even if you really met a powerful emperor, could you guarantee that the emperor would share the sweetness with you after going through thick and thin with you? As for me, I've already been acknowledged by too sure. I'm sure you won't doubt my character, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Bai Detian stared at Yin Chuan silently. Secondly, in this world, I have always believed in one thing. It is also the portrayal of my will, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, I'm the peak of all the mountains under the heavens, Yin Chuan said solemnly. After saying this, Yin Chuan's aura suddenly increased by a lot. I am the peak of all the mountains in the world. This was a kind of self-confidence, a kind of invincible self-confidence. The mountains of the world referred to the heroes of the world. If he was at the peak, then he would be the #1 hero of the world. Under the heavens, only I am supreme. This was not an overestimation of one's capabilities, but a kind of arrogance. An emperor must have the confidence to make the world submit to him. Only with the belief that he was the only one in the world could he conquer the world. Bai Detian narrowed his eyes. You should already know that I am not a boastful person. I once had a heavenly kingdom. If I were to do it again, I would only do better. Give up what is near and seek what is far away. Bai Detian, you should understand that I am sincere, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Bai Detian looked at Yin Chuan and frowned. A kingdom? So what if you establish a kingdom here? It is a completely different world from the celestial world. Bai Tian said with a frown. 2 worlds? So what if it is 2 worlds? I will definitely bring back the kingdom that I established. Even if the immortals and Buddhas block my way, I will slaughter them and kill my way back to the celestial world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 506. Bai Tian frowned as he looked at Yin Chuan. Also, if you become the leader of the tiger race, are you going to give up on the tiger race in this world? Why not bring them all into the celestial world? Yin Chuan asked. Bring the tiger race into the celestial world? Bai Tian asked in surprise. After all, he had never thought of this before. Why not? Yin Chuan smiled. Bai Tian fell silent again. As long as we raise our flag again and become famous, Bai Tushar will definitely come back to find me. The day of father-son unity is just around the corner. Yin Chuan tried to persuade him again. Bai Tian frowned and thought for a while. What do you think? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Bai Tian was silent for a while before he shook his head gently. What you said today has impacted many of my ideas. Let me think about it. Sure, before I get the God-sealing strategy, I will stay in Julu City. Let me know when you have thought it through. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Tian nodded seriously. He looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Yin Chuan stood there calmly. He met Bai Tian's gaze. Clang! He waved his sleeves, and the door opened. Bai Tian took a deep look at Yin Chuan. Then, with a flash, he disappeared. Meow, he left us like that? What a stubborn fellow. Meow said. Ambitious and ruthless people all have their own pride. Although the leader of the national beast has the same status as me, the country of the national beast is in front and the beast behind. Unknowingly, he is still one head lower. In the past, the tiger race was the leader. Now that he is one head lower, everyone has to think about it. Yin Chuan explained. Meow, all right. Meow nodded. After Bai Tian left, Yin Chuan slowly walked to the plaza. Young master, did Bai Tian leave just now? So fast. Qing Long exclaimed. He is an upper void realm martial artist. Of course, he is fast. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes. Qing Long nodded in shock. On the square, 11 greater demons lay on the ground like mud, and all of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Yin Chuan looked around at the demons and finally looked at the giant spider. King Spider. Yin Chuan, you want to subdue us? Spider King coldly shouted. Oh. Yin Chuan smiled. Don't even think about it, Spider King said coldly. We will only honor the Lord for the rest of our lives. We won't honor anyone else, even if we die. That's right. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. Winner takes all. If you want to kill me, then kill me. The group of great demons said stubbornly. Qing Long frowned and was about to drink it when he was stopped by Yin Chuan. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan said, Who said I wanted to subdue you? The demons were surprised. I have met Yao Tianshang before. Yao Tianshang is a ruthless person. The demons he subdued will only be loyal to him. Naturally, I will not force you to do anything. Yin Chuan smiled. Hearing Yin Chuan's words, the demons heaved a sigh of relief. The demons had long been loyal to Yao Tianshang. If he turned to someone else, the demons would not be able to accept it, no matter how strong the other party was. But now that Yin Chuan was in charge of them, the demons could not resist. But the conviction in their hearts would not yield. Then what do you want? Spider King asked in a low voice. Actually, I am quite envious of Yao Tianshang for being able to get your help. I saved you this time because I have a motive. Yin Chuan smiled. What is it? Spider King was confused. Yin Chuan's straightforwardness confused Spider King. I want to compete for the God investiture strategy. I want you, Spider King, to play the zither for me and be in charge of the zither battle. Yin Chuan said seriously. Zither battle? Spider King was shocked. Spider King had thought of many possibilities. Yin Chuan saved him because he wanted something from him to subdue him or to kill someone. However, Spider King did not expect that Yin Chuan would ask him to have a zither battle. Zither battle? That's right. Spider King, what do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. Just a zither battle? Spider King was in disbelief. Just a zither battle. Yinchuan nodded seriously. Spider King had a strange look. Just a zither battle. If it's just a zither battle, I can agree to it. However, I cannot guarantee that I will win. Spider King shook his head. It's fine. Just do your best. Yinchuan nodded. Spider King was still in disbelief. But I don't believe it. Just a zither battle? Nothing else? Spider King continued. I can allow you to recuperate. Once you are healed, the other great demons can leave at any time. As for you, you can stay behind and leave after the zither battle. Yinchuan will not stop you. Yinchuan said seriously. You are not going to use poison or restrictions to restrict us. Spider King frowned. I've met Yao Tianshan before. He's a man of his word. I think that since he trusts you so much and allowed you to lead the great demons out to do this, you naturally won't go back on your word. As long as you agree, I won't restrict you in any way. You're free to come and go as you please. Free to come and go? That's right. Yinchuan smiled. Spider King looked at Yinchuan and felt admiration for Yinchuan. I agree. Spider King nodded solemnly. Deal. Yinchuan smiled. But what if I lose? Spider King frowned. I said I will not blame you. Yinchuan shook his head. Spider King looked at Yinchuan and nodded. Don't worry. Since I have promised you, I will do my best. Good. Then I will wait and see. Yinchuan smiled. However, after we are healed, only I will stay. The other great demons will return to report to the Lord and leave immediately. Spider King said, My lord. The group of great demons exclaimed. Silence. Spider King shouted to stop the demons. I said I will not stop you. Yinchuan smiled. Spider King looked at Yinchuan and nodded. Many thanks. Yinchuan nodded and looked at Qinglong. Qinglong, bring them to the guest rooms on the left and treat them as VIPs. Do not neglect them. Yes. Qinglong nodded solemnly. Under the Azure Dragon's careful guidance, the 11 great demons were moved to a large hall, where they would temporarily stay. After Qinglong left, the demons looked at Spider King. My lord, do you really believe Yinchuan's words? One of the great demons still did not believe. Yinchuan is indeed a special person. I believe him. Also, when you are healed, immediately return and report to the Lord. Do not miss a single word. Spider King said in a deep voice. Yes. The great demons nodded. God bestowment strategy? This Yinchuan seems like he wants to establish an academy. It is good that I stay. This person is extraordinary. If the Lord can recommend me, it would be even better. Spider King said in a deep voice. My lord, you want to persuade Yinchuan? Let him join the Lord's faction, but he is only in the Qi realm. One of the great demons frowned. What do you know? A person's ability is not determined by their cultivation. Qi realm? When you were in the Qi realm, could you make a peak upper ethereal realm expert do you a favor? Spider King said. No, the great demon was at a loss. Chapter 507. A few days later, Tiger Tribe's encampment. Meng Ziqiu and Lu Yi quietly arrived. Outside the Tiger Tribe's main hall, Zhuo Wuzhou frowned and said, My apologies. My king has been in seclusion ever since he returned. He doesn't wish to see anyone. With the Julu Academy's dean and Left Yard's dean here, Zhuo Wuzhou naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He doesn't wish to see anyone. Lu Yi asked in surprise. Please inform them that I, Meng Ziqiu, am here on behalf of the Julu Academy. Meng Ziqiu said solemnly. On behalf of the Julu Academy, this ceremony was even more grand. It wasn't an individual, but the 50,000-year-old Julu Academy. Zhuo Wuzhou finally nodded and said, Please wait for a moment. Zhuo Wuzhou entered the main hall and quickly came out. How is it? Lu Yi asked. Zhuo Wuzhou looked at the two and said, My king might not be in a good mood, but he still asked me to inform the two of you. Oh, Meng Ziqiu asked doubtfully. My king said that the Tiger Tribe will remember the Julu Academy's past kindness. However, he is currently in a mess and is unable to receive the two of you. He will definitely pay a visit in the future, Zhuo Wuzhou said solemnly. My apologies. Zhuo Wuzhou smiled bitterly. Meng Ziqiu represented the entire Jiulu Academy and was already giving Bai Ditian a lot of face. This was the entire Jiulu Academy. Although the Jiulu Academy was only a mid-tier sect, its heritage was much longer than the Dazhao, sacred ground. With such a strong foundation, the dean and Left Yard's dean were here personally, but Bai Ditian actually didn't want to see them. It's fine. We will wait for you at the Jiulu Academy then, Meng Ziqiu said with a carefree smile. I will send the two of you off. No need. Meng Ziqiu shook his head. Meng Ziqiu and Lu Yi stepped forward and flew into the sky. The two flew back to the Jiulu Academy. During the flight, Dean, did Bai Ditian do this on purpose? Lu Yi frowned. It shouldn't be. According to history, Bai Ditian is a carefree person and has a deep relationship with the Jiulu Academy. This is why the Academy protected the Tiger tribe back then. Bai Ditian must have encountered some troubles. Ziqiu shook his head. Bai Ditian's troubles? Eastern Palace Master, Yin Chuan? Yu Yi's expression changed. Yeah, looks like our understanding of this Yin Chuan is really too little, Meng Ziqiu said with a smile. Should we send someone to contact them? Yu Yi asked curiously. There's no need for that. Since he's in the Eastern Palace Hall with that brat from the Eastern Righteous faction, we don't have to worry, Meng Ziqiu said with a smile. Eastern Orthodox sect? Her. If his ancestors knew about this rascal, I wonder if they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their coffins. Yu Yi said in amusement. Not necessarily. Although he's a bit shameless, he's still honest, Meng Ziqiu said with a smile. Jiulu City, Yong Hall. Yifeng played 5 games at once. The mood of the Confucians reached its peak. It had been a long time since they had seen such a grand occasion. There were very few chess masters in Jiulu City who had the ability to multitask. On the chessboard, Yifeng's moves were swift and fierce. His chess style was valiant, forcing the 5 great Confucians to retreat. It was as if there was a magnificent army slaughtering the chess pieces on the other side. A large number of Confucian cultivators were watching from the side. I can't take it anymore. I can't understand this chess game. A Confucian cultivator retreated in horror. Me too. There are 5 games, and it's as if I'm seeing 5 huge whirlpools. If I continue watching, I'll go crazy. What a powerful chess game. Some of the weaker Confucian cultivators had already retreated to the side, not daring to watch the game. Only those who were more adept at chess were able to keep an eye on him. Chapter 508. Facing the 5 Confucian scholars, Yifeng smiled and said, That's all there is to it. The 5 Confucian scholars ignored him and continued to stare at the chessboard. Not far away, Lu Zilu held a teacup and looked at the chessboard quietly. Senior brother, do we still want to continue? One of the Confucian scholars asked bitterly. Yes, senior brother. It has already been 54 rounds, and Yifeng has not lost a single round. We have completely lost this round, Wang Long said with an ugly expression. Pa. Yifeng placed a piece on each of the 5 chessboards. Thank you for letting me win. Yifeng smiled. How can that be? The 5 Confucian scholars looked at the chessboard in disbelief. However, after looking at it for a while, the 5 Confucian scholars looked disappointed and bitter. Master Yifeng won again, and he won all 5 rounds at the same time. Master Yifeng's chess skills are too amazing, the crowd exclaimed in admiration. The 5 great Confucian scholars stood up and walked in front of Lu Zilu. Senior brother, we are useless, the 5 of them said bitterly. Rest. It's fine, Lu Zilu consoled. Yes. Do we still want to continue? Dongfang Zhongpai laughed excitedly. Go, the 5 of you, Lu Zilu said to the remaining 5 Confucian scholars. Senior brother? Wang Long was confused. Go, Lu Zilu insisted. Yes. The 5 Confucian scholars went to the chessboard again. Go ahead. Yifeng was happy to see them go. Yifeng played against the 5 Confucian scholars again. Ha. 60 Confucian scholars, great. Dongfang Zhongpai laughed excitedly. On the other side, the Confucian scholars' faces were extremely ugly. Senior brother, we have already lost so much. Why are we still playing? Won't it be too embarrassing? Wang Long said with an ugly expression. We have already lost our face. It doesn't matter, Lu Zilu said calmly. All right. The Confucian scholars nodded. Lu Zilu stared at the chessboard and drank his tea calmly. Pa 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 pa. One day later, the 5 Confucian scholars were defeated by Yi Feng again. At this moment, the thousands of scholars invited to the peak literary gathering were all standing on Yi Feng's side. They were all abnormally excited. Ha ha, Lu Zilu, you are the only one left. Are you going to continue? Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. Let's stop here. Yi Feng smiled. Why stop here? I haven't made my move yet, so the outcome is still undecided. Lu Zilu said with a smile. Ha ha, the outcome is still uncertain? It's already like this. What's the point of playing anymore? Are all of Sima Yuntian's disciples this shameless? Dongfang Zhengpai said disdainfully. The words of the Eastern Orthodox faction represented the thoughts of nearly 10,000 Confucian cultivators. What else could they do? He had already lost to such an extent. Could it be that he was going to lose the last piece of cloth to cover his shame? Wasn't it embarrassing? All right. Yi Feng also smiled. Lu Zilu and Yi Feng sat down. Although the scholarly cultivators had looks of disdain on their faces, they still stared at the chessboard. Lu Zilu stayed until the end. His chess skills were indeed much better than the others. There were a few times when he even made Yi Feng feel a little embarrassed. However, Yi Feng's chess skills were incomparably sharp. The more he played, the fiercer he became. Finally, one day later, Lu Zilu conceded defeat. Ha 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 ha. I gave you some face, but you didn't want to. Now you have lost, right? You overestimated yourself. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Lost. The 60 Confucian scholars lost so thoroughly. So much so that they hadn't won a single game until now. As Lu Zilu conceded defeat, the faces of the Confucian scholars all turned red. Thinking back to the past, the 72 Confucian scholars were so high-spirited. How could they have fallen to such a state? Chapter 509. A few of the Confucian scholars couldn't take the blow and spat out blood. Yi Feng stood up and smiled. He didn't say anything and turned to look at the East Hall. Bai Long, let's go back, Yi Feng said. Okay. Bai Long nodded. Bai Long led Yi Feng back to the East Hall. At this moment, the Confucian scholars no longer looked at Yi Feng with disdain. They all looked at him with respect. As for Dongfang Zhengpai, he liked to kick people when they were down, so he stayed behind to attack the 60 Confucian scholars. How is it, Lu Zilu? Didn't you want to be the finale? Why did you end up suppressing yourself? Dongfang Zhengpai mocked. The Confucian scholars glared at Dongfang Zhengpai with red faces. However, Dongfang Zhengpai continued. Evil intentions lead to bad chess moves. That's an immortal saying. Evil intentions lead to bad chess moves? May I ask, great Confucian Dongfang, who is the one who said these immortal words? A Confucian cultivator asked curiously. I said it. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Huh? The Confucian scholars looked at this shameless person in shock. Let's go. Lu Zilu said. Yes. The 60 Confucian scholars took to the sky and flew away. Hey, Lu Zilu, if you want to play chess, come to the East Hall. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. The 60 Confucian scholars refused to turn around. They came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. They were going to set a trap for Yin Chuan, but they all fell into it. Their mood was not just bad. Not long after, the 60 Confucian scholars disappeared from everyone's sight. In a large hall, Lu Zilu returned with the depressed Confucian scholars. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a white-robed man sipping tea at the main seat. Second senior brother, the Confucian scholars greeted respectfully. Second senior brother, we have embarrassed teacher this time, Chun Ping said with an ugly expression. Second senior brother, our reputation is really ruined this time, Lu Zilu said bitterly. Zilu, you did well this time. Second senior brother took a sip of tea and smiled. Huh? In the main hall, All the great scholars were surprised. Second senior brother? What did he mean? Didn't we all lose? Chen Ping was puzzled. That day, when we heard the tigers roar, we came out of seclusion. Your news also reached me and my teacher. Although you all lost this time, Zilla did very well. 60 games is enough for me to find Yi Feng's weakness. Second senior brother said in a low voice. Ah, Chen Ping said in surprise. Lu Zilla nodded and said, that's right. The reputation of the 60 of us is nothing. We can disassociate ourselves from the teacher at any time. We lost, but second senior brother found Yi Feng's weakness. As long as we can get the God investiture strategy, our sacrifice is nothing. Not bad. Zilla did well this time, especially the last game. I saw it. You seem to have noticed it too? Second senior brother smiled. Lu Zilla shook his head and said, I was also confused. After seeing the first 59 games, I had a feeling I might have found it, but I still couldn't be sure. You managed to find it. Indeed, this Yi Feng's Go style is incomparably fierce, but mortals are mortals. Their vision will never be broad enough. Although his Go style is fierce, his initial arrangement is still lacking a little. This is Yi Feng's weakness. Second senior brother said confidently. Eastern Palace Hall. Yi Feng, you've set up a trap. Yin Chuan smiled. I just don't know if my idea has succeeded. Yi Feng revealed a wry smile. 60 games. I think it should be enough to ingrain a kind of mentality. They won't think that you, Yi Feng, are most skilled in arrangements. Wait until the competition for the God investiture strategy to give them a pleasant surprise. Ha ha! Yin Chuan laughed. Chapter 510. Jilu City, East Palace Hall. The door was tightly shut. Outside the hall, Qing Long, Bai Long, Yi Feng, Spider King, and the other great demons were waiting. Boom! A loud explosion came from the palace. Not long after, the door opened with a bang. Yin Chuan slowly walked out. Congratulations to Prince Yin for reaching the second stage of the Qi realm. Wang Zhu smiled. Congratulations, my king. Yi Feng also smiled. Yin Chuan smiled as he carried Miao Miao over his shoulder. Prince Yin, our injuries are much better now. It should also be leaving. I'm here to bid you farewell. King Spider laughed. What about you? Yin Chuan asked. Me? Naturally. I'll fulfill my promise and stay behind to compete with you. Spider King said solemnly. Mr. Wang is a man of his word. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Prince Yin, I can't thank you enough. We'll meet again. The 10 great demons said solemnly. Take care. Yin Chuan nodded. The 10 great demons nodded and stepped into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Spider King had been observing Yin Chuan the entire time. From start to finish, Yin Chuan didn't stop it at all. It was only when the 10 great Fae left that Spider King let out a long sigh of relief. The Yin Chuan in front of him was indeed one with words and deeds. Mr. Wang, you can go anywhere you want for the next year or so. Just come back before the Heavenly Bestowment Conference. Yin Chuan said with a smile. All right, Spider King nodded. Yi Feng, how are you? Yin Chuan looked at Yi Feng. There are countless immortal materials in Jilu City. My cultivation is also increasing by the day. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Bai Long will be responsible for your safety. You can also stroll around the city. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Thank you, my king. Yi Feng nodded. Meow. I want to go shopping too. Meow shouted. Sure. Yin Chuan smiled. Just as Yin Chuan was about to say something, a white light suddenly flew over from not far away. It was the Eastern Orthodox sect. Yin Chuan, the Holy Maiden is here. Quick, the Holy Maiden is here. Dongfang Zhongpai shouted excitedly. Holy Maiden? Yin Chuan's expression changed. She's the girl you've been looking for in Demon Wind Mountain Range. She just arrived in Jilu City. Meng Ziqiu and you, Yi, are waiting for her. Dongfang Zhongpai said. Zhenro, in Yin Chuan's mind, the image of the woman riding the Azure Phoenix carriage appeared. She looked exactly the same as his wife in his previous life. Zhenro, take me there. Yin Chuan shouted directly. Follow me. Dongfang Zhongpai said excitedly. Dongfang Zhongpai had rushed back to fetch Yin Chuan. The holy maiden had promised him that as long as he took good care of Yin Chuan, she would give him a safety amulet. A safety amulet. It was a treasure that could turn misfortune into luck. Yin Chuan led Qin Long away. The rest of the people in the square were curious, but without Yin Chuan's permission, they didn't follow. Flying in the air, Yin Chuan's heart was in turmoil. However, he forced himself to calm down. Holy maiden? Who is she? Yin Chuan asked again. I promised her that I wouldn't say. However, you can ask Qin Long. Dongfang Zhongpai shook his head. Yin Chuan looked at Qin Long. Holy maiden? Could she be the holy maiden of the Celestial Arcanum sect? Qin Long said in shock. You know her? Yin Chuan asked expectantly. I know a little but not much. The Celestial Arcanum sect is the only sect in the world that cultivates fate. It is also the most mysterious sect. Its status is on par with the various holy grounds, and it is a superior sect. The Holy Maiden is similar to the Holy Maiden of the Dazhao Holy Ground. However, her status in the Celestial Arcanum sect is even better. Qin Long recalled. What else? Yin Chuan asked. Chapter 511. That's all, said Qin Long, shaking his head. All right, Yin Chuan sighed. Soon, they arrived at a huge plaza. It was the plaza where they had signed up for the competition. Not far away, at the entrance of the mountain, there was 100 saints' righteousness altar. Righteousness filled the air as it revolved around a statue of goddess Jichun. At the entrance of the mountain, some Confucian cultivators stopped outsiders. Many cultivators looked inside curiously. Unfortunately, the entrance was covered in fog, and they couldn't see anything. Among the curious cultivators, Dongfang Zhongpai found an old acquaintance. It was Old Yin, the one who had signed up for Yin Chuan. Old Yin, where's the holy maiden? Dongfang Zhongpai asked. Dongfang Zhongpai, didn't you leave? Why are you here again? Old Yin frowned. Where's the holy maiden? Dongfang Zhongpai asked anxiously. She went to the 100 Saints' righteousness altar. The dean and my teacher are receiving her, said Old Yin. That's good. Yin Chuan, let's go. Dongfang Zhongpai smiled. Wait, why are you going in? The dean said that no one is to disturb her, said Old Yin. What do you know? The holy maiden asked me and Yin Chuan to come, said Dongfang Zhongpai proudly. What do you mean by asking? I've been following the holy maiden since she arrived in Jilu City. I saw you sneaking around. Why didn't she ask for you? Said Old Yin disdainfully. What do you know? The holy maiden owes me something. Owes you? What would the holy maiden owe you? Asked Old Yin. A protective talisman, said Dongfang Zhongpai proudly. Old Yin and the other old friends looked at Dongfang Zhongpai in shock. What do you think? Are you jealous? Said Dongfang Zhongpai proudly. Bah! The 6 Confucian cultivators spat on the ground. Protective talisman? You're not worthy, said Old Yin disdainfully. You don't believe me? If I want to come, give me your precious immortal wine. How about it? Said Dongfang Zhongpai. Bah! You're too shameless. Let's see how shameless you can be. Go get it, go get it. If you can shamelessly ask for it, we'll immediately give you that jar of immortal wine. Old Yin said in disbelief. All right, just you wait, Dongfang Zhongpai said proudly. Soon, he brought Yin Chuan to the front. Great Confucian Dongfang, the dean has instructed us not to disturb the holy maiden. A Confucian cultivator stopped him. Well, Xiao Ma, don't worry about it. If this shameless guy wants to go in, just let him go in. Old Yin suddenly shouted. That's right, let him in. The holy maiden will summon him. Don't stop him. Under the encouragement of the crowd, Dongfang Zhongpai, Yin Chuan, Qin Long, and Miao successfully entered the fog-sealed mountain mouth. He walked inside. Soon, they passed through the white fog and saw the statues of the 100 saints inside. The statues of goddess Ji Chun stood in the center. At the side, 2 blue yuan were pulling a huge carriage, and some maids and guard were standing guard at the side. 2 men in Confucian robes stood in the center. They were Meng Ziqiu and Yui. Everyone was looking at a white-clothed woman under the statue of goddess Jichun. The woman was extremely pious, and she bowed respectfully to Goddess Ji-chun. She bowed 3 times in a row. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, and the others stood at the periphery of the colonel. Yin Chuan stared fixedly at the otherworldly woman in white. The longing in his heart was about to burst out of Yin Chuan's chest. Chapter 512. Jinro. If it wasn't her, why did she look so similar? Could it be her previous life? But worship Goddess Ji-chun? Isn't there a statue of Goddess Ji-chun in Celestial Arcanum sect as well? He chuckled. The fairy turned around and replied calmly. Without Goddess Ji-chun, there wouldn't be any living beings in this world today. No matter when or where, as long as Goddess Ji-chun exists, I will worship her. Oh, Yu Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. For the fairy to grace our Julu Academy with your presence. Your presence brings light to our Julu Academy as well. If you don't mind, could you stay in the J-Cloud court for a period of time? Meng Ziqiu chuckled. The fairy shook her head. I wish to stay here for 10 days and spend some time with Goddess Ji-chun. Is that all right? Here? Meng Ziqiu's brows furrowed. Meng Ziqiu and Yu Yi's faces turned grim. Even from here, I can feel the boundless righteous qi. This must be an important place in the Julu Academy. If I were to stay here alone, would it be all right for my servants to wait outside? The fairy requested once more. Meng Ziqiu's face was conflicted. It was as though he had some reservations. Jinro, you can't see? Suddenly, a trembling voice rang out from behind the fairy. It was Yin Chuan who had shouted out. When Yin Chuan saw Jinro once more, the longing in his heart seemed to have melted him. There was happiness, nervousness, and joy. But just now, Yin Chuan realized that Jinro's eyes were lifeless. Lifeless eyes? One had to know that the most beautiful thing about Jinro in his previous life was those lively eyes of hers. But at this moment, those eyes were lifeless. Even though they were open, they were empty. Was she blind? Yin Chuan's heart skipped a beat as he walked over. Oi, Yin Chuan, this isn't the Jinro you know. It's not her. Dongfang Zhengpai chased over worriedly. Meow? Meow was extremely curious. Qing Long followed closely behind. Dongfang brat, why did you come in? He suddenly shouted. He shouted. Dongfang Zhengpai quivered and immediately said, Dean, this has nothing to do with me. You've already come in. How is it none of your business? He was amused by Dongfang Zheng's shamelessness. That's right. It was the heavenly maiden who promised me. She said that she would bring me a protective talisman. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Bastard, you even tricked the fairy? He glared. It's true. Dongfang Zhengpai said, feeling wronged. Just as Yui was about to drink again, the heavenly maiden said, Indeed, I promised the Dongfang Zheng sect a peace talisman. As she spoke, a nearby maidservant immediately took out a jade box and handed it over. Protective talisman? He looked at the jade box in surprise. The heavenly maiden is truly trustworthy. Dongfang Zhengpai rubbed his palms together as he received it excitedly. Don't come any closer, heavenly maiden suddenly said to Yin Chuan. You can see me? Yin Chuan asked happily. He shook his head lightly. I can't see anything, but I can feel it. You can't see? How can you not see me? Jinro, you remember me? Yin Chuan asked anxiously. Sorry, I am not your wife. I am not Jinro. Heavenly maiden shook her head. You're not. If you're not my wife, how do you know that Jinro is my wife? Yin Chuan asked in disbelief. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly interrupted. Last time, the heavenly maiden used mind reading on you. Mind reading? Yin Chuan said with frown. She used this ability to see what you were thinking. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Chapter 513. Mind reading? Yin Chuan said with a frown. It's using this ability to see what you're thinking. Dongfang Zhengpai said. See what I'm thinking? There's such an ability? Yin Chuan's face sank. I only saw a portion of your wife, Jinro. It was only when you lost control of your emotions and became ill from longing that I was able to see some of those thoughts. I couldn't see the rest. Mind reading isn't omnipotent, Fairy said indifferently. Yin Chuan was silent as he looked at Heavenly Maiden. Does Zhen Ro look like me? Heavenly Maiden asked. Yin Chuan said with a frown, exactly the same, except for the eyes. Now I know what I look like. Heavenly Maiden smiled. Maybe you are Zhen Ro. Yin Chuan said. No. Heavenly Maiden shook her head. Unfortunately, I can calculate 10,000 years, including my past and present life. I am not the Zhen Ro you speak of. Heavenly Maiden shook her head. 10,000 years. Yin Chuan frowned. 10,000 years? Past and present life? Dongfang Zhongpai and the others were shocked. Rumor has it that the Celestial Arcanum's sect master can only calculate 3,000 years of his past life. Heavenly Maiden can actually calculate 10,000 years? Yui exclaimed. Yin Chuan stared at Heavenly Maiden. 10,000 years? How old am I? Moreover, it hasn't been long since Zhen Ro's death, right? It's as if everything is right in front of me. Is it really not? Yin Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Meow, Yin Chuan, don't be sad. We have many people here to accompany you. Meow said softly. Heavenly Maiden's expression suddenly changed. There's another voice? Who is it? Heavenly Maiden was surprised. Meow, are you talking about me? Meow turned around and asked. How is that possible? Yin Chuan, who's talking next to you? Why can't I see it? Heavenly Maiden said in shock. Everyone looked at each other. Is it that kitten? Meow, you can't even see, so how can you see me? Meow was speechless. That's not right. The Heavenly Maiden shook her head. He stomped on the ground. Who? With the Heavenly Maiden as the center, a huge shadow of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams suddenly appeared on the ground. The center was the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish, and the periphery was a huge 8 trigrams. In an instant, it covered the entire 100 Saints morality altar. Suddenly, the surroundings became incomparably dark. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were placed on a strange altar. Everyone was there, but Meow, who was on Yin Chuan's shoulder, had disappeared. Where's Meow? Disappeared? Dongfang Zhongpai exclaimed. Disappear your sister. You're the one who disappeared. A voice suddenly sounded. The gigantic Taiji 8 trigrams altar suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, everyone saw Meow again. How is this possible? How can there be a birth chart that doesn't belong to the 5 elements of heaven, earth, yin, and yang? How could there be a living being that wasn't restricted by the laws of heaven and earth? What are you? Heavenly Maiden asked in surprise. Meow, I'm not anything, I'm Meow. Really, Yin Chuan, I don't want to see her. She's weird. Meow pouted. Wait, let me divine your fortune. Heavenly Maiden suddenly shouted. When Heavenly Maiden said that, everyone was surprised. One must know that it was harder to find someone from Celestial Arcanum's sect to divine one's fortune, especially this Heavenly Maiden. It was said that many experts had gone to Celestial Arcanum's sect to ask for her fortune, but from beginning to end, Heavenly Maiden had never divined one's fortune. But now, she wanted to have her fortune told? Meow, I don't want you to... Meow immediately said. Chapter 514. Yin Chuan looked at Meow and then at the Holy Maiden. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Can you really calculate your past life within 10,000 years? Unfortunately, I'm not Zhen Ro. Don't force it. This Meow, can you calculate it for me? The Holy Maiden asked expectantly. Sorry, since you're not Zhen Ro, we will also take our leave. Yin Chuan sighed. Wait, the Holy Maiden said anxiously. Sorry, Holy Maiden, don't force it. Yin Chuan shook his head and walked out of the valley in disappointment. Qing Long followed closely behind. The Holy Maiden frowned deeply. Dean and Holy Maiden, I will also take my leave. Dongfang Zhongpai also left with a smile. Yin Chuan left the valley, still feeling very disappointed. 10,000 years? Zhen Ro should have lived within 10,000 years. Why does she look so similar? She came out. That Dongfang slut came out. Old Yin shouted excitedly. However, Dongfang Zhengpai is even more excited than him. Ha ha! Old Yin, where is your immortal wine? Dongfang Zhengpai grabbed the jade box and laughed proudly. Old Yin and the others looked at each other. It can't be, this guy's face is so thick. He actually asked for a safety talisman? Old Yin said with a frown. Haha, let's go and broaden your horizons. Dongfang Zhengpai is incomparably proud. Yin Chuan and Qing Long naturally did not want to play with Dongfang Zhengpai. After leaving the valley, they kept walking and quickly left with a disappointed mood. Perhaps because she knows that Yin Chuan is in a bad mood, Miao did not say anything at this moment. She only gnawed on her spirit stones. Yin Chuan walked through the plaza, but did not realize that a pair of eyes were staring at him. Not far from the conferred god palace, Meng Rongrong originally came in a hurry. When she saw Yin Chuan leaving dejectedly, she immediately stopped and a trace of doubt appeared on her face. He is such a strong-willed person. How can he be dejected? Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with intense curiosity. What happened? Evening in the Great Deer Hall. Father, you said that Yin Chuan tried to curry favor with the Holy Maiden but was rejected? How is that possible? Meng Rongrong's eyes were filled with disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Meng Ziqiu said with a strange expression. Clearly, even he found it hard to believe. It's true. Lu, he nodded. What relationship? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. This was the first time he had heard of someone daring to claim a relationship with a fairy. He said the heavenly lady is his wife. Meng Ziqiu's expression became even stranger. Ah, Meng Rongrong was shocked. It's true. Lu, he nodded with a bitter smile. Yin Chuan is too daring. Meng Rongrong exclaimed. Isn't that so? This is also the first time I've seen someone who dares to say that the heavenly daughter is his wife. He said with a bitter smile. Meng Rongrong was slightly stunned. Meng Rongrong's mood suddenly became very complicated. She did not understand why she was flustered when she heard this news. So now, the Holy Maiden is living alone in the 100 Saints' Righteousness altar? Meng Rongrong asked again. Yes. Meng Ziqiu nodded. Headmaster, why did you agree at that time? Didn't you say? Lu Yi frowned. All right, Rongrong, you can go out. Meng Ziqiu suddenly interrupted. Father, is there anything that you can't let me know? Meng Rongrong asked with a strange expression. Go back. This is indeed something that I can't let you know. It's just the inheritance of the previous headmasters. Meng Ziqiu shook his head. Chapter 515. All right, Meng Rongrong left in confusion. After Meng Rongrong left, Louis looked at Meng Ziqiu. Headmaster, didn't you say that the secret of the Jiulu Academy is there? Could the Heavenly Maiden have purposely, for the sake of our Jiulu Academy secret? Louis frowned. Very likely. Meng Ziqiu nodded. Then why did you? Silently, did you know? Sima Yuntian envied me for being the headmaster, but I envied him as well. He could travel the world and visit all the academies. Meng Ziqiu smiled bitterly. Huh? He looked at Meng Ziqiu in confusion. After the Heavenly Bestowal Conference, I'll settle everything. I want to pass the headmaster position to you. Meng Ziqiu smiled. Huh? How can that be? Headmaster, it's not time for you to undergo the tribulation yet. He exclaimed. It's not that it's not time, but it's still far from it. I want to travel the world and take another step forward, so I can only leave the academy to you. Meng Ziqiu smiled. He frowned, but finally nodded. All right, I can also tell you the secret of the 100 Saints' morality altar. Meng Ziqiu said solemnly. Oh, although the Jiulu Academy is only a middle-level sect, there have been higher-level sects that have attacked us in history, but all of them returned empty-handed. Do you know why? Meng Ziqiu asked in a low voice. Because the Jiulu Academy is popular and supported by all the sects in the world. He said. Meng Ziqiu shook his head and smiled. No, that's only one reason. The main reason is the 100 Saints' morality altar. In fact, there's a world inside. There's a world inside? A pocket dimension? Lu Yi was surprised. Yes, a pocket dimension created by a wise man. It contains the true essence of the Julu Academy. I've only entered it once. Meng Ziqiu took a deep breath. Huh. Then why did the Heavenly Maiden stay there? Lu Yi frowned. It doesn't matter. There's someone in that pocket dimension. The Heavenly Maiden can't do much. Meng Ziqiu smiled. Someone? Meng Rongrong left the Great Deer Hall. After returning to his residence, he pondered for a moment. You won't tell me? Oomph. Then I'll go and take a look myself. Fairy? What kind of person could make Yin Chuan do such a thing? Meng Rongrong did not know why she had such thoughts, but she still got up and flew towards the 100 Saints' Righteousness Altar. 100 Saints' Righteousness Altar. The mountain pass was filled with white fog, and Fairy was the only one inside. The fairy held a glass disc in her hands. The glass disc emitted a faint white light, and there seemed to be small dragons swimming inside. If Yin Chuan were here, he would definitely recognize it. It was the disc under Miao's sky-burying coffin back in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Heavenly display board. However, at this moment, it was much smaller. The Holy Maiden chanted an incantation. Suddenly, 300 stars in the sky shone brightly, illuminating the entire Julu city. For a moment, countless cultivators in Julu city looked at the sky in shock. East Hall. Yin Chuan walked alone in the square. Calculating 10,000 years ago, Yin Chuan frowned as he pondered. 10,000 years? Then she's not Jinro, but why does she look so similar? There must be a reason. There must be. Yin Chuan pondered. As he pondered, Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky. In the sky, the natal star, the Emperor's star, shone brightly. Not only the Emperor's star, but nearly 300 other stars also shone brightly. The starlight illuminated the entire Julu city. It seemed to be very uniform, but as Yin Chuan's natal star, he could instantly analyze where the attraction was. 100 Saints' Righteousness Altar? Yin Chuan looked at the direction of the night sky. Chapter 516. The Heavenly Maiden held the heavenly compass in her hand and manipulated the power of the 300 stars. The starlight illuminated Julu city, and the citizens looked up at the sky in shock. However, the starlight came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the stars were no longer dazzling, leaving behind a city of confused people. 100 Saints' Righteousness Altar. Beneath Goddess Zhichen's feet, the Heavenly Maiden's heavenly compass emitted a dazzling white light. Vaguely, there seemed to be 300 stars revolving within the white light. Boom! The white light suddenly exploded, instantly filling the entire 100 Saints' Righteousness Altar. At the same time, it was as if there were 300 small stars revolving around him. Boom! 300 stars quickly gathered at one point. They gathered about 10 feet below Goddess Zhichen. Boom! 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 After the massive collision, the 300 stars gradually disappeared, and a white door appeared beneath Goddess Zhichen's feet. The door was quite blurry, and it was impossible to see what was inside. It was a door that had appeared out of nowhere. Found it. Fairy exhaled slightly. With a flip of her hand, she put away the heaven-projecting disc and walked in without hesitation. Outside the 100 Saints' Morality Altar, Yin Chuan carried the Jade Emperor Sword and ran over alone. Because it was late at night, the square was much quieter. However, there were still some people. In particular, there were 60 figures standing outside the 100 Saints' Righteousness Altar. Lu Zilu. Yin Chuan looked at the neat rows of 60 Confucian scholars in surprise. They were the initiators of the peak literary meet not long ago. The 60 people who had been defeated by Yifeng. Why were they here? I, Lu Zilu, lead a group of junior brothers to seek an audience with the Heavenly Maiden. Lu Zilu said humbly. However, the 100 Saints' Righteousness Altar was filled with white mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Furthermore, the Heavenly Maiden inside did not reply. I, Lu Zilu, lead a group of junior brothers to seek an audience with the Heavenly Maiden. Lu Zilu called out respectfully again. However, there was still no reply. Not far away, Yin Chuan saw a few familiar faces. Meng Rongrong and old Yin were among them. Yin Chuan strode over. What's going on? Didn't they say that the Holy Maiden's subordinates were guarding nearby? Where is he? Meng Rongrong asked. Eldest miss, I don't know either. They suddenly left. Old Yin smiled bitterly. What do you mean by suddenly leaving? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to do something. Old Yin smiled bitterly. They left the Heavenly Maiden alone and ran away? Meng Rongrong asked in surprise. Yes. Old Yin nodded with a bitter smile. At this time, Yin Chuan also walked over. Mr. Yin, why are you here too? Old Yin was puzzled. Mr. Yin? Meng Rongrong turned around and saw Yin Chuan. The moment she saw Yin Chuan, she revealed a shocked expression. Her face turned slightly red, and her heart thumped wildly. Umph. Meng Rongrong snorted coldly and ignored him. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong and smiled. He did not say anything. Instead, he asked Old Yin, Is the Holy Maiden still in the 100 Saints' righteousness altar? Of course. She's the only one who hasn't come out. Old Yin nodded. When Meng Rongrong heard that Yin Chuan came in the middle of the night and asked about the Holy Maiden, she immediately felt irritated and walked away from Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not seem to notice Meng Rongrong's abnormality. Instead, he pointed at 60 great scholars and asked, What's going on with this group of people? Them? I don't know. Maybe they're looking for the Holy Maiden for fortune-telling. Old Yin smiled. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at Lu Zilu and the others strangely. Chapter 518. Everyone found themselves on top of a hill. They were surrounded by mountains and rivers. This world was very strange. It was as if it had been separated from their feet. Half of it was extremely dark, while the other half was abnormally bright. It was as if one side was day and the other side was night. There was no sun or moon here. The white light of day was emitted by the Uranchi, while the night was shrouded by countless black miasma. Although the miasma was dense, some of the light still pierced through, allowing those who entered to see clearly. What kind of world is this? It's so strange. A great scholar exclaimed. My magic power? I don't have any magic power. Chun Ping exclaimed. As soon as Chun Ping shouted, the great scholars cast their spells in surprise. However, all of their spells disappeared. Senior brother, how can this be? Chun Ping looked at Lu Zilu in shock. It's not that the spells disappeared. This world is suppressing our magic power. It's not like we haven't experienced a small world like this before. Have you forgotten? Lu Zilu said. I remember now. I understand now. This is the area of the 100 Saints' righteousness altar. It must have been created by the ascended immortals. Great scholar Wang Long said. That's right. Lu Zilu nodded affirmatively. Yin Chuan didn't pay attention to the analysis of these great scholars. Instead, he started to investigate the surrounding underbrush. Soon, he found some broken grass. He took a deep breath and said, Miss Meng, come with me. After that, Yin Chuan walked in the direction of the broken grass. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Although her eyes were still stubborn, she still followed Yin Chuan. The great scholars of number 60 had been paying attention to the two of them. As the two of them walked in the direction of the miasma, the great scholars of number 60 stopped their discussion. Senior brother, where do we go now? Wang Long frowned. I'll take half of the people to the Oranchi domain. Wang Long, take the other half and follow Yin Chuan into the miasma domain. Lu Zilu said, Yes. Meng Rongrong soon caught up with Yin Chuan. Why did you go this way? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. Ever since he saw Meng Rongrong's naked body, Meng Rongrong's attitude had always been hostile. Now, she was finally willing to ask questions. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Look at the grass on the ground. Meng Rongrong's expression froze. She immediately discovered the abnormality. Is that grass broken? Meng Rongrong's expression changed. The grass is broken, which means that someone stepped on it. And the one who came in before us was probably the Holy Daughter. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. Hearing Yin Chuan's explanation, Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with admiration. However, Meng Rongrong's expression darkened when she thought of following the Heavenly Maiden. What's the matter? Yin Chuan asked. Everything in this small world belongs to the Julu Academy. As long as I'm here, no one can take it away. Meng Rongrong said coldly. Yin Chuan smiled and did not argue with Meng Rongrong. After all, there was no point in doing so. That group of people followed us. Yin Chuan looked at the 30 Confucian scholars behind them in surprise. A group of annoying people. Meng Rongrong looked behind and said coldly. Yin Chuan smiled. Following them might not be a bad thing. The group continued to walk deeper. The further they went, the more miasma there was. Fortunately, everyone had entered the chi state and could adjust their internal breathing for a period of time. The group walked for a day. After passing through several mountains, they entered a dense forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They could vaguely hear the sound of flowing water in the distance. Looking from afar, they saw a huge cliff shrouded in miasma. At the edge of the cliff, the Holy Daughter in white stood quietly in the wind, looking at the huge cliff in front of her. The sound of flowing water could be heard below the cliff. We finally caught up. Yin Chuan smiled. Chapter 519. At the cliff entrance of the world of light, Yin Chuan arrived in the blink of an eye and saw the Heavenly Maiden putting away a round wheel. Heavenly Disc. Yin Chuan immediately recognized it. It was the one he obtained from the Demon Wind mountain range. Did the Heavenly Maiden find this place because of the Heavenly Disc? Heavenly Maiden, why did you enter the forbidden area of the Julu Academy without informing us? Meng Rongrong immediately stepped forward and shouted. Yin Chuan surrounded her, as did Wang Long, Chun Ping, and the other Confucian scholars. But in the blink of an eye, everyone was attracted by the scene in front of them. Below the cliff was a rolling river, and on the opposite side was a similar cliff. In the air above the cliff, there were floating stones. They were connected to the opposite side of the cliff. Meng Rongrong blamed the Heavenly Maiden. The Heavenly Maiden sighed slightly and said, Sorry, I'm doing this for the common people. The common people? The Confucian scholars looked at the Heavenly Maiden in shock. What common people? Speak clearly. Meng Rongrong shouted. The Heavenly Maiden shook her head and stepped onto a floating stone. She stood steadily on it. Yin Chuan was worried. After all, the Heavenly Maiden was blind. How could she step on the floating stone so accurately? After all, the floating rocks were scattered all over the place. The fairy stepped on one of the floating rocks, and then another. Every step she took was a floating rock as she walked toward the other side. There must be something on the other side. Let's go, let's go. Chun Ping shouted excitedly. Chun Ping led the 3 Confucian scholars and quickly jumped onto a floating stone. Bang! Strangely, the floating stone was not fixed in the air. Instead, it fell with a loud bang. Ah! Save us! How could this be? The 3 Confucian scholars fell down the cliff. Junior brother. The Confucian scholars cried out in alarm. However, the 3 of them fell down along with the floating stone. Bang! 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 Save us! Senior brother. In the blink of an eye, they fell into the river below and were swept away by the huge waves. Junior brother. The Confucian scholars cried out in confusion. How could this be? Why is it that the Holy Maiden is fine after stepping on the floating island, but Chun Ping fell into the river the moment he stepped on it? Follow me, Yin Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. Pa! Yin Chuan jumped onto a floating rock. The floating rock beneath Yin Chuan's feet was also firmly fixed in the air. Huh! The group of Confucian scholars looked at him in astonishment. Why is Yin Chuan fine? Meng Rongrong followed behind Yin Chuan and stepped on the floating rock. Yin Chuan took the lead and stepped forward one by one. Some floating rocks can be stepped on, but some can't. Wang Long's expression changed. Immediately, Everyone followed Yin Chuan's footsteps and quickly stepped onto the floating rocks. How do you know this can be stepped on? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. I don't know. It's the Holy Maiden who knows. These are the floating rocks she stepped on. Yin Chuan shook his head. But how does the Holy Maiden know which ones can be stepped on and which ones can't? Meng Rongrong frowned. I'm not sure either. Perhaps the Holy Maiden has been here before. Impossible. Rumor has it that the Holy Maiden has only been in the world for 20 years. 20 years ago, she never left the archaic Arcanum sect, much less come to the Julu Academy. This is her first time here. Meng Rongrong immediately shook her head. Oh, Yin Chuan revealed a trace of surprise. She can quickly know which ones can be stepped on the first time. Rumble. Just as everyone was moving forward, the floating rocks suddenly shook. The floating rock beneath Yin Chuan's feet also shook violently. Chapter 520. What's going on? Why are the floating rocks moving? Why are they moving? Several Confucian scholars exclaimed. Bang! A floating rock with a Confucian scholar on it suddenly fell. It was fixed in the air just a moment ago, but now it suddenly fell? Senior brother, save me. Bang! Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Confucian scholar was washed away by the huge waves. The expressions of the Confucian scholars changed. Quick, go back, go back! Wang Long exclaimed. A Confucian scholar jumped onto the floating rock that he had just walked on. Bang! He fell again and was swept away by the huge waves. Not good. The bobbing of these floating rocks has become uncertain. Wang Long's expression changed drastically. The floating rock under Meng Rongrong's feet also shook. Yin Chuan looked into the distance. Even though the floating rocks were sinking, the fairy was still walking very smoothly. She had even reached the end of the floating rock. The fairy jumped onto the other side of the floating rock. Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong, and the group of Confucian scholars were left alone in the air. Yin Chuan, what should I do? I don't want to fall, Meng Rongrong said in a panic. Perhaps what she was afraid of would happen. The floating rock under Meng Rongrong's feet suddenly shook. Bang! Meng Rongrong fell off the cliff in fear. In this world, one's magic power was suppressed. Falling off the cliff might not kill one, but could not stop the fear in everyone's heart. Because the magic power that they were so proud of could not be used, they immediately lost their sense of security. Below them was a surging river. Who wouldn't be afraid? Meng Rongrong was the same. Fear filled her heart when the floating rock shook. Now that the floating rock finally fell, her fear reached its peak. She waved her hands in the air as if she was trying to grab a life-saving straw. But was there one now? Bang! A figure immediately hugged Meng Rongrong. While Meng Rongrong was frightened and helpless, Yin Chuan hugged Meng Rongrong. When Meng Rongrong fell, her eyes were filled with surprise. Yin Chuan hugged her. She jumped with him, being held in his arms. Meng Rongrong's fear seemed to be swept away in an instant. In her eyes, there was only Yin Chuan's frowning brows. Looking at that eyebrow, for some reason, Meng Rongrong's heart suddenly became extremely calm. Who? The two of them fell into the river below the cliff. At this moment, even though she had fallen, Meng Rongrong did not feel the slightest bit of fear in her heart. She only felt that it was a pity that she could no longer stop the fairy. Why? As they fell, Meng Rongrong asked softly. At that time, Yin Chuan was on the floating island and did not fall. Why did he jump over and fall with him? Shut up! Yin Chuan shouted at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong was stunned. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green vine shot out from Yin Chuan's left sleeve to the other side of the cliff. Bang! Like an extremely long whip, it instantly wrapped around a big tree on the opposite cliff. Whoosh! The long whip wrapped tightly and quickly shortened. She pulled Yin Chuan to the other side of the river. The scholars who fell everywhere looked at Yin Chuan pulling a long whip and flying to the other side. They were all very confused. Yin Chuan, you little brat. Bastard Yin Chuan. Why does he have a long whip? The scholars fell into the river one after another. They were all very depressed. Why do you have such a long whip? Meng Rongrong was surprised. Yin Chuan blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hold me tight. We're going to hit the wall." After all, the two of them fell for a distance. Although the long whip wrapped around the big tree and shortened, it still hit half of the cliff. Boom! The two of them crashed into the cliff and broke a lot of rocks. Fortunately, the two of them had strong bodies and didn't suffer any serious injuries. They were just a little closer to each other. Whoosh! The long whip slowly shortened and pulled the two of them to the opposite cliff. After putting away Poison Ivy's long whip, the two of them immediately separated. Meng Rongrong blushed. The previous awkwardness was quickly attracted by the sound of a group of scholars falling down the cliff not far away. The river swept up the group of scholars and washed them away in the blink of an eye. Meng Rongrong looked at the scholars with a complicated expression. There's no need to look. At their cultivation level, even if their magic is suppressed, their bodies can definitely withstand the collision of the river. They won't die. Yin Chuan shook his head. Then, Yin Chuan walked out of the depths and chased after the fairy. What exactly was inside? The fairy actually wanted to barge in, even at the risk of offending the Jiulu Academy? Yin Chuan felt a strong sense of curiosity. Meng Rongrong looked at the scholars who were being swept away by the river and immediately chased after Yin Chuan. They walked into the forest. This place was too strange. It was said to be an array formation that blocked people, but there was a way out. It was even more impossible to say that it was formed naturally. This world was created by people, so it was obviously man-made. Why would they create such floating stones? The fairy couldn't see, so she walked very slowly. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong soon caught up. They chased into a forest. Chirp, 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 chirp. Countless sparrows chirped. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong saw that the fairy was standing at the periphery of a spacious area. There were thousands of black sparrows flying in the spacious area. The sparrow flew in the empty space, and the empty space extended out in an arc. It was like a circle of empty space, enveloping the interior of the space. I remember now. The cliff from before seemed to have an arc as well. The river under the cliff might be a circular spacious area. Now, it's a circular spacious area? Meng Rongrong said, in surprise with a frown. Are they poisonous sparrows? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Poisonous sparrows? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. These aren't real sparrows. They are poisonous sparrows formed by the dense miasma. They're controlled by someone using a formation and are flying randomly in a certain area. You can't touch them. These poisonous sparrows are extremely corrosive. Even Emptiness Realm experts will be turned into mush upon touching them. Even stones will be corroded upon contact, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Poisonous sparrows? Have you seen them before? Meng Rongrong said with a frown. I have, but I only saw it once. It was a forest filled with extremely dense miasma. After nearly 1,000 years, a poisonous sparrow was formed. When the poisonous sparrow was born, it instantly corroded an Emptiness Realm expert and his Dharma treasures and weapons, causing them to rot together with him. There was only one back then, but there are millions of them here, Yin Chuan said in surprise. Looking at the densely packed poisonous sparrows, Yin Chuan's heart was in a state of shock. No wonder half of this world was miasma. The millions of poisonous sparrows explained everything. Fortunately, these poisonous sparrows flew randomly in a fixed area because of the array formation. Otherwise, if they swarmed over, even if he had the memories of his previous life, he would still be finished. While Yin Chuan was marveling at the countless poisonous sparrows, the fairy stepped into the spacious area not far away. No! Yin Chuan shouted in surprise. However, it was too late. The fairy had already stepped into the area where the poisonous sparrows were. Chapter 521. World of Radiance. Millions of poisonous sparrows surrounded a circular area. The heavenly maiden stepped forward and headed inside. "No!" Yin Chuan exclaimed. But it was too late. The fairy had already stepped into the area where the poisonous sparrows were. Chirp, 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 chirp. Thousands of poisonous sparrows flew rapidly from all directions, all of them crashing towards the holy maiden. The fairy paused slightly, and dozens of poisonous sparrows brushed past her. She continued forward, and dozens of poisonous sparrows brushed past her again. She paused again, and dozens of poisonous sparrows brushed past her again. "How is this possible?" Meng Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. As if rehearsed, the poisonous sparrows brushed past her one after another, but none of them touched the fairy. "Is it a coincidence?" "It's not a coincidence. It can't be a coincidence." Yin Chuan's eyes widened. "So the fairy is affecting the flying of the poisonous sparrows?" "No. The flying of the poisonous sparrows has never deviated. There are no rules. It's just that she keeps stopping and avoiding the poisonous sparrows." Yin Chuan frowned. "Avoiding? These poisonous sparrows fly without any rules. How can they be avoided? There are millions of poisonous sparrows," Meng Rongrong said in disbelief. "Unless," Yin Chuan frowned deeply, "unless the fairy has the ability to foresee the future." Meng Rongrong followed Yin Chuan's words. "Foresee the future?" Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Right, foresee the future. If she really has this ability, it can explain why she stepped on the floating stone earlier. She can foresee the effect of the floating stone. Now, she can foresee the flying trajectory of the poisonous sparrows. That's why she can strangely avoid the poisonous sparrows every time." Meng Rongrong's eyes widened. "Impossible, impossible. The future is unpredictable. Even immortals can't foresee it because the future doesn't exist. Only what is experienced is real. How can a future that doesn't exist be foreseen?" Yin Chuan shook his head. "The heavenly maiden cultivates luck," Meng Rongrong said. Yin Chuan shook his head resolutely. "It's impossible to cultivate luck. At most, I can calculate the past and the present. I can only calculate the things that exist or have existed in the past. How can I predict the future?" "Then why don't you explain why the heavenly maiden was able to avoid thousands of poisonous sparrows?" Meng Rongrong said angrily. "I don't know." Yin Chuan was at a loss. "Who?" Soon, Fairy had passed through the poisoned sparrow domain and arrived on the other side. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with anxiety as he watched the holy maiden enter the depths. "Move aside, let me do it." Meng Rongrong suddenly untied the zither on her back. Yin Chuan nodded and slowly stepped aside. Ding, 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 ding. The zither string moved, and a sound wave rushed out. The flying venomous sparrow suddenly stopped. "Is it really working?" Meng Rongrong's face lit up. Ding, 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 ding. Meng Rongrong strummed the zither, and beautiful music started to play. As soon as the music started, the venomous sparrow domain seemed to be intoxicated by the sound wave. Their originally irregular flight became regular in the blink of an eye. Under the music, the venomous sparrow domain soared into the sky and quickly circled in the sky. In an instant, a venomous sparrow domain appeared below. "Amazing!" Yin Chuan praised. Meng Rongrong smiled, and a trace of pride flashed across her eyes. Meng Rongrong strummed the zither string and quickly walked towards the interior. Yin Chuan also walked towards the interior. Soon, the two also passed through the venomous sparrow domain. The music stopped. Bam! G, 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 G. Countless venomous sparrow domain resumed their original irregular behavior and formed a wall of venomous sparrows. Chapter 5:22. Miss Ming's zither skills are the best I've ever seen. It's hard to find a match for you in this world. Yin Chuan exclaimed. My zither skills? It's still too early to say. As far as I know, there are at least 2 people who are better than me. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Oh, Yin Chuan said in surprise. As the two chatted, they chased after the fairy. Soon, the two discovered something extremely unusual. The ground is black, And so are the trees? Why are they all black? Meng Rongrong said in surprise. We're about to reach the source of the miasma. The ground and trees have all been dyed black by the miasma. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meng Rongrong nodded. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong had caught up to the fairy. You two actually followed me? The fairy was surprised. I thought you couldn't see. How did you arrive here so accurately? Yin Chuan frowned. I'm blind, but my mind's eye is open. My mind's eye can see my surroundings, but it's a pity that my mind's eye can only see black and white. I can't see a colorful world like you. The fairy smiled bitterly as she walked. Fairy, what are you looking for? Meng Rongrong frowned. Don't you know this place? The fairy asked curiously. What do you mean? Meng Rongrong frowned. In our world, there are actually some seals. No one knows when they came from, only that they existed a long time ago. Some can even be traced back to ancient times. I remember that there should be a seal in the Demon Wind mountain range. It was later placed by immortal Master Damiao. The fairy took a deep breath. Myriad Wonders, Demonic Lotus? I've experienced that battle before. Yin Chuan exclaimed. The Myriad Wonders, Demonic Lotus was that battle. Yin Chuan met Mou Shi and Mr. Monroe and obtained the Jade Emperor's Sword. 10,000 Wonders, Demonic Lotus? Indeed, it is an ancient item that Master Damiao accidentally obtained. It is incomparably evil. Perhaps Master Damiao learned about the reason for the ancient Great Calamity from the Myriad Wonders Demonic Lotus. So he set up a feng shui formation to seal the Myriad Wonders Demonic Lotus. The Holy Maiden recalled. The Great Ancient Calamity. Yin Chuan asked curiously. The Great Ancient Calamity, that was a great calamity, right? After that calamity, the heavenly Tao collapsed. The high heavens already died. The Holy Maiden sighed lightly. The collapse of the heavenly Tao. Heaven is dead? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Not only Yin Chuan, but Meng Rongrong was also at a loss. That's right. Our Celestial Arcanum sect has actually been deducing the events of ancient times. However, when we deduced all the way up to that great calamity, we were unable to deduce any further. Therefore, we're looking for things from before the great calamity, hoping to restore that portion of history. The Heavenly Maiden shook her head. History from before the great calamity. Meng Rongrong asked in surprise. Over the years, generations of wise men of the Celestial Arcanum sect have been deducing, but nothing has been found. We only know that Goddess Jichen, whom the world worships, was a figure from before the great calamity. She didn't create all life, but saved all life. In that great calamity, she sacrificed herself to save all life. Unfortunately, after that, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the high heavens already died. The Holy Maiden sighed lightly. What does that have to do with coming here? Meng Rongrong frowned. 50,000 years ago, an ancient seal was found here at the Julu Academy. It was an ancient item. The founder of the Julu Academy, Invincible East, was about to ascend, so he created the world of light here and let his descendants guard it. The Holy Maiden said solemnly. Invincible East? Yin Chuan frowned. Chapter 523. Dongfang Bubi, the most powerful person in the world 50,000 years ago. When he established the Julu Academy, he instructed all sects, sacred grounds, and academies to abide by one rule. No sealed, evil item in this world can be brought into the immortal world. Anyone who violates this rule will be punished by the world. Even if he ascends, he will be hunted down by the immortal world. The Heavenly Maiden took a deep breath and said, So domineering? Meng Rongrong said in surprise. You want to steal the ancient item here? Yin Chuan said with a frown. It's not stealing. It's an agreement between my Archaic Mysteries sect and the Julu Academy's third-generation dean. They set up barriers in this world, similar to the floating rock and poisonous sparrow from before. As long as someone from my Archaic Mysteries sect can take it away, my Archaic Mysteries sect will take care of it. the heavenly maiden said solemnly. As she said that, the three of them unconsciously stopped, because the three of them had already seen the so-called ancient item. In front of them was a black pool. The pool was filled with incomparable evil energy. It was as if the pool was formed by miasma and evil energy. Above the pool of water was a black rose. The rose emitted an extremely evil energy. It was as if the rose had dyed the pool below black. It was as if the rose had dyed half of the radiant world black. And above the rose was a glazed pagoda. The glazed pagoda was holding the black rose. Even with the glazed pagoda, the black rose still emitted a dense, evil energy, continuously polluting the earth. This evil energy, why does it feel a bit like the 10,000 Wonders demon lotus? Yin Chuan frowned. Buzz! The Jade Emperor sword on Yin Chuan's back suddenly trembled, as if it was excited. Yin Chuan frowned and steadied the Jade Emperor sword. I finally found it. The heavenly maiden sighed. That black rose? Yin Chuan asked. Both. The glazed pagoda and that rose are ancient items. With this item, it will be easier to deduce ancient matters. The heavenly maiden took a deep breath and said, No, this belongs to the Julu Academy. You can't take it unless my father comes. Meng Rongrong immediately blocked the holy maiden. This is something that Julu Academy's third-generation headmaster personally promised. Since I'm able to come here, I can take it. The holy maiden shook her head. No, how do I know you're telling the truth? As long as I'm here, don't even think about it. Meng Rongrong said coldly. With a wave of her hand, she placed the zither in front of her. If the heavenly maiden dared to move, she would attack. Although there was no mana here, Meng Rongrong's zither skills had not diminished. Naturally, she could produce sound techniques. Oh, the holy maiden's figure suddenly flickered. She instantly appeared behind Meng Rongrong and pointed her finger. Pa! Meng Rongrong suddenly stiffened. How is that possible? You weren't suppressed by the radiant world? How do you have mana? Meng Rongrong was unable to move. I didn't say that I was suppressed. The holy maiden laughed. Why? Why aren't you suppressed? Meng Rongrong exclaimed. Meng Rongrong was instantly restrained by the holy maiden, unable to move. I have my ways. The holy maiden shook her head and did not explain. With that, the holy maiden looked at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan, what about you? Do you want to stop me too? Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan looked deeply at the holy maiden. This woman looked exactly like his wife in his previous life. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, I want to ask you a question. Oh, holy maiden, how old are you this year? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Me? 23 years old. The holy maiden said solemnly. 23? Didn't you start traveling around the world 20 years ago? 3 years old? Meng Rongrong, who was unable to move, exclaimed. 3 years old? Indeed, but at that time, I had already unlocked the wisdom of my previous life. So age is not important to me. The holy maiden shook her head. 23 years old? 23 years old? Yin Chuan suddenly felt a strong sense of hope. Because Zhenrou's death was 23 years ago, she should have died around that time. Zhenrou is dead? The holy maiden was born? Yin Chuan, are you going to stop me? The holy maiden asked again. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, No, I'll help you. Yin Chuan, you bastard. Meng Rongrong Jiahu said. Chapter 524. Yin Chuan, you want to stop me? The heavenly maiden asked again. No, I'll help you. Yin Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Yin Chuan, you bastard. Meng Rongrong Jiahu said. Yin Chuan had mixed feelings about the heavenly maiden. In fact, Yin Chuan had already guessed that the heavenly maiden was not Zhenrou. However, there was always a glimmer of hope because there were too many coincidences. For Zhenrou, Yin Chuan did not want to give up even though he knew that there was a dead end ahead. You'll help me? No need. The heavenly maiden shook her head. With that, the heavenly maiden walked to the side of the black pool. With a wave of her hand, A ribbon flew out of her sleeve and wrapped around the glazed pagoda. "No!" Yin Chuan immediately shouted. The heavenly maiden frowned and turned back. The glazed pagoda is aimed at the black rose. Once the pagoda is taken away, the black rose will instantly release the evil aura that corrodes us. It will be even more powerful than the poisonous sparrow. We cannot take it away. We have to deal with the black rose first. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The heavenly maiden nodded. The ribbon loosened and shot toward the black rose, as if she wanted to subdue it first. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The end of the ribbon was suddenly corroded clean. What's wrong? The heavenly maiden raised her brows. The half-corroded ribbon fell into the black pool below. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black water instantly corroded the ribbon again. What a heavy, evil aura, the heavenly maiden exclaimed. With that, the heavenly maiden took out a purple jade box. The jade box released a faint light and moved toward the black rose. Sizzle. The jade box instantly corroded again. How is that possible? The purple jade box is a Tier 9 Dharma treasure. It's only one step away from an immortal artifact. The heavenly maiden exclaimed. Buzz! The jade emperor sword on Yin Chuan's back trembled violently, as if it was excited about something. Yin Chuan frowned and took out the jade emperor sword. Let me try. Yin Chuan stepped forward. You, fairy revealed a look of disbelief. Yin Chuan walked forward, mostly because of the jade emperor's sword's thoughts. The jade emperor's sword was excited? Yin Chuan had experienced this kind of excitement before. In the past, when he killed people and sucked their blood, he was excited. However, it was not as intense as now. Could it be that the Jade Emperor's sword could also absorb this evil aura? He probingly inserted the Jade Emperor's sword into the side of the pool. Gulyalu. The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly made a sound like it was drinking water. Rumble. A large amount of evil aura suddenly gathered towards the Jade Emperor's sword. The evil aura grew denser and denser. The surroundings of the Jade Emperor's sword instantly turned pitch black. Eh! Fairy exclaimed in surprise. Yin Chuan was even more surprised. The Jade Emperor's sword was already evil enough. Was it not enough? Gulyalu. The water in the small pool churned and flowed towards the shore, towards the Jade Emperor's sword. The Jade Emperor's sword instantly turned pitch black. Its entire body glowed with a dark light. What kind of sword is that? Fairy exclaimed. Not only Fairy, but Meng Rongrong also looked at Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword in surprise. Jade Emperor? Yin Chuan frowned. The Jade Emperor's sword did not need him to activate it. It absorbed the water on its own as if it was a rare tonic. Gulyalu, Gulyalu. More and more black water in the small pool gathered towards the Jade Emperor's sword. After half an hour, the black pool dried up. All the black water was absorbed by the Jade Emperor's sword. The Jade Emperor's sword was surrounded by black aura, making it impossible for anyone to get close. This was not the end. The black aura connected to the black rose in mid-air, as if it was extracting the evil aura of the black rose. Buzz! Chapter 5:25. The black rose let out a rumbling sound, as if it was trying to stop the black gas from leaking out. At this moment, the glazed pagoda suddenly emitted a dazzling rainbow light that shot towards the black rose. In an instant, the black rose was suppressed by the pagoda and struggled bitterly. On the other side, the Jade Emperor's sword was violently absorbing the nourishing energy. Rumble! The black rose's evil energy was flowing towards the Jade Emperor's sword. The Jade Emperor's sword slowly emitted a faint black sword energy. Your sword has a sword spirit? The heavenly lady was shocked. It's not fully cultivated. It's only in its embryonic form. It should be a type of instinct. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yin Chuan also looked at the Jade Emperor's sword in shock. Yin Chuan was sure that the Jade Emperor's sword spirit was rapidly improving and condensing. Rumble! The black gas surged towards the black rose, causing it to tremble. As if it couldn't take it anymore, The glazed pagoda emitted an even brighter light that shot towards the black rose. Gradually, a petal of the black rose suddenly fell. It was as if the black rose was withering. The falling petal turned into a black gas in the air and was absorbed by the Jade Emperor's sword again. Your sword extracted the evil aura of the black rose and extracted its essence. It seems so. Yinchuan nodded seriously. The Jade Emperor's sword was trembling violently. It was emitting a joyful sound. Sword spirit? Is it really going to complete the sword spirit? Yinchuan was shocked. Yinchuan's eyes flashed with anticipation and worry. He was anticipating that the sword spirit was about to be completed. It took him thousands of years to cultivate the sword spirit in his previous life. In this life, it only took him a few years. He was worried that the sword spirit wasn't cultivated by him. He had to quickly subdue it. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor's sword would no longer recognize him as its master. Whoosh! The black rose continued to wither as the Jade Emperor's sword absorbed the evil energy. Iron Jade essence? But why can it contain the evil energy? The Heavenly Lady was confused. My sword is no longer pure Iron Jade essence. It mutated after being tainted by the evil energy of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. It seems that the Black Rose and the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus are of the same origin. Yinchuan frowned. Whoosh! 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 The petals withered, and the Black Rose became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it was absorbed by the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom! The glazed pagoda. The Heavenly Lady reached out her hand to. The pagoda emitted a dazzling light. Rise! The Heavenly Maiden shouted. Rumble! The pagoda was lifted up by the Holy Maiden, and the ground around it began to shake strangely. Mountains to the ground to break. It was to be a strong earthquake. Young Master Yin, Miss Meng, will meet again. The Holy Maiden carried the pagoda and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. The pagoda, it too, Chi-Chi too, to it radiant world, great morality area. As Lu Zilu and the others entered deeper into the palace, they gradually saw a large number of palaces. Everyone rushed over excitedly and entered a large hall. So many books, a Confucian exclaimed. The Confucian scholars took out different books and started reading. Are these books from 30,000 years ago? 30,000 years ago, a Confucian scholar said excitedly. What a dense, righteous energy. If I meditate here, my cultivation will definitely increase tenfold with this scripture. Chapter 5:26. The Confucian scholars looked on excitedly. In the depths of the palaces, the door to a large hall with the words Hall of Light on it suddenly opened. A skinny old man stepped out. He was dressed in white and had a diamond-shaped mark in between his eyebrows. His expression was cold, and his eyes were deep like a deep pool. The old man glanced at the palace where Lu Zilu and the rest were, then turned to look at the miasma area in the distance. The miasma is decreasing? The demonic rose has been taken by someone? Who? The old man's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a colorful light shot into the sky. The colorful light was extremely dazzling, and wherever it passed, the miasma would be purified. A lady was flying quickly with a pagoda. That bastard Meng Ziqiu. How dare he let so many people sneak into the world of light and steal our treasure? The old man stared. As the old man stared, the Heavenly Maiden in the distance held the pagoda in one hand and the heavenly disc in the other. Star power! The Heavenly Maiden shouted. Boom! The heavenly disc emitted a white light. In the sky of Jilu City outside the world of light, the 300 stars that had dimmed suddenly became dazzling again. Whoosh! Endless light shot down from the starry sky, causing the citizens of Jilu City to be shocked. Similarly, it came quickly and left even faster. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling stars disappeared. Outside the 100 Saints' Righteousness altar, a group of Confucian scholars stood guard, not allowing anyone to enter. The 100 Saints' Righteousness altar was empty. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the statue of goddess Ji Chun, 10 expressionless men walked out. There was also a huge green phoenix carriage. They were the subordinates of the Heavenly Maiden. They had not left Julu City and had been hiding here. They were waiting for the Heavenly Maiden's signal. The 10 expressionless men formed a circle and attacked the entrance of the world of light at the same time. Hong! A loud sound echoed throughout the entire Julu City. In an instant, the entrance of the world of light opened again. What's that sound? The Confucian scholars exclaimed outside. Quick, inform the dean. Someone shouted. A few Confucian scholars rushed into the 100 Saints' righteousness altar. Bastard! Who are you people? The Confucian scholars shouted. However, the Heavenly Maiden's subordinates did not care. Rumble! A huge glazed pagoda emerged from the entrance. Fairy rushed out with the pagoda in her hand. Let's go! Heavenly Maiden jumped onto the carriage and shouted. The figures of the 10 wooden men suddenly swayed and turned into 10 huge blue wands. 12 blue wands bit the ropes of the huge chariot and immediately soared into the sky. Ooh! With a terrifying speed, he instantly turned into a green stream of light and shot far away. Where do you think you're going? At the entrance, another white light soared into the sky. The old man with the diamond-shaped mark between his eyebrows chased after them. His speed was so fast that it shocked the group of great scholars. Who is this person? Someone asked in shock. In the light world, black gas surrounded the Jade Emperor's sword. Yin Chuan's eyes turned solemn. He had to suppress the sword spirit before it was fully formed. Although the black sword chi was wreaking havoc, Yin Chuan still resolutely walked over. He reached out and grabbed the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword emitted a dazzling black light, as if it was fiercely repelling Yin Chuan. Evil creature, how dare you? Yin Chuan glared. Boom! Yin Chuan's aura suddenly became stronger. The Jade Emperor's sword's evil aura wreaked havoc and fiercely attacked Yin Chuan, trying to push Yin Chuan away. Roar! Yin Chuan's face instantly turned ferocious. The True Dragon's Will was released and clashed with the Jade Emperor's sword's evil aura. However, the evil aura was too fierce. It was so fierce that even with Yin Chuan's will from his previous life, he could not suppress it. It was as if he would not be able to resist it very soon. The powerful evil aura even wanted to corrode Yin Chuan's body. Chapter 5:27. Yin Chuan, how are you? Meng Rongrong couldn't move, but she was still worried. Yin Chuan's current appearance was a little scary. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. Waves of tyrannical aura surged out, but the Jade Emperor's sword's evil aura was too dense. Gaga. It was as if hundreds of black demonic heads had appeared in an instant, resisting Yin Chuan's aura. Yin Chuan's hands had already turned pitch black. Moreover, this black color was spreading to his entire body. Bastard, if it wasn't for the fact that I lost everything from my previous life, I would only need one seal to kill you. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anger. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan? Meng Rongrong said anxiously. At this moment, Yin Chuan naturally didn't have the time to care about Meng Rongrong. Holding the Jade Emperor's sword, his eyes suddenly turned slightly red. Thump! 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 Yin Chuan's heart suddenly started beating faster and faster. Yin Chuan's hair also slowly turned red and slowly grew longer. Ah! Meng Rongrong cried out in surprise. Yin Chuan's entire body was emitting bloody light. The bloody light outside his body seemed to be fighting against the evil aura. Super Theurgy, suppress the evil aura for me. Yin Chuan roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Yin Chuan's aura rose rapidly, but it was still not enough. The evil aura was too strong. Looking up at the sky, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of depression. Small world, with my current strength, I still can't forcefully use the power of the stars in a place without stars. Yin Xuan's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He used his super divine ability. His hair turned blood red, and his strength skyrocketed. Even with the will of the Emperor, he was still unable to suppress the evil energy. Yin Xuan's forearm had already turned completely black. The evil energy was continuously corroding his body. Are you going to give up the Jade Emperor's sword? No, the Jade Emperor's sword is mine. As long as I don't die, you will forever serve me. Yin Xuan roared. With a loud roar, the violent aura once again rushed into the Jade Emperor's sword. Rumble. The two powerful forces collided with each other, and the surrounding air shook as if a hurricane had blown past. Boom! Yin Xuan's arm emitted a series of loud bangs. The blood mist and black gas mixed together, making the inside of the Yin Xuan look incomparably evil. Yin Xuan? How are you? Meng Rongrong asked anxiously. Ka. In the collision, cracks seemed to have appeared on Yin Xuan's skin. The powerful force collided, and Yin Xuan's Qi realm body seemed to be unable to withstand it. Go back, roar! Yin Xuan's cracked skin suddenly spewed out a large amount of blood. His originally long hair suddenly grew again, and in the blink of an eye, it grew from his back all the way to his waist. Boom! On the ground, a huge blood lake suddenly rushed out from under Yin Xuan's feet. It appeared out of nowhere, as if Yin Xuan had created the blood lake with his steps. No, it should be a blood sea. However, at this moment, it was limited by Yin Xuan's cultivation, and the blood sea was too small. Even though the blood sea was too small, it instantly filled the entire valley. The blood sea swept up a huge wave that was 10 feet high, but it didn't continue to extend outwards. Once the blood sea appeared, it rumbled and absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi from all directions. In the blood sea, Yin Xuan was no longer surrounded by blood mist. Instead, blood waves surrounded Yin Xuan, making him look like a sea demon. I'm here, go back into the sword. Yin Xuan roared. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 528. A large amount of black gas was forcefully pushed back, and the black gas on Yin Xuan's arm was slowly shrinking. On the other side, Meng Rongrong, who was submerged in the blood sea with only her head exposed, was shocked. This is... What's going on? Blood sea? Meng Rongrong was shocked. Yin Xuan's eyes were blood red as he turned to look at Meng Rongrong, his eyes filled with madness. Suppressing the evil energy, Yin Xuan took a deep breath. Super Theurgy, second form? Blood Sea Realm? What a great feeling! Yin Xuan said with excitement. As the evil energy was being suppressed, Yin Xuan was also able to feel the second form of the Bloodline Theurgy, the Blood Sea Realm, a sea of energy for him to use. Rumble! All the black gas was pushed back into the Jade Emperor's sword. Phew! Yin Xuan laughed excitedly with a sense of unbridled arrogance. Just like before, the Jade Emperor's sword once again sent a portion of its energy into Yin Xuan's body. Different from before, this time it asked for Yin Xuan's permission. Under normal circumstances, Yin Xuan would have to think about it calmly. But now, with the second form of the Super Theurgy, Yin Xuan's body was filled with excitement. Power? Come! Phew! Waves of evil energy rushed into Yin Xuan's body. Boom! Yin Xuan's body made a loud sound. Third level of the Qi realm. Yin Xuan said excitedly. The powerful energy continued to rush into Yin Xuan's body, and Yin Xuan enjoyed it. Gradually, Yin Xuan's face turned red. Phew! Yin Xuan's breathing became rapid. What's going on? My blood qi? Super Yin Xuan looked at the Jade Emperor's sword in shock. Rose? Roses? Was it the black rose he had absorbed earlier? The essence of roses has an aphrodisiac effect. Black rose was even worse. What an overbearing effect. Not good. Super Yin Xuan's expression changed. Even now, you still want to resist? Die roar. With the heat of his boiling blood, Yin Xuan roared again. A powerful force rushed towards the Jade Emperor's sword. The Jade Emperor's sword had wanted to put up a final resistance, But at that moment, Yin Chuan's power was too overbearing. With the addition of the heat, it pressed down on the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom! The Jade King sword let out a loud boom. The resistance that was about to give birth to a sword spirit was completely destroyed by Yin Chuan's power. The surrounding black chi suddenly retracted into the Jade Emperor's sword. It did not dare to resist anymore. Yin Chuan had won. He had completely subdued the Jade Emperor's sword. However, the aphrodisiac essence of the black rose was all poured into Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's body became hotter and hotter. His eyes were bloodshot and his thoughts were in a mess. It was as if he was lost in his desire. With nowhere to vent his desire, Yin Chuan fell into a frenzy. Ah! Yin Chuan roared in agitation. Yin Chuan, are you okay? A voice suddenly came from the sea of blood. This voice was like an outlet for him to vent his anger. The lost Yin Chuan suddenly turned his head. His eyes were filled with strong desire. Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Meng Rongrong suddenly felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Yin Chuan rushed over and hugged Meng Rongrong. No! However, Yin Chuan had already lost his mind. He reached out and tore off their clothes. His blood-red hair wrapped around the two of them. His most primitive instinct was activated. As Meng Rongrong resisted, Yin Chuan's actions became more and more violent. Meng Rongrong's most beautiful dream was completely destroyed by Yin Chuan, who had lost his mind. Chapter 529. Yin Chuan, I hate you. Meng Rongrong cried out with tears in her eyes. But soon, she was immersed in Yin Chuan's violent charge. The heavenly lady rushed out of the radiant world, carried the pagoda, and boarded the green phoenix carriage. The 12 green phoenixes pulled the carriage at an astonishing speed. They rushed out of Julu City in an instant and continued to fly into the distance. But the person behind was even faster. The two of them chased, and neither of them was willing to stop. After 2 hours, they finally caught up. The white-robed elder appeared in front of the green phoenix carriage. Ing! 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 The 12 green phoenixes cried out and stopped. The heavenly lady carried the pagoda and stood in front of the carriage. Rumble! In the sky, rolling black clouds suddenly appeared, as though they were targeting the white-robed elder. If not for you, I would have caught up with this girl. The white-robed elder shouted at the black clouds in the sky. The diamond-shaped mark between the elder's eyebrows suddenly emitted a white light that enveloped him. Instantly, the thunderclouds in the sky became much smaller, but they still floated above the white-robed elder's head. Little girl, how dare you? The white-robed elder said coldly. The heavenly lady did not panic. Instead, she stood in front of the carriage and said calmly, the current heavenly lady of the Celestial Arcanum sect greets Senior. Celestial Arcanum sect? The white-robed elder frowned. May I ask who Senior is? The heavenly lady asked solemnly. I am Meng Ling Tian. The white-robed elder said. Meng Ling Tian? You are. The heavenly lady was surprised. That's right, you are right. Hand over the demonic rose and the glazed pagoda. For the sake of the Celestial Arcanum sect, I can let bygones be bygones. The white-robed elder, Meng Ling Tian, said in a deep voice. Let bygones be bygones. Senior, you have misunderstood. What I want is not to let bygones be bygones, but the promise of the Julu Academy. Since you are Meng Ling Tian, I don't have to waste my breath. You also know about the promise. Since I have already obtained it, does the Julu Academy want to go back on its words? The heavenly lady said in a deep voice. Meng Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Senior Meng, your Julu Academy has a strong foundation, but my archaic arcanum sect isn't just an empty shell. If the Julu Academy has someone like you, how could my archaic arcanum sect not have one? This was the agreement from back then. Could it be that you want to go back on your word? If you go back on your words, I guarantee that the archaic arcanum sect will come immediately, shouted the holy maiden. Ha ha! Little girl, are you trying to scare me? You're still too inexperienced. Come on, my Julu Academy has never been afraid of anyone, Meng Ling Tian said disdainfully. Senior Meng, Is the Julu Academy really going back on its word? The Holy Maiden asked in a deep voice. Meng Lingtian's face darkened. This item will only be safeguarded by my Celestial Arcanum sect. My Celestial Arcanum sect will set up obstacles. In the future, if anyone from the Julu Academy has the ability, they can go to the Celestial Arcanum sect to retrieve it. How about it? Said the Heavenly Maiden. Rumble. The dark clouds above Meng Lingtian's head continued to rumble, as if they would strike down at any moment. Looking at the dark clouds above his head, Meng Lingtian's face darkened. Senior Meng, let's leave the matters of the younger generation to the juniors. Back then, the third-generation headmaster of the Julu Academy made an agreement with my sect. No matter what, Senior, don't worry. We won't violate the rules set down by Invincible East back then, Fairy said solemnly. Looking at the Holy Maiden, Meng Lingtian revealed a strange smile. Ha 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 ha. A junior from the Celestial Arcanum sect? All right, I won't interfere. However, you must take good care of these two items. I will select a Julu Academy disciple to personally teach them. When the time comes, I will come to the Archaic Arcanum sect to retrieve the treasures. Meng Lingtian shouted. Thank you, Senior Meng, for granting my wish. The Holy Maiden will definitely not forget. The Holy Maiden smiled. Let's go. Meng Lingtian flicked his sleeve. Let's go. Fairy shouted. Hum, hum. Qingwan pulled Fairy and shot far away in an instant. Meng Lingtian's expression was gloomy as he watched the Holy Maiden leave. He then looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. After leaving the radiant world, wherever I go, you chase after me. How annoying. Meng Lingtian shouted at the dark clouds in annoyance. Rumble. The dark clouds rumbled. It was as if they were warning Meng Lingtian. I know. Go back. I'll go back to the radiant world. Okay? You're the boss. Meng Lingtian was annoyed and speechless. Chapter 530. The World of Light. Yin Chuan, who had lost himself, gradually regained his senses after the rain stopped and his lust dissipated. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, his blood-red hair slowly turned black, and his heartbeat slowed down. Everything returned to normal. The blood sea around him receded. Yin Chuan's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Qi realm, 2 levels in a row. But Yin Chuan didn't care about his cultivation at this moment, because there was a bigger problem in front of him. He was completely naked, and there was a naked woman underneath him. It was Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong seemed to have fallen asleep, but the dried tears at the corner of her eyes told him everything that had happened. What? Yin Chuan looked at himself and Meng Rongrong in shock. Suddenly, everything that had happened before flashed through his mind. Thinking about everything that had happened, Yin Chuan's face showed a trace of bitterness. At the same time, he looked down at Meng Rongrong with a trace of guilt in his eyes. He gently got up and carefully pulled himself out of Meng Rongrong's body. Maybe it was a little too big of a movement, or maybe it was because Meng Rongrong's wounds hadn't healed. But Meng Rongrong suddenly felt a pain in her sleep and frowned as she opened her eyes. Suddenly, the two were face to face. Meng Rongrong had just woken up, and her mind was still in a mess. Yin Chuan quickly got up. Ah! Meng Rongrong suddenly reacted and let out a long scream. But soon, Meng Rongrong stopped screaming and curled up, sobbing softly. Yin Chuan looked around for clothes, but there was only a pile of tattered clothes on the floor. There wasn't a single complete piece of cloth. Looking at the sobbing Meng Rongrong, Yin Chuan sighed and said, Miss Meng, what's done is done. Come back with me. Meng Rongrong gently raised her head and looked at Yin Chuan, slightly confused. Go back. Yes, soon I will go back and establish a country. Come back with me and be my empress. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, I don't want to, you bastard. I hate you. I hate you. Meng Rongrong suddenly cried again. Yin Chuan frowned, not knowing what to do. After all, he was the one who had gone crazy. While Yin Chuan was thinking about how to comfort Meng Rongrong, suddenly, a round wheel appeared on the ground in front of Yin Chuan, emitting a large amount of white light. It was as if a small altar had appeared out of thin air. Wong, a white light flashed, and a kitten suddenly appeared on the small altar. Meow. Big pervert, you're again? Huh? You, what did you do just now? Meow. Meow. I didn't see anything. Meow, I didn't see anything. Meow covered her eyes with her small paws, but still secretly looked at the two of them curiously. Yin Chuan, Meng Rong Rong. Meow, quickly take out 2 sets of clothes. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. I didn't see, Meow, didn't see. Meow covered her eyes. Stop pretending. Quickly take out the clothes. It's not like I didn't see it last time. Yin Chuan was speechless. Last time, when they fell into the Sound River vortex in the Tiger Tribe's territory, their clothes were indeed torn once. Oh, Meow thought about it and agreed. Meow quickly took out 2 sets of clothes. Yin Chuan handed one to Meng Rongrong. He wore one for himself. You carry it. Meng Rongrong curled up and said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, didn't I see it last time? What's there to be embarrassed about? Meow didn't understand. However, the two of them wouldn't listen to Meow's nagging. They quickly put on their clothes. Chapter 531. Meng Rongrong put on Yin Chuan's clothes again. Meow, there's a pool of blood here. Is someone hurt? Meow jumped to a piece of cloth. Meng Rongrong saw it and immediately snatched it and put it away carefully. Meow, this blood is yours. Why are you snatching it? Meow was speechless. Meng Rongrong. Meow, how did you get here? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Isn't it your fault? I woke up and found you gone. I asked around, but no one knew. Qing Long and the rest were looking for you everywhere. You didn't even say anything when you went out. Luckily, I'm powerful. I thought about it and appeared in front of you. Meow said proudly. Thought about it, and you appeared? Was it the clan contract you made with me back then? Yin Chuan frowned. When you first met Meow, Meow bit Yin Chuan and made a clan contract. What clan contract? Meow was puzzled. Forget it if you forgot. No. Tell me what the clan contract is. Meow insisted. Can you appear in someone else's place? Yin Chuan explained. No, that's right. You made a clan contract with me. Logically speaking, I can summon tigers, especially you. When I summon you, you will be able to sense it. As long as you agree, you could be summoned to me instantly. But I didn't expect you to be able to come here on your own. Yin Chuan said strangely. Meow, what did I make a clan contract with you? Why don't I remember? Meow said in disbelief. Yin Chuan looked at Meow and sighed. He didn't want to explain. The more he talked, the more his head hurt. Meng Rongrong stood up and picked up the zither that had fallen not far away. She bit her lips and looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. There was hatred in his eyes, as well as another indescribable emotion. Miss Meng Rongrong? Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Don't call me, I don't want to see you. Meng Rongrong's voice was filled with shame and anger. Meng Rongrong stepped forward and walked into the forest. But before he could walk far, a strong light suddenly shone from afar. Boom! It was the nature energy. It instantly filled the miasma area. Without the black rose, the miasma was no match for the nature energy. In the blink of an eye, half of it was purified. Yin Chuan's expression changed. He reached out and grabbed the jade emperor sword from the ground. He hugged Meow and looked around solemnly. Rumble. A huge force enveloped Yin Chuan. Meow. What's going on? Meow exclaimed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong were suddenly pulled up from the ground by a huge force. Apart from Meng Rongrong, there were also many Confucian cultivators around. In the distance, the entrance to the world of light opened again. Everyone was abruptly pulled out by a tremendous force, all sent out of the light world. Bam! Bam! 60 Confucian cultivators, along with Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong, fell into the 100 sages' righteousness altar. Where are my books? Where are my books? A few Confucian cultivators exclaimed. Puffed, puffed. A few Confucian cultivators kept vomiting water. This was especially true for Confucian Chenping. His stomach had swelled up, and he was on the verge of death. Junior brother Chun Ping? What happened to him? Lu Zilu asked in a low voice. Chen Ping can't swim, Wang Long said with an ugly expression. Can't swim? How did you get water all over your bodies? Did you all fall into the river? Lu Zilu asked in a low voice. Yeah. Wang Long nodded, conflicted. Lu Zilu. At the 100 Sages' Righteousness Altar, a large number of Confucian cultivators were standing guard. Yu Yi glared at them. World of Light, at the entrance of the Hall of Light. Chapter 532. Meng Lingtian looked at Meng Ziqiu coldly. So many people. Meng Ziqiu, what did you do? Meng Lingtian said coldly. Great-grandfather, I was careless. Meng Ziqiu said bitterly. I've already thrown them all out. I don't want there to be a next time. Meng Lingtian said. Yes, there won't be a next time. Meng Ziqiu said immediately. There won't be a next time? Look at the Julu Academy now. What have you done to it? Meng Lingtian said coldly. Meng Ziqiu didn't dare to say anything. Pick a few smart ones among the descendants of the Academy Masters. I'll reopen the entrance to the World of Light in a month. Let them in. I'll teach them well. Meng Lingtian said coldly. Yes. Meng Ziqiu said bitterly. At the 100 Saints' Altar of Righteousness. Miao, why won't you let us go? Miao shouted at the Confucian scholar, blocking the way. Lu Zilu and the others also wanted to leave, but Lu Yi shook his head and refused. At this moment, Meng Ziqiu suddenly stepped out of the World of Light. Whoosh! The entrance to the World of Light suddenly closed. Meng Ziqiu looked at everyone and finally said, Let them go. Yes. The Confucian scholars answered. Yanchuan glanced at Meng Ziqiu and stepped out with the others. As for Meng Rongrong, she walked at the front. After leaving the plaza, Meng Rongrong quickly flew away. Seeing Meng Rongrong leave, Yanchuan sighed softly. Miao, what did you and Meng Rongrong do in there? Miao asked curiously. Yanchuan shook his head and didn't say anything. Did you do something indecent? Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. Yanchuan, wasn't it? Did she do something indecent to you? Miao's eyes lit up even more. Slap. Yanchuan slapped Miao's head. If you talk nonsense again, I'll deduct your spirit stones. Yanchuan said. Miao, did I speak? I didn't say anything. Miao feigned ignorance. Yanchuan smiled. Half a month later. East Hall. Heavens, I'm such an intelligent person, yet I still have to study. Dongfang Zhengpai's cries could be heard from Dongfang Hall. Yanchuan walked out of the hall curiously. Yanchuan, I'm running away. You can stay in the East Palace Hall by yourself. Do you have any spirit stones? Give me some. It'll last me for a while. It's fine if you don't have spirit stones. Give me some of your words, and I'll go sell them. Dongfang Zhengpai ran over and said, What's going on? Yanchuan asked doubtfully. How would I know? The headmaster came to talk to me and told me to go to his senior's place to further my studies. Do I still need to further my studies? Dongfang Zhengpai replied. Study further? Yanchuan was surprised. Yeah, right, there are a few more. The dean said that his daughter, Meng Rongrong, will be there too. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Quick, I have to leave. If I don't leave now, I won't have another chance in the future. Dongfang Zhengpai said anxiously. At this moment, 6 figures in white suddenly flew over from afar. It was Old Yin and the others. Why are you guys here? Dongfang Zhengpai asked curiously. The dean said that he was worried that you would run away, so he asked us to accompany you, Old Yin said with a smile. Dongfang Zhengpai. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Eastern Orthodox faction was about to embark on a path of darkness. His face was full of frustration. Yanchuan sent him out of the East Hall, holding a jade box in his hand. Help me give his jade box to Meng Rongrong. Yanchuan took a deep breath and said, Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yanchuan strangely. Just leave it to her. You don't have to say anything. Yanchuan said. Don't tell me that you and Meng Rongrong are really having an affair. The Tiger Tribe's encampment last time. Dongfang Zhengpai was instantly interested. Scram. Yanchuan kicked Dongfang Zhengpai's butt. Dongfang Zhengpai hugged the jade box and felt slightly better. He followed old Yin and the others and slowly flew away. Chapter 533. Time passed quickly. There were only 10 days left before the Heaven's Gift Conference. More and more experts gathered in Julu City. The Julu Academy had become the center of attention in the Centennial Heaven's Gift Conference. There were many experts and even a large number of Emptiness Realm experts. The entire Julu City was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The East Hall. The hall was wide open. Miao was resting lazily on a small tea chair. Yin Chuan was chatting with a short-haired girl while drinking tea at a small table in the center of the hall. The short-haired girl was dressed in a tight suit. She had a fierce and heroic aura. It was the Emperor, whom he had not seen for many years. When I came here, I saw a sword aura lingering outside the East Hall. Did you set up a formation? The Emperor asked while sipping his tea. The Heaven's Gift Conference is approaching. More and more Emptiness Realm experts are gathering here. I have to guard against accidents. You have good eyesight. You can see the formation outside. Yin Chuan smiled while sipping his tea. I've been here for 3 days. Rumor has it that you want to fight for the God's investiture strategy? The Emperor asked. That's right. Why do you want it? Yin Chuan asked curiously. I want the Tiansu, the Emperor said. Oh, Yin Chuan was surprised. My saber can sense your sword. Does that mean that your sword has a sword spirit? The Emperor looked at the Jade Emperor sword on Yin Chuan's back. That's right. Since it has a sword spirit, it is not in the rank 9 realm. It seems that you have had a fortuitous encounter in the past few years. The Emperor nodded and sighed. How's the investigation of your father's incident? Yin Chuan asked. There are some clues. The Emperor shook his head and did not want to say more. I've sorted out some information from 6,000 years ago. I'll give it to you later. As for whether it's useful, you can see for yourself. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Thank you. The Emperor nodded. His eyes softened. He came here to ask Yin Chuan to help him collect some information. After all, Yin Chuan had stayed in Julu City for 2 years. Julu City definitely had the most historical information. Who would have thought that Yin Chuan was already prepared? The Emperor didn't like to talk too much. He just drank his tea quietly. You fought for Tian, Su, because you wanted to establish a sect? Yin Chuan asked. Something like that. However, I don't like to build. I'll establish a sect and take in 12 disciples. That's all I need to do to fulfill my father's final wish. The Emperor said indifferently. 12 apostles? Who knows how many saber cultivators wish to be able to learn under Saber Demon? Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Emperor's expression remained indifferent as he continued to drink his tea. Yin Chuan knew that this was not because the Empress looked down on him, but because of her personality. Moreover, up until now, Yin Chuan had never seen the Empress smile. While the two of them were drinking tea, the clouds and mist outside suddenly swayed. The Saintess is here. Qing Long's excited voice came from outside the hall. Qing Long, and by Long, immediately ran to the square. Yin Chuan's expression changed. He stood up and walked out of the hall. The Emperor looked at Yin Chuan. There was no dissatisfaction in his eyes. This was his personality. There was no need to be too polite. Yin Chuan walked out of the hall. 10 figures landed on the square. Mo Shi, Rose Finch, Xuan Wu, Mr. Monroe, Guyu Holy Sun, and 5 unfamiliar faces. Guyu Holy Sun? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Why was he here? Greetings, Saintess. Qing Long, and by Long said respectfully. Mo Shi nodded and turned to look at Yin Chuan. Seeing Yin Chuan, Mo Shi smiled gently. This smile seemed to be filled with endless longing. Chapter 534. Although he didn't know why Guyu Holy Sun was here, Yin Chuan looked at Mo Shi and gave her a trusting smile. This smile touched Mo Shi's eyes, and she slowly walked over. Meow. Sister Mo is here? Meow had woken up and jumped over. Meow. Mo Shi's eyes were filled with joy. She flipped her hand, and a small 7-colored stone fragment appeared in her palm. The stone fragment was very small, but it emitted a powerful aura. Meow. Meow's eyes instantly became heart-shaped. This is an immortal stone fragment I obtained by chance. Do you like it? Mo, she smiled. Meow, I like it. That's great, that's great. Sister Mo is the prettiest. Meow's mouth was instantly filled with joy. Immortal stone fragment? Saintess Yu, this is an immortal item bestowed by the Holy Master. How can you give it to a little cat? Guyu Holy Son said in a low voice. Cat, your sister. You're the cat. Meow. Meow immediately shouted angrily. Evil creature, what did you say? A bearded expert behind Guyu Holy Son suddenly glared, and a powerful aura surged out. Mo Yushi's face darkened. She waved her hand, and a powerful aura pushed back the expert's aura. Chong-san, you have no right to speak here. Mo Yushi glared. The bearded man called Chong-san glared at Mo Yushi and took a deep breath. Yes. Mo Yushi turned to Guyu Holy Son and said, Guyu Holy Son, the immortal stone fragment is mine. You have no right to decide what to do with it. Also, Meow is not a cat. She's a tiger. Meow. Meow said arrogantly. Tiger? Huh. Guyu Holy Son did not get angry. Instead, he smiled mysteriously. Prince Yen, long time no see. Mr. Monroe smiled. Mr. Monroe, I've been waiting for a long time. Yin Chuan also smiled. Yin Chuan, something happened when we went back to invite Mr. Monroe. Mo Yushi took a deep breath and said, Oh, actually, when Yin Chuan saw Guyu Holy Son, he knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. I asked Mr. Monroe for help, but somehow, Mohina Dojin found out about it. Mo Yushi said, Yin Chuan frowned. Mohina Dojin? Why was it him again? That's right. When my father found out about this, he decided to help you. He sent the 4 strongest people in the Dazhao Holy Land. When Ruo is in charge of painting. This is the Qin King, this is the Chess King, and this is the Book King. They were all sent by my father to help you. You should thank my father. Guyu Holy Son said calmly. Greetings, Prince Yin. 3 men in scholarly robes walked out from behind Guyu Holy Son. They looked at Yin Chuan arrogantly. Qin King, Chess King, Book King? Qin King, Chess King, Book King? Yin Chuan looked at the 3 of them with disdain. As the saying goes, a full bottle does not move when half the bottle is shaken. The 3 of them were below him, yet they claimed to be the kings of their respective fields. They were inexplicably looked down upon by Yin Chuan. Ha, there's no need. Mr. Monroe is enough. I've already prepared for the Qin King, Chess King, and Book King. Yin Chuan shook his head and smiled. Oh, you prepared? Who are they? Are they better than the Qin King and the rest? Guyu Holy Son raised his eyebrows. Seeing Guyu Holy Son's expression, Yin Chuan immediately felt that something was amiss. Mohina Dojin sent people to help him? He wasn't familiar with Mohina Dojin at all. He must have some other motive. Hee, you'll know when you see them. Yin Chuan smiled calmly. Chapter 535. Mr. Wang, someone is doubting your Guqin skills. Yin Chuan laughed. As he spoke, the door of the side hall opened. Spider King stepped out and walked towards Yin Chuan. It's you. Guyu Holy Son's eyes turned cold. Guyu Holy Son, how have you been? Which one of you is the Qin Emperor? If your Guqin skills are better than mine, I would like to learn from you. Spider King laughed. On the other side, the Qin Emperor revealed an awkward expression. Ha, it's you? Did you improve again after our Guqin duel last time? Spider King is looking forward to it. Spider King laughed. The Qin Emperor took a deep breath and sighed. Holy Son, I'm no match for Spider King. Guyu Holy Son's eyes flashed. However, his expression remained calm as he said, Who would have thought? Yin Chuan? You're good to have invited Spider King. Yin Chuan appreciates Mohina Dojin's kindness. May I know why Guyu Holy Son has come to Jilu City? Yin Chuan laughed. At this moment, Yin Chuan was no longer as cautious as before. Instead, he faced Guyu Holy Son calmly and even spoke in a condescending tone. Guyu Holy Sun was unhappy. How could this ant-like person not be afraid of him? Afraid? How could Yin Chuan be afraid of someone who had tried to kill him several times? MOU, she said, besides Mr. Monroe, the Qin Emperor, the Chess Emperor, and the Book Emperor, Chong San and Chong Si are also here to help Guyu Holy Sun fight for the Tiansu. Fight for the Tiansu? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Why is Mohina Dojin fighting for the Tiansu? Chong San and Chong Si, and the Qin Emperor, the Chess Emperor, and the Book Emperor? Are you trying to steal my investiture of the god strategy? Although he didn't know why Mohina Dojin was doing this, Yin Chuan instantly became vigilant. This time, I'm in charge of fighting for Tiansu, but I can't treat the investiture of the gods lightly. There are still 10 days. Listen to my arrangements. Guyu Holy Sun said lightly. As soon as Guyu Holy Sun spoke, Qing Long, Bai Long, Spider King, and Yi Feng's faces darkened. MOU, she raised her eyebrows. She did not expect Guyu Holy Sun to be so overbearing. He wanted to seize power as soon as he arrived. The fight for the investiture of the gods was Yin Chuan's business. Guyu Holy Sun wanted to interfere. Miao. Miao glared at him. Obviously, it was not happy with Guyu Holy Sun. You? Yin Chuan sneered. That's right. I participated in the Heaven's Gift Conference, so I know most of the procedures. I have my ways to deal with the experts from all sides. I'll make the arrangements. Just listen to me. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Chong San, Chong Si, Qin King, Chess King, and Book King all nodded, as if it was a matter of course. Who do you think you are? Yin Chuan said coldly. Who do you think you are? Chong San and the others were still in a daze after Yin Chuan's words. Yin Chuan said to Holy Sun, Who do you think you are? The square in the East Hall suddenly fell silent. MOU, she was originally angry with Guyu Holy Sun, but after hearing Yin Chuan's words, she felt relieved. Determination flashed in her eyes, and she looked coldly at Guyu Holy Sun with Yin Chuan. The atmosphere in the square suddenly became tense. What did you just say? Guyu Holy Sun's eyes turned cold. Yin Chuan dared to challenge his authority? He was only in the Qi state. Did he have a death wish? Miao. Yin Chuan said, Who do you think you are? Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and threatened Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun glared at him. No matter how well-mannered he was, he could not hold it in anymore. You want me to listen to you? Do you think you're worthy? Yin Chuan said coldly again. Chapter 536. You want me to listen to you? Are you worthy? Yin Chuan said coldly. Are you worthy? Surprise flashed across Mr. Wenrua's eyes. Chong San, Chong Si, Qin King, Chess King, and Book King were in disbelief. Was this kid tired of living? How dare he talk to Guyu Holy Sun like that? The four of them looked at Yin Chuan as if they were looking at a dead man. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes flashed coldly. A powerful aura was released towards Yin Chuan. Was he trying to challenge his authority again and again? A powerful aura was released. The floor beneath Guyu Holy Sun's feet cracked under the pressure and moved towards Yin Chuan. The powerful aura of a middle void stage expert was released towards Yin Chuan. When MOU she saw this, her face immediately sank. Guyu, don't you dare. MOU she glared at him. A powerful aura was released. MOU she's aura was tangible. It was like a huge black phoenix shadow was crashing towards Guyu Holy Sun. Boom! The two auras collided. Guyu Holy Sun's face changed. He looked at MOU she coldly. MOU she, are you trying to go against Mohina Dojin's orders? Guyu Holy Sun asked in a serious tone. Mohina Dojin did not say anything to me. MOU, she said coldly. Yin Chuan held MOU she's hand gently. MOU, she turned her head in confusion. Yin Chuan smiled and pulled MOU she behind him. I have my reasons for saying that he's unworthy. Just watch. Yin Chuan's smile was like the light of dawn on the snowy ground, incomparably radiant. Seeing this, Mo, she unconsciously nodded her head, but trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Where did Yin Chuan get his confidence from? In Mo Yushi's eyes, Yin Chuan's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Although he had reached the 5th stage of the Qi Jing realm, he was still in the Qi Jing realm. Although he was a little worried, he still nodded and gave way to Yin Chuan. After handing Miao to Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan turned to look at Guyu Holy Sun. Taking a step forward, Yin Chuan blocked Yifeng, Wang Spider, Mo Yushi, and the others behind him. One person coldly looked at Guyu, one person facing Guyu. Behind him, Yifeng and the others looked at Yin Chuan worriedly and respectfully. They also looked at Guyu as if they were facing a common enemy. Only Wang Spider squinted his eyes, and a trace of complexity flashed across his eyes. Because Wang Spider saw the demeanor of a king from Yin Chuan. The demeanor of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. This was the unique charisma of a leader. It wasn't aura or power, it was just a feeling. Wang Spider saw it from Yao Tianshang. Now, he saw it again from Yin Chuan. This was a unique charisma that came from a person's immense confidence. Wang Spider was worried. He wanted to recommend Yin Chuan to Yao Tianshang. But could Yin Chuan really be recommended? Yin Chuan stepped forward and looked at Guyu coldly. Guyu was shocked when he saw Yin Chuan pull Mo Yushi away. Qi State? How dare someone in the Qi State talk back to him? You are not welcome here, except for Mr. Monroe. Take your people and get out of the East Palace. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Kid, do you want to die? Chang'sen shouted angrily again. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold and a murderous aura shot out from his eyes. Chang'sen, who was walking towards Yin Chuan, suddenly shivered as if he was frozen by Yin Chuan's glare. Yin Chuan, this is not up to you. You have to listen to my father whether you want to or not. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Chapter 537. With that, Guyu Holy Sun's aura pressed down on Yin Chuan once again. On the ground, the cracks on the floor became even more pronounced. Crack, 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 crack. Guyu Holy Sun wanted to teach Yin Chuan an unforgettable lesson. Screech. The Jade Emperor sword on Yin Chuan's back suddenly chimed. Swish. The Jade Emperor sword suddenly flew out by itself. The sword faced Guyu Holy Sun. Suddenly, a huge black sword aura appeared and slashed towards Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed as he slapped his palm towards the sword aura. Boom! The sword and palm collided. The Jade Emperor sword suddenly soared into the sky. It stood firmly in the air as if it was floating. Everyone looked at the Jade Emperor sword in the air in shock, including Guyu. Buzz! The Jade Emperor sword suddenly vibrated. Tens of thousands of sword auras emerged from the white clouds around the Eastern Palace's floating island. The sword auras were like torrential rain as they rolled over. The sky was filled with sword shadows. Rumble! In an instant, the Eastern Palace was enveloped by the sword auras. From afar, it looked like a huge storm had enveloped the Eastern Palace. Countless cultivators looked up at the sky and looked in the direction of the Eastern Palace in shock. Rumble! Inside the Eastern Palace's square, there were also countless sword auras. Around Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Guyu, there were surging sword auras. The endless sword auras pointed towards Yin Chuan as if they were worshipping Yin Chuan. The endless sword auras bowed towards Yin Chuan 3 times before they suddenly slashed towards Guyu. What is that? Guyu said with a gloomy face. Boom! The storm-like sword chi came from all directions and headed straight for Guyu Holy Sun. You're courting death, Guyu shouted as he raised a huge wall of chi. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of white sword chi instantly pierced the Holy Sun's chi wall, wave after wave. 10 pitch-black swords suddenly emerged from the ground. Like the sword of the Jade Emperor, they instantly pierced through the air wall and headed straight for Guyu Holy Sun. Boom! Guyu Holy Sun slammed his palm down and collided with the 10 black swords. The huge force instantly sent Guyu, Holy Sun, flying into the sky. Shing! 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 The white sword chi immediately turned into black sword chi. In an instant, billions of Jade Emperor's swords appeared around the Easter Hall. They were aimed at Guyu, Holy Sun, with a bloodthirsty killing intent. SSSS. 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 His terrifying speed and enormous strength cut Guyu, Holy Sun's wall of air again and again like 1,000 knives cutting it into pieces. No, bastard. How is that possible? Guyu, Holy Sun screamed. The chi wall of the middle emptiness realm was actually cut apart by the sword chi of 1,000 cuts. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor's sword shadow was like a swarm of locusts. It was getting closer and closer to him. Guyu, Holy Sun, flipped his hand and took out a long sword. Suddenly, he activated thousands of sword chis and shot them towards the Jade Emperor's sword chis. The Jade Emperor's sword chi was no weaker than Guyu, Holy Sun's sword chi. Rumble. Wave after wave, the Jade Emperor's sword chi violently washed over Guyu, Holy Sun. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Roar. When had Guyu, Holy Sun, ever experienced such a dangerous situation? As he roared, the aura around him erupted like a huge explosion. Boom! A huge amount of Jade Emperor's sword chi flew out. However, even more sword chi instantly closed in on Guyu, Holy Sun, like a swarm of locusts. SSSS. 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 Guyu, Holy Sun's hair was messed up and his clothes were riddled with holes. Chapter 538. Boom! Thousands of sword chi retreated 10 feet away from Guyu, Holy Sun and aimed at Guyu, Holy Sun. Standing in the air, Guyu, Holy Sun looked pathetic. The sword chi lined up like an army and faced Guyu, Holy Sun coldly. How is this possible? Chong San and Chong Si exclaimed. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, and Guyu, Holy Sun looked pathetic. The ancient moon saint child's hair was messy as he looked at Yin Chuan in disbelief. At the same time, he looked at the pitch-black Jade Emperor sword chi around him. Sword array? You can set up a sword array? How is this possible? Your sword has a sword spirit? Guyu, Holy Sun exclaimed as he looked at Yin Chuan. You know about sword arrays too? Yin Chuan asked calmly. Impossible. Why would a sword spirit listen to you? Sword array? Guyu, Holy Sun still did not believe Lin Fan. Jade Emperor, chase them out. Yin Chuan ordered. Buzz! In a huge sword storm, a sword chime suddenly sounded, as if it was commanding the thousands of sword chi. Rumble! Countless sword chi surged towards Guyu, Holy Sun like a raging river. Rumble! Guyu, Holy Sun tried to defend himself, but the sword array was too powerful. Guyu, Holy Sun was sent flying and forced out of the East Hall. Do you still want me to invite you out? Yin Chuan looked at Chong San and the others coldly. Chong San and Chong San's hearts raced. Chi state? Is this guy in the chi state? Let's go! Chong San shouted. Boom! Under the pressure of the sword chi, the 5 of them were forced out of the sword array. Rumble! Sword chi surrounded the East Hall. Guyu, Holy Sun, and the other 3 were forced out of the sword array. Even after they came out, they still felt like they were dreaming. Buzz! Tens of thousands of sword chi suddenly exploded, instantly scattering in all directions and disappearing. In midair, the real Jade King's sword danced for a while. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yin Chuan. It flew into the sheath on Yin Chuan's back as though it had never come out. A sword spirit? Was it an immortal sword? Immortal sword array? No wonder. Chong San said with an ugly expression. How could Yin Chuan be so lucky to obtain an immortal sword? In this way, once the immortal sword appears and the sword formation is set up, even intermediate illusionary stage cultivators will not be able to harm him. Chong Si said with a complicated expression. Not necessarily. As long as you have a good magic treasure, you can still break the sword formation. What a pity. Chong San said with a conflicted expression. Guyu, Holy Sun stood in the air and stared coldly at Yin Chuan. Yin Xuan, not killing you back then was the biggest mistake of my life. Guyu Holy Sun said with a chilling tone. Yin Xuan looked at Guyu Holy Sun and said with disdain, the son of a Taoist lord doesn't have a magic treasure? Ha! Yin Xuan's ha was extremely harsh to Guyu's ears. Magic treasure? None of his magic treasures could compare to that black sword. The son of a Taoist lord? Thinking about the magic treasures of the other sons of Taoist lords, Guyu Holy Sun felt an inexplicable hatred for his father. If his father had given him a magic treasure, he would not have been humiliated today. The East Palace does not welcome you. Come again when you can break my Jade King sword formation. Yin Xuan said lightly. Jade King sword formation? Just you wait. Guyu Holy Sun said with resentment. Let's go. Guyu Holy Sun instantly flew into the distance. The 5 experts followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, they left with the ancient Moon Holy Child. Jade King's sword? When did it become so powerful? She looked at the black sword on Yin Xuan's back in surprise. Yin Xuan turned his head and smiled. It's not that simple. I've already set up a formation around here to prevent the Emptiness Realm cultivators from attacking. I thought I wouldn't need it, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. I see, Mr. Monroe exclaimed. Chapter 539. Just arrived? Yin Xuan looked at Moushi. You've already mentioned this place in your letter, so we naturally rushed over. We've just arrived. Moushi nodded. Prince Yin, the sword formation just now was really powerful, Rose Finch said excitedly. At this time, the Emperor walked out of the East Hall. The Emperor's sudden appearance surprised everyone. They all looked at the Emperor. It's her. Rose Finch and Xuanwu's expressions changed. They still remembered how fierce the Empress was last time. Jade Emperor's sword formation? It's a pity that your cultivation is too low. Otherwise, you wouldn't need the assistance of the formation at all. The Emperor said lightly. Yin Xuan smiled and did not refute. Rose Finch, Xuanwu, and the others revealed strange expressions. Where do I live? The Emperor asked. Yifeng. Bring His Majesty to the side chamber. Yin Xuan looked at Yifeng. Yes. Yifeng nodded. She looked at Emperor in surprise. In the end, she didn't ask anything. Mr. Monroe looked at Emperor curiously. Mr. Monroe, please come in. Yin Xuan said with a smile. All right, when Ruan nodded. Yin Xuan and she looked at each other and smiled. They did not exchange any pleasantries and walked towards the East Hall together. Spider King looked at Yin Xuan with a complicated expression. He shook his head and returned to his side chamber. Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu were waiting outside the hall. Meow, Sister Amo, do you have any more of these immortal stone shards? Meow whispered to Moushi. Meow, you're too greedy. Yin Xuan's face stiffened. Meow, I was just asking. I didn't say I wanted it. Meow felt wronged. I still have one, but it's not with me. If you like it, I'll give it to you in the future. Moushi said. Meow, Sister Amo is the best. Meow's eyes lit up. All these years in Jilu City, I've learned a lot about Mr. Monroe. Yin Xuan is very grateful that Mr. Monroe is willing to help me. Yin Xuan said with a smile. Prince Yin, you flatter me. I'm just an abandoned student who was expelled from the academy. When Ruo said bitterly, abandoned disciple? Haha. On the contrary, I think Mr. Monroe is a genuine person. He didn't hesitate to leave Jilu Academy and go to the Dazhao Holy Land. Yin Xuan took a deep breath and sighed. When Ruo smiled bitterly and said, let's not talk about this. Prince Yin, 2 years ago in Jilu City, he fought a group of Confucians with his literary skills. It shocked the world. Even from a million miles away, I could feel his literary skills. Oh, the news spread that fast? Yin Xuan was surprised. The Heavenly Bestowment Conference is about to begin. Jilu City has already become the focal point of the East. News of any major event will spread to the world. With hundreds of beautiful essays, young Master Yan's name has already spread across the world, Mr. Wenruo said with certainty. Spread across the world? Ha, Mr. Monroe, you flatter me. Yin Chuan shook his head and smiled. But, Mr. Monroe frowned. What? Prince Yin, you better not look down on Sima Yuntian because of that literary battle. His disciples can't represent Sima Yuntian, Mr. Monroe said seriously. Oh, Prince Yin, what do you think of my painting? Wenruo asked. Although I haven't seen your painting, a lot of information from Jiulu Academy shows that Mr. Monroe's painting is unparalleled. Once he paints, he moves the world. He paints the world, Yin Chuan said seriously. Indeed, when my father was still alive, he also admired Mr. Monroe. He said that Mr. Monroe was born for painting. Mo Yushi nodded. Wenruo smiled bitterly and said, Perhaps the saint and Prince Yin don't know. My first teacher was Sima Yuntian. Chapter 540. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. This was the first time Yin Chuan had heard of this. Sima Yuntian. I haven't seen him for hundreds of years. He's really a genius. He's good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If Prince Yin hadn't competed with him, I'm sure he would have gotten the investiture of the gods. Wenruo said confidently, How can you be so sure? Then tell me, what kind of person is this great sage Sima Yuntian? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yin Chuan had been prepared for this, and he had felt that victory was within his grasp. But now, he didn't expect Mr. Monroe to praise Sima Yuntian so much. Sima Yuntian, A.O., Mr. Monroe said. A.O., I don't know why, but there's a rule in the Jiulu Academy. The Sima family can't be the head of the academy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't become the head of the academy. Sima Yuntian didn't feel good about it, so he gave up the position and traveled the world. I still remember what he said before he left. Mr. Monroe recalled. What did he say? He said that when he returned, he would defeat all the heroes of the Jiulu Academy. Mr. Monroe said solemnly. Oh, that's interesting. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. Anyway, Prince Yin, you have to be careful. Since I promised the saint, I'll do my best. Mr. Monroe said with a bitter smile. From Mr. Monroe's tone, Yin Chuan could tell that something was wrong. It was as if Mr. Monroe didn't believe that he could win. He didn't believe that he could win? Sima Yuntian? Was he really that powerful? Thank you. Yin Chuan nodded. Jiulu City, on a huge floating island. On the floating island, there was a large hall. The Hall of Sima. Lu Zilu, Chun Ping, Wang Long, and a group of scholars stood on both sides. There was a total of 72 white-robed Confucians. Their expressions were extremely respectful as they faced a man sitting on a chair in the north of the Sima Hall. A middle-aged man in a green robe with a tall hat on his head appeared to be around 40 years old. He had a handsome face and a small mustache on his chin. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and his eyes were sharp. His hands were placed on the armrests, and the middle finger of his right hand was gently tapping the armrest. The middle-aged man looked at the center of the hall. There were a total of 60 chess sets and 101 calligraphy scrolls. Great scholar Lu Zilu stepped out of the ranks and said respectfully, Teacher, these are all copied by us. At the pinnacle of the literary gathering, we have embarrassed teacher. The azure-robed man was Grand Paragon Sima Yuntian. With a wave of his hand, a feather fan appeared in his palm. Mr. Monroe also had one, but Mr. Monroe's feather fan was white, while Sima Yuntian's was green, as if it was made of peacock feathers. Good writing. Good poem. Good poem. Sima Yuntian suddenly laughed. Sima Yuntian didn't blame his disciple. Instead, he felt like he had seen a hunter. At this moment, another great scholar stepped out and said, Teacher, I have also seen these poems. 101 pieces, 101 styles. It's really incredible. Sima Yuntian nodded and didn't object. Teacher, will this person be an obstacle to teacher? Lu Zilu asked worriedly. Sima Yuntian smiled and said, Just these poems are not enough. There's no need to worry. Yes, all the great scholars were overjoyed. Teacher, I have also memorized these 60 chess sets. When the time comes, I will not disappoint, teacher. Another disciple said respectfully. Chapter 541. Sima Yuntian looked at the 60 chessboards. His eyes flashed with admiration. Teacher, is the place we entered really called the World of Light? You knew about it before? Lu Zilu asked curiously. Yes, I knew about it long ago, but I never went in. It's a pity. Sima Yuntian said lightly. Oh, Lu Zilu did not say anything else. Go and prepare. Sima Yuntian said lightly. Yes, the disciples nodded. Then they all left the hall. Sima Yuntian was the only one left in the hall. He sat in the hall and looked at Julu Mountain outside the hall. Sima Yuntian, am back. I mean what I say. The God investiture strategy? I don't just want the God investiture strategy. I want justice for my Sima family. Sima Yuntian's eyes shone. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Bestowment Conference was about to begin. East Hall. A large number of Confucian cultivators had already gathered outside the hall. Yin Chuan did not know most of these Confucian cultivators. They came of their own accord. After the peak literary meeting, Yin Chuan's name had spread throughout Jilu City. He was worshipped by thousands of Confucian cultivators. These Confucian cultivators were convinced by Yin Chuan's literary talent. They came of their own accord with blind worship. It was not to befriend Yin Chuan, but to witness a new miracle today. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, Emperor Yifeng, Wang Zhu, Qing Long, and the others came out of the East Hall and were greeted by a large number of Confucian cultivators. Greetings, Mr. Yin, Mr. Yi, the Confucian cultivators said. Yin Chuan looked at the Confucian cultivators and nodded. He stepped forward and led everyone to the venue of the Heavenly Bestowment Conference. Thousands of Confucian cultivators followed behind and rushed to the Heavenly Bestowment Square. The so-called Heavenly Bestowment Square was actually the square outside the 100 Saints' Altar of Righteousness. The registration in the past was at the God Investiture Hall there. Yin Chuan and his group were followed by thousands of Confucian cultivators. On the other side, Sima Yuntian straightened his long robe and flew towards the Heaven's Gift Square with his 72 disciples. Just like Yin Chuan, behind Sima Yuntian were tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators. Today, there were countless practitioners, but most of them were in small groups. In the entire Jilu city, only Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian could gather such a large group of scholars. If one were to look down at Jilu City from above, they would realize that Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian were like the moon surrounded by stars. They were the two brightest pearls in the city. It was as if the Heaven's Gift Conference was held solely for these two bright pearls. On the way to the Heaven's Gift Square, more and more people gathered. The group grew larger and larger. On the Heaven's Gift Square, Meng Ziqiu and the others had not yet arrived, but there were already countless experts from various sects gathered there. Especially at the entrance of the main hall, the ancient Yu Holy Child and his 5 subordinates were looking coldly at the crowd in the distance. Seeing that one of the groups was led by Yin Chuan, Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. There were already more than 8,000 people gathered in the square. They were all sects competing for the Tian Su. A gathering of more than 8,000 people was rare in the past Heaven's Gift Conferences. The Heaven's Gift Conference was a competition for the Tian Su and the God's Bestowment strategy. But in the past, only the Tian Su was the main character. A gathering of more than 8,000 people was very spectacular. Previously, they did not think much of the competition for the God's Bestowment strategy. After all, there were only 2 people. How big of a scene could it be? However, the vast group in front of them petrified the cultivators of the countless sections. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? There are more than 30,000 people on Yin Chuan's side. Sima Yuntian's side also has more than 30,000 people. So many people, what are they doing? Competing for the God's Bestowment strategy. This momentum is too exaggerated. The scene of 60 to 70,000 people suddenly paled in comparison to the grand scene of the Tian Su. The difference was almost 10 times. Chapter 542. The World of Radiance. In a small forest, the beautiful sound of a zither echoed through the forest. A large number of birds had appeared in the forest. The birds circled the forest and danced in the air. Ding! The sound of the zither suddenly stopped. Chirp, 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 chirp. The birds scattered in all directions. There was an exquisite house in the forest. Outside the house, Meng Rongrong, dressed in white, hugged her zither and sighed. She turned her head and looked at a jade box on a stone table. Looking at the jade box, Meng Rongrong could not help but tear up. She grabbed the jade box and wanted to open it, but she could not do so. Should she open it? Perhaps if she opened it, it would mean that she had given in and forgiven that bastard. No, I will never forgive you, bastard, bastard. Wiping her tears, Meng Rongrong let go of the jade box, but she did not open it. Instead, she kept the jade box. After keeping the jade box, Meng Rongrong looked up at the sky with a disappointed expression. Sigh. After packing up her zither, Meng Rongrong carried it back to her house. At the peak of a mountain not far away, two people stood at the peak of the mountain, Dongfang Zhengpai and Meng Lingtian. The two of them watched as Meng Rongrong entered the house. Dongfang Zhengpai, what was in the jade box? Meng Lingtian asked. How would I know? Old Meng, no. Teacher, how many times have you asked me? How would I know? Dongfang Zhengpai said gloomily. You were the one who gave me the jade box. Who else should I ask? Meng Lingtian said. I really don't know. Why don't you expel me from the sect and let me out? The Heavenly Bestowment Conference has already begun, and you won't let me watch. Dongfang Zhengpai complained. Meng Lingtian looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Dongfang Booby, how did you have a descendant like you? Meng Lingtian asked with a strange expression. That's just how I am. Isn't it good to live a carefree life? Isn't it tiring to think so much every day? Teacher, I think you should just leave me to fend for myself. In any case, I'm useless. Dongfang Zhengpai said expectantly. Even if you're trash, I'll still educate you into a rock. Otherwise, how would I explain it to the founding ancestor when I arrive at the immortal dimension? You give up on this thought. Among this group of people, if you don't reach number 1, you can forget about going out forever. Meng Lingtian said in a solemn voice. Heavens, how can you do this? That Meng Rongrong is your grandchild. You should take care of her. Why are you staring at me? Dongfang Zhengpai lamented. Meng Rongrong doesn't need me to worry. She only needs to look at that jade box once, and her zither Dao will improve once. Don't you feel it? The sound of the zither just now was not deliberate at all, but it was full of vitality, like a flock of birds gathering. Meng Lingtian stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. Every time I look at the jade box, I can level up once. Damn, why didn't Yinchuan give me a jade box? Dongfang Zhengpai was speechless. Scoundrel, cultivating the way of the sage, you actually spout such filthy words. Go back and copy the words of the sage 100 times. Meng Lingtian said coldly. Heavens, it's too dark. Dongfang Zhengpai cried. You actually dare to say that my teaching is dark? Copy it 200 times. Meng Lingtian shouted. No! Dongfang Zhengpai's miserable voice came from the radiant world. Heaven's Gift Square. Yin Chuan arrived at the Heaven's Gift Square with more than 30,000 Confucian cultivators. Similarly, on the other side, Sima Yuntian also arrived at the square with more than 30,000 Confucian cultivators. Chapter 543. From afar, Yin Chuan saw Sima Yuntian, and Sima Yuntian also saw Yin Chuan. The rules of the Heaven's Gift Square forbade flying, so everyone naturally landed on the square. Far away, Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian suddenly stopped in the middle of the plaza. The two of them faced each other and looked at each other from a distance. The 70,000 Confucian cultivators all held their breaths. Looking at the two hot favorites for the God's Bestowment Scroll, their eyes were filled with anticipation. The competition for the God's Bestowment Scroll had yet to begin, so would the two start fighting? This was also the first time Yin Chuan sized up Sima Yuntian. In an instant, Yin Chuan's gaze shifted to Sima Yuntian's eyes. Those were a pair of extremely bright eyes, filled with a sense of wisdom, and at the same time, a sense of arrogance that ignored everything. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed, as if he thought of something, and smiled meaningfully. As for Sima Yuntian, it was unknown what he thought of, but he also smiled meaningfully. The two looked at each other and smiled, then ignored each other and walked deeper into the square. The 70,000 Confucian cultivators were at a loss. The first confrontation between the two was over. Was this a confrontation? A mutual smile? Experts are indeed different. Yeah, maybe they already fought just now, but you and I couldn't see it. They're both people with great wisdom. How could you see it? Around Guyu Holy Sun, there was a burst of discussion. Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian looked at each other and smiled brightly. In Guyu Holy Sun's ears, he felt uncomfortable. The ants that should be crawling under his feet were now being praised by everyone. He was the Holy Son of the Holy Land, someone whose status was equal to the Julu Academy's president, but he was ignored like this? Taking a deep breath, Guyu Holy Sun suppressed the irritation in his heart. This time his father had given him a mission. He could not afford to make any more mistakes. At this moment, a large number of Julu Academy disciples rushed out from the mouth of the mountain on the 100 Saints' righteousness altar. The fog around the mouth of the mountain slowly dissipated. One could vaguely see Meng Ziqiu, Yu Yi, and 5 white-robed elders bowing respectfully to Goddess Jichin in the 100 Saints' righteousness altar. After 3 bows, the 7 of them turned around and looked at the Heaven's Gift Square. Mo Yu, she explained, Meng Ziqiu, Yu Yi, and those 5 old men are all virtuous paragons of the Julu Academy. They usually don't care about the administration of the Academy and are probably traveling around. They only came back for the conference. Virtuous paragons? Yin Chuan looked at the 7 and gently nodded his head. Meng Ziqiu was at the front with the 6 paragons behind him. They walked to the edge of the mountain and looked at the tens of thousands of people in the square. Meng Ziqiu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Bestowment Conference has officially begun. Please send a token to the heavens." "Please, Tianzi." "Yes." The group of Confucians shouted. Then the Confucians in the Sky Hall and the God Bestowment Hall respectfully took out tokens. In the God Bestowment Hall, there were 2 tokens with Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian written on them. In the Sky Hall, there were many tokens. A total of 800 tokens with 800 names were taken out, representing 800 sections. The tokens were sent to the 100 Saints' righteousness altar and to the feet of Goddess Jichin. At this moment, 2 white altars appeared under Goddess Jichin's feet. They looked like 2 huge pieces of white jade floating in the air. One of them had the word God Bestowment written on it, while the other had the word Heaven written on it. Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian's tokens went up to the God Bestowment altar. The other 800 went up to the rooftop. Meng Ziqiu flicked his robe and looked at Goddess Jichin's statue. The entire Heaven's Gift Square was silent. Everyone was looking at Meng Ziqiu. Today, the successor of the Julu Academy, Meng Ziqiu, kowtows to Goddess Jichin and the heavens. 100 years have passed in a hurry. The world is blessed and prosperous. With my life token as a witness, I ask the heavens for a reward. I hope the heavens will reward me and make the world prosper. Meng Ziqiu shouted. After that, golden light suddenly shot out from Meng Ziqiu's body and into the sea of providence. Roar, 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 roar. Above the sea of providence, the 5 golden dragons of providence suddenly roared and shot into the sky. Then 2 of the 5 golden dragons of luck suddenly swooped down. Their roars were mixed with a strong sense of excitement. Roar, roar. The 2 dragons rushed down and opened their mouths to bite the god bestowment altar and the rooftop. With the two altars in their mouths, they flew toward Goddess Jichen's statue with more than 800 names and slowly rose into the sky. Boom! They rushed through the Sea of Providence and continued to soar into the sky. Boom! 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 For a moment, the distant sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Countless bolts of lightning kept striking the two dragons. Their bodies gradually faded, but they continued to soar into the sky. They broke through the layers of thunderclouds and soared into the sky until they couldn't be seen anymore. Pray to the heavens! Pray to the heavens! Meng Ziqiu shouted. On the Heaven's Gift Square, almost everyone bowed respectfully to Goddess Jichen, including Yin Xuan and Sima Yuntian. Everyone was silently waiting. About 2 hours later, boom! There was a sudden explosion in the sky. The sound was so loud that it seemed to resound through the entire world. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 weak golden dragons fell from the sky. They were the golden dragons of Providence from before. The 2 golden dragons of Providence were extremely illusory, as if they were about to dissipate. Boom! The 2 dragons fell into the Sea of Providence. Whoosh! A large amount of Providence gathered toward the 2 dragons. The 2 dragons fell asleep, exhausted. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of golden light fell from the sky and crashed into the Sea of Providence. Roar! 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 The remaining 3 golden dragons of Providence circled around the 2 beams of golden light. The golden light gradually condensed into 2 huge scrolls. On the scrolls were the words Heaven and Investiture of the Gods. The 2 scrolls were connected to the power of the Sea of Providence. Suddenly, 802 beams of light shot down, instantly enveloping the 802 people below. Yin Xuan, Sima Yuntian, and a large number of people who had participated in the battle for the Tian Su. Boom! The endless dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Apart from the 2 scrolls in the Sea of Providence, the world was bright as if nothing had happened. Heaven's Gift, Tian Su, an Investiture of the Gods. The Jilu Academy will arbitrate. Everyone, let's decide who the Tian Su belongs to. Meng Ziqiu shouted. Boom! The Heaven's Gift square trembled. Then a huge square platform that was 100 feet wide and 10 feet tall slowly protruded. Above the Sea of Providence, a large amount of golden light shone, illuminating the huge platform. Goddess Jichen, please bear witness. The battle for the Tian Su begins, Meng Ziqiu said respectfully. Chapter 544, Jilu City, Heaven's Gift Square. The golden light of Providence illuminated the huge arena below. The surroundings of the arena seemed to have formed a huge cover, preventing too much of the impact from leaking out. 2 peerless experts were fighting on the arena. Both of them cultivated their physical bodies and fought with their fists. Boom! 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 Their powerful fists collided with each other, creating a deafening boom. Those who ascended the ring were practically all lower void stage powerhouses. Its might was also extremely vast. One could see the forceful twisting of the air within. If it were not for the barrier formed by the Sea of Providence clouds covering the arena, it would definitely have spread to the surroundings. Guyu Holy Sun sat on a chair with 5 subordinates standing behind him. Among them, Chang 3 and Chang 4 were enveloped in a golden light. It was obvious that Chang 3 and Chang 4 had signed up to compete for the Tian Su. Chang-san, what do you think? Guyu Holy Sun asked calmly. Holy Sun, don't worry. Chang Si and I have both reached the late stage of the inferior emptiness stage. We will definitely obtain the final victory. Changsan said solemnly. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice, don't let your guard down. 800 people, almost all of them are in the lower void realm. You guys are definitely not the only ones who have reached the late stage of the lower void realm. Yes, let them fight first. When everyone is exhausted, Chang Si and I will join in. Chang San nodded. Holy Son, don't worry. I'm here to assist Chang San this time. I'll definitely help Chang San win to the end. Chang Si said solemnly. Guyu Holy Son nodded in satisfaction. Father purposely expelled all of you from the Dazhao Holy Land for today. Once we obtain the Tian Su, all of you will once again become perfected beings of the Dazhao Holy Land. Furthermore, all of you will be allocated the same resources as me, perfected lords. Yes, we will definitely win the Tian Su. Changsan said excitedly. Guyu Holy Son nodded and turned to look coldly at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was also enveloped in a golden light, but it was the golden light of the God Bestowment Scroll. However, a short-haired lady behind him was enveloped in the golden light of the Tian Su. Do you see that lady? Guyu Holy Son said. HM, Chang San and Chang Si were puzzled. When the time comes, kill him. Guyu Holy Son said coldly. You Holy Son of the Holy Land. The Emperor's 5 emptiness scroll. The Holy Son Emperors of the heavens, perhaps the Emperor's senses were too strong. He instantly sensed the killing intent directed at him and turned his head. Of the Holy Land of you, of the Tian land, of the Holy Land. The Emperor's look was even more contemptuous than that of Yin Chuan. Guyu Holy Son was enraged. You are just an immortal state warrior. How dare you? Guyu Holy Son's eyes flashed coldly. The murderous look in his eyes intensified. However, the Emperor was no longer looking at him. It was as if he was a nobody. Guyu Holy Son was frustrated by the Emperor's attitude. Bastard! Guyu Holy Son crushed the armrest of his chair in anger. Boom! There was a loud noise in the arena. Puffed. One of the fighters spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He had lost. Buzz! The golden light that enveloped him suddenly shifted to the winner. Tian Sa had announced the result. I lost. The man who fell to the ground said bitterly. Oomph. The winner did not give up and kicked the loser's leg with a loud bang. Crack. Chapter 545. The loser's leg was broken by the kick. Ha ha! Who told you to hurt me? I'll break your leg and teach you a lesson. The winner roared. Meng Zichio frowned and said, Fierce barbarian, he has already admitted defeat. Why do you have to kill him? Meng Zichio, I respect you as the dean of Julu Academy, but the arena is our battlefield. I'll kill you if I want to. Fierce barbarian shouted. Meng Zichio raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. He didn't say anything because he knew that those who fought from the beginning would rarely make it to the end. Fierce Barbarian was so arrogant that there must be other experts who would teach him a lesson. Okay, Fierce Barbarian wins. Who else? Meng Zichio shouted. Meng Zichio's shout made many cultivators consider. After all, it was just the beginning. Only those hotheads would fight so early. At this time, Empress, who was next to Yin Chuan, suddenly took a step forward. Huh? MOU, she said in surprise. Don't worry about her. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Okay. MOU, she nodded. Empress stepped forward. Because the battle had begun, the arena was empty. Empress stepped forward and immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially when she stepped out next to Yin Chuan. Sima Yintan, Meng Zichio, and the others were curious. Fighter Empress. A Confucian cultivator who was in charge of recording immediately announced Empress's name. Empress stepped onto the arena. Empress? Countless cultivators around guessed who she was. Haha, little girl, your thighs are not even half as thick as my arms. You want to fight me? Fierce Barbarian laughed. Little girl, what's your cultivation now? Fierce Barbarian laughed evilly. God Realm, Empress said indifferently. God Realm? Haha, you're only in the God Realm? Although you're a little cold, I like this kind of woman. Fierce Barbarian suddenly laughed. Get down now, and I'll spare your life. Empress said coldly. Spare my life? A little God Realm cultivator? How about I let you use one hand and one foot? Fierce Barbarian stepped forward. Countless experts around them all looked at Empress pitifully. It's over. A God Realm cultivator dares to step onto the arena? She came with Yin Chuan? It doesn't matter who he comes with. That fierce barbarian is too fierce. Yeah, what a pity. Meng Man walked over proudly as people were talking about him. You've already lost your chance. The Emperor raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Xing. There was a sound of knife, and a green light flashed. Meng Man, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped in his place. His eyes were full of disbelief. Boom! The head of the fierce barbarian suddenly fell to the ground. Blood spurted 3 feet high from his neck. Gulyalu! The fierce barbarian's head rolled to the side. All the cultivators in the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Wasn't this too fast? If they hadn't seen the bronze saber in the Emperor's hand, no one would have believed that the saber attack just now was actually the Emperor's. The square was completely silent. After 5 breaths of time, it was as if a pot had exploded. Impossible. She can't be in the divine realm. Meng Man was careless? It must be. She sneaked an attack. Am I dreaming? There was a lot of noise around, but Meng Ziqiu saw clearly that the Emperor was indeed in the divine realm. Only in the divine realm? However, this was too exaggerated. How could he kill someone who was at a higher level than him so cleanly? Meng Ziqiu suddenly had a feeling, and a figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Yin Tao. Yes, Yin Tao. 100 years ago, Yin Tao also killed people in this arena with his divine realm cultivation. He won the Tian Su in one fell swoop, and the name of Blood Demon spread all over the world. Chapter 546. Was the Empress in front of them the same? Moreover, she came with Yin Chuan? Buzz. The golden light that was originally gathered on barbarian Meng suddenly gathered on the Empress. The Empress has won. Who else wants to fight? Meng Ziqiu shouted. Meng Ziqiu's shout made the experts believe the truth in front of them. Fight? Who's going to fight now? For a moment, the crowd was silent again. The Empress looked around and suddenly focused on Guyu Holy Sun. Who wanted to kill me just now? Come on. The Empress said lightly. The Empress's words immediately attracted everyone's attention to Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun? Is she provoking Guyu Holy Sun? Suddenly, someone was surprised. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes. Chang San and Chang Si narrowed their eyes, full of murderous intent. They clenched their fists and looked at Guyu Holy Sun, waiting for Guyu Holy Sun's order. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Come on up together. The Empress said lightly. The Empress's indifferent tone had a huge impact. Many people knew Chang San and Chang Si. They were at the advanced stage of the lower void realm. Was this woman crazy? She was just lucky just now. Now she wanted to compete with Chang San and Chang Si. She even wanted to fight 1 against 2. She's crazy. This Empress is sick in the head. Even if she wants to die, she shouldn't have come here. The crowd didn't believe the Empress, but Guyu Holy Sun couldn't sit back and do nothing. Chang Si, you go. Guyu Holy Sun said lightly. Yes, I'll take this crazy man's head. Chang Si nodded. Buzz. Chang Si took out a long saber and stepped on the high platform. Show me what you're capable of. How dare you challenge me? Chang Si's eyes were cold. Whoosh! The Empress's speed reached a terrifying level. In just a moment, a black shadow shot toward Chang Si like a sharp arrow. Screech! Bam! The sound of the long saber cutting through the wind and the sound of blood gushing out could be heard. The Emperor stopped behind Chang Si. Gulyalu! Chang Si's head rolled to the ground. Clean and nimble, even cleaner and nimbler than before, too fast. Killed with a single strike. SSSS. 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 Gasps could be heard all around. Chang Si. Chang San suddenly roared. Chang San and Chang Si were blood brothers. How could their younger brother die in the blink of an eye? Chang Si was too careless. Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. Guyu Holy Sun could see the Emperor's speed clearly, but Chang Si could not. In the blink of an eye, his head rolled to the ground. Xing! Chang San raised his saber, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was about to take his revenge on the arena. Chong-san, Guyu Holy Sun shouted coldly. Holy Sun, she killed my brother. Chong-san Jiaohu said. Stop right there. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. After being shouted at by Guyu Holy Sun, Chong-san calmed down a lot. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only listen angrily. He stood behind Guyu Holy Sun and looked at the emperor on the arena with murderous eyes. The golden light around the emperor deepened again. Emperor, who else wants a fight? Meng Ziqiu frowned and shouted. After Meng Ziqiu shouted, the crowd fell silent again. Many people did not know the emperor well. Just now, 2 lower void stage experts had died in a daze. The strong cultivators fell silent or started to discuss. The emperor stood on the arena and looked around. Seeing that no one was coming up, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Come up together, the emperor said indifferently. For a moment, the square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Some cultivators could not believe what they had just heard and dug their ears. Senior brother, did you hear that? What did the emperor say? A cultivator looked at the cultivator beside him and asked. The emperor said, come up together. Another cultivator said with a strange expression. Did I hear wrongly? The emperor's words were like a challenge to the 800 emptiness realm experts. He was challenging all the strong cultivators. Come up together, come up together, come up together. Chapter 547. Transin Tion Su come at me together. Arrogant. Incomparably arrogant. The Heaven's Gift Square was in an uproar. There was only one person who was making noise, the Emperor who was standing in the arena, a woman in the immortal state. She dared to say such arrogant words after killing 2 lower void realm cultivators. Come at me together? She was looking down on the 800 cultivators who were fighting for the Tion Su. She was looking down on them. Meng Ziqiu frowned and looked at the emperor. Was the woman in front of him too murderous? No, it was more like she didn't care about these opponents at all. She just wanted to get the Tion Su as soon as possible. Sima and Tion sat on a chair at the side. A disciple served him tea respectfully. Sima and Tion sipped the tea and looked at the emperor on the arena with narrowed eyes. Then, Sima and Tion looked at Yin Chuan, who was not far away. Will the emperor be in danger? Mo she asked worriedly. Don't worry. Yin Chuan shook his head. Although the emperor was only in the immortal state, he had inherited the legacy of the most powerful man in the world 10,000 years ago. His father, the knife demon, was even a powerful immortal. It would be strange if the emperor was defeated here. Yes, Mo Yushi nodded. At the Guyu Holy Sun's place. You're courting death. Chong-san looked at the emperor coldly. The emperor looked coldly at the crowd and said, I won't kill those who admit defeat. If you want to die, come at me. Damn it. I'm being looked down on by a little girl. Arrogant girl. You're courting death. Humph. You can live with your sins, but you can't live with your sins. Suddenly, 10 lower void realm cultivators stepped on the arena. Each of them held their own weapons and surrounded the emperor. Even though they were bullying the weak with numbers, the 10 experts didn't dare to be careless. The 2 lower void stage experts who died just now were examples. Moreover, all the lower void stage experts understood that when the emperor killed them, he didn't just chop off their heads, he also destroyed their primordial spirits. 2 lower void realm cultivators were killed cleanly and cleanly. Kill! 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 The 10 cultivators rushed at the emperor almost at the same time. The emperor's eyes turned cold as he stomped his foot. Boom! A vast amount of saber chi instantly erupted from the arena. Millions of saber chi seemed to come from the ground and soared into the sky. It was like a great river flowing against the heavens. The cold saber chi instantly caused the temperature of the entire Heaven's Gift Plaza to drop by a lot. Rumble. Surging saber chi soared into the sky, instantly enveloping the 10 experts. From the outside, one could not see the figure inside at all. One could only see the vast and mighty saber Qi soaring into the sky. Hiss! Saber sea? What a terrifying sea of sabers. Is it from the Emperor? Is she really in the God realm? The crowd was filled with astonishment. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. This sea of knives was too similar to the Jade Emperor's sword formation that he had humiliated 10 days ago. However, one was a knife, and the other was a sword. Guyu Holy Sun's expression darkened as he looked at Yin Chuan, who was not far away. Yin Chuan's expression remained indifferent, as if it was a matter of course. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings all watched in shock. Bam! The vast sea of knives disappeared from the plaza in an instant. The Emperor's short hair swayed slightly as he stood in the center of the plaza and looked around coldly. Pong! 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 10 heads rolled on the ground again. Blood spurted from their necks. The 10 experts all fell to the ground. The Heaven's Gift Plaza fell into silence again. Meng Ziqiu also looked at the Emperor with a blank face at this moment. Chapter 548. How many Heavenly Gifts conferences had they been through? Even Yin Tao wasn't as exaggerated as this. Was this killing? Was this harvesting? All the golden light gathered toward the Emperor. The Emperor stood on the arena, looking extremely dazzling. He glanced around coldly. Those who admit defeat can live. The Emperor looked down at the audience and said, "Those who admit defeat can live?" At this moment, no one dared to criticize the Emperor anymore. His terrifying killing speed was simply cheating. How could they compete like this? Standing on the square, the crowd couldn't calm down for a long time. The Emperor's gaze fell on a cultivator. I admit defeat," the cultivator said with difficulty. But when he said that, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. The golden light instantly withdrew from the cultivator and gathered toward the Emperor. The first person admitted defeat. Next, the surrenders were like a plague, starting from the first person and quickly spreading in all directions. The Emperor's gaze landed on all the people who admitted defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Meng Ziqiu and Lu Yi looked at each other. Dean, what's the background of this Emperor? He's even more exaggerated than Yin Tao. Lu Yi said bitterly. I'm not sure. Yin Tao, Yin Chuan, and the Emperor, these people are all strange. Meng Ziqiu sighed slightly. In the blink of an eye, there were nearly 500 people who admitted defeat in the square. But in the end, there were still people who didn't admit defeat. The last Heavenly Gift Conference was Yin Tao, and this time it's the Emperor. When will it be our turn? If we can't get the Tian Su, we won't be able to live until the next Heavenly Gift Conference. Since we're going to die anyway, let's fight together. An old man shouted. Okay. Immediately, hundreds of cultivators jumped into the arena. The Emperor's eyes turned cold. With a flip of his hand, the Emperor took out a golden pill. As soon as the pill was taken out, a refreshing fragrance could be smelled even below the arena. A quasi-immortal pill. Meng Ziqiu's expression changed. You said that's a quasi-immortal pill? The best pill below the immortal pills? Lu Yi said in surprise. That's right, but why is she taking the medicinal pills? Meng Ziqiu asked, puzzled. The Emperor swallowed the quasi-immortal pill and looked coldly at the 100 peerless experts. 100 lower void realm experts surrounded the Emperor. 1 against 100? The spectating cultivators all had expectant expressions. It was unknown whether they were anticipating the Emperor's victory or the Emperor's defeat. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes and stared at the Emperor. 100 lower void realm cultivators besieging him? Even he would be in a difficult situation. Emperor? He was dead meat. Boom! Just like before, the violent saber Qi once again enveloped the entire arena. The surging saber Qi soared into the sky and enveloped everyone on the arena in the blink of an eye. Roar! Kill this girl! Let's attack together! Quick! Rumble! Within the storm of blade energy, the roars of hundreds of emptiness realm experts could be heard. Then, the rumbling sounds of battle could be heard. Emperors were strong, but there was a limit to it. After all, their cultivation was limited. It was impossible to kill 100 lower void realm cultivators as easily as before. Rumble. Fierce battle. Sounds could be heard from the storm of blade energy. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, a large number of black clouds suddenly gathered above the Sea of Providence. Rumble. The black clouds gathered, and countless lightning flashed in the black clouds. A vast heavenly might pressed down on the arena below. 49 heavenly tribulations? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Someone is going through the 49 heavenly tribulations on the arena. 49 heavenly tribulations are for those in the consummate stage of the God realm. The God realm cultivator on the arena seems to be Chapter 549. The Sovereign? Is she crazy? Why is she undergoing the tribulation at this time? Is the Sovereign undergoing the tribulation? Amidst the exclamations of countless cultivators, hundreds of lightning bolts descended from the sky, heading straight for the arena. Rumble. On the arena, lightning bolts and saber chi mixed together. The entire arena seemed to have exploded. Looking from afar, it was extremely resplendent. The surrounding cultivators looked at this scene in horror. Is the Sovereign trying to drag everyone down with her? No, I admit defeat. A scream came from the arena. However, the Sovereign did not answer him. The huge impact was still coming from the arena. Rumble. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, suddenly, everyone saw that in the storm of saber chi, there seemed to be a vast azure saber chi that was 300 meters wide and 3,000 meters long. Wong. As soon as the vast azure saber chi appeared, killing intent spread out. The surrounding air immediately turned cold in the killing intent. Snowflakes drifted down. The azure saber chi soared into the sky, rushed through the luck cloud sea, and headed straight for the tribulation clouds of the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation. That is impossible. People thought of a possibility, but no one was willing to admit it. Everyone's hearts seemed to have stopped beating as they stared at the azure saber chi with soaring, killing intent in the sky. They did not even blink. It was getting closer and closer to the tribulation clouds. The vast tribulation clouds of the 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation were cut in half by the azure saber chi. The heavenly tribulation was cut in half. In the square, countless cultivators were dumbfounded as they looked at the tribulation clouds that were cut in half. That was the nightmare of many divine realm cultivators. Only the heavenly tribulation could trample on people. How could they see a person killing a heavenly tribulation? Killing a heavenly tribulation? That was a joke, but it happened in front of everyone. That graceful saber strike was imprinted in everyone's mind. They might not be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Rumble. The tribulation clouds were cut in half by the azure saber chi, announcing that the tribulation was over. The tribulation clouds slowly dispersed. The heaven's gift square was silent. Even the saber chi storm in the square disappeared. Most people did not notice it. They just looked at the sky in a daze, looking at the disappearing tribulation clouds. Impossible. It's fake. It's fake. The heavenly tribulation can be cut in half. It's fake. It's fake. Many Shioja trembled. Who else wants to come up? A soft shout suddenly came from the dazed square. This soft shout caused many people to quiver and look towards the arena together. Above the battle arena, Huang stood quietly in the center. There were more than 100 corpses on the ground. Golden light shone around Huang. He was like a god overlooking all living things. 1 against 100? The Emperor had won again. Not only did he kill 100 lower emptiness realm cultivators, he even killed the heavenly tribulation. The Emperor looked at a man shrouded in golden light. I admit defeat. That person immediately said, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. At this moment, who dared to doubt the Emperor's ability? Before, he was only at the god layer, but he was already so terrifying. Now, after the 49 heavenly tribulations, he was already at the lower void level. Fight? Fight my ass. If you want to die, then go ahead. Logically speaking, 800 cultivators should have fought for several days and nights, perhaps even more than 10 days. However, at this moment, it was going to end in the blink of an eye. Bursts of golden light gathered towards the Emperor. Almost everyone admitted defeat. There was nothing they could do. After all, the person in the arena was a freak. He was too fierce. In the blink of an eye, only Changsan behind Guyu Holy Sun was left. Changsan's face twitched. Should he continue? The Emperor slowly looked at Changsan. I will count to 3. The Emperor said coldly, holding his long saber. 1. The Emperor said indifferently. Everyone looked at Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun's face turned ugly. Holy Sun, Changsan said in a panic. Admit defeat? Guyu Holy Sun was still unwilling. His father had finally given him another task. Was he going to mess it up again? 2. The Emperor counted quietly. Holy Sun, Changsan exclaimed. Guyu Holy Sun's face was gloomy. He was still unwilling to agree. The Emperor's long saber shook slightly. He was about to speak. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Changsan exclaimed. At this moment, he no longer cared about Guyu Holy Sun's orders. Whoosh! The golden light retreated from Changsan's body. The last ray of golden light enveloped the Emperor. The Emperor had won. In the battle for Tiansu at the Heavenly Bestowment Conference, the Emperor defeated all the cultivators in the shortest time possible. The Emperor was surrounded by golden light, but Guyu Holy Sun's face was extremely dark. It was as if he had been slapped in public. This was not a slap from someone else, but from his own subordinate. It was even more painful than being slapped by others. However, at this moment, only a few people were looking at Guyu Holy Sun. Most of them were looking at the Emperor in the center of the arena. The Tiansu above the Sea of Providence in the sky suddenly trembled. Ka. The Tiansu left the Sea of Providence and slowly flew toward the Emperor. Chapter 550. The Tiansu gradually shrank into a 1-foot-long scroll and fell into the Emperor's hand. The golden light on the Emperor's body also gathered towards the Tiansu. Phew! The Emperor put away the Tiansu, looked around, and stepped down from the arena. Even though the battle for the Tiansu had ended, the Emperor was still the focus of attention in the Heaven's Gift Square. The Emperor slowly walked towards Yanchuan. Everyone's eyes were also fixed on the Emperor. I'm leaving. See you again, the Emperor said to Yanchuan. Yanchuan seemed to have known this and nodded. Okay. The Emperor walked towards a direction and left the Heaven's Gift Square. The Emperor? Who is he? Does he know Yanchuan? Whose disciple is the Emperor? The crowd was discussing. Stop, you can't leave. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The voice attracted everyone's attention. It was Guyu Holy Sun, who squinted his eyes and stared at the Emperor. The Emperor paused and turned to look at Guyu Holy Sun. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. You can't leave before the end of the Heaven's Gift Conference, Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Huh? Yanchuan squinted his eyes and looked at Guyu Holy Sun. Before the end of the Heaven's Gift Conference? Could it be that something big was going to happen? Yanchuan pondered. The Emperor turned his head and ignored Guyu Holy Sun, as if he didn't hear him at all. He continued to walk outside. Phew! Guyu Holy Sun appeared in front of the Emperor in a flash. I said, you can't leave. Didn't you hear me? Guyu Holy Sun's eyes turned cold, and a powerful aura gushed out. The aura of the middle void stage was much stronger than that of the lower void stage. The nearby Shioja were instantly pushed back by this aura. His aura rushed towards the Emperor, but the Emperor did not seem to be affected at all. He walked step by step towards Guyu Holy Sun. Ka. The floor began to crack under Guyu Holy Sun's powerful aura, but the Emperor still walked forward. Step by step, it was as if he was not under any pressure at all. Countless pairs of eyes around revealed looks of surprise. Slowly, The emperor walked up to Gu Yu, holy sun. The emperor's eyes stared at the ancient moon, Saint's sun, coldly. Boom! It was as if a long knife had pierced through the emperor's eyes and stabbed into Gu Yu, holy sun's mind. A powerful will rushed out. The willpower that Gu Yu, holy sun, was so proud of in the past was so weak in front of Huang Heidao's blade-shaped willpower. It was completely destroyed. Boom! Gu Yu, holy sun's soul trembled violently. His mind was in a mess. After a while, he finally woke up from his fear, but his spirit had withered a lot. Jing Ming's sun and moon attendants. You're the son of the sun attendants? You're only at the second level of the middle void stage, and you dare to stop me? If it wasn't for Jing Ming, you would have died 1,000 times. Those who block me die, the emperor said coldly. Stepping forward, Gu Yu, holy sun, instinctively moved aside. His eyes were filled with shock. The emperor's terrifying willpower had told him everything. No matter how stupid Gu Yu, holy sun, was, he did not dare to stop the emperor. He was drenched in cold sweat as he watched the emperor slowly leave. At this moment, Gu Yu, holy sun, did not have the slightest intention to stop the emperor. His eyes were filled with shock. A large number of Xiuzhe looked over curiously. Holy sun, what's going on? Changsen came over and asked in confusion. The Zither Emperor, Chess Emperor, and Book Emperor also came over. Chapter 5:51. Gu Yu, holy sun, slowly recovered as he watched the emperor fly into the distance. Everyone was staring at him. The ancient moon saint child suddenly felt uneasy. Previously, he was against the emperor everywhere, but now it seemed so laughable. Let's go. Gu Yu, holy sun, said in a low voice. They could not stay here any longer. He quickly left the square with the 4 people and Chang Xi's corpse, leaving behind tens of thousands of curious people. Not long after, on a floating island outside the square, Gu Yu, holy sun, and the 4 people looked coldly at the square. Holy sun, are we letting the emperor go? Changsen gritted his teeth. Changsen did not know that the emperor and Gu Yu had already fought. Although he could not do anything to the emperor, he hoped that Gu Yu, holy sun, could help avenge his brother's death. The emperor? Gu Yu, holy sun's face twitched. Gu Yu, holy sun, did not even want to provoke the emperor. He would leave the emperor to his father. We still have important matters to attend to. Although we lost Tian Su, we still have the investiture of God's strategy. Gu Yu, holy sun, shook his head. Yes. Changsen nodded unwillingly. Everyone stared at the heavens gift square again. In the square, the shock brought by the emperor was slowly digested by the cultivators. The square was also cleaned up. There were 70 to 80,000 cultivators, and 70,000 of them were Confucian cultivators. They were all supporters of Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian. The shock was quickly replaced by anticipation. Yin Chuan, Sima Yuntian, and Julu Academy's Confucian cultivators. What kind of competition would there be between the 3 parties? Goddess Ji Chun, please bear witness. The competition for the investiture of God's strategy begins. Meng Ziqiu shouted again. The square suddenly fell silent. It was still the same arena, but this time it was not a martial battle, but a literary one. On the arena, Yu Yi led 20 Confucian cultivators onto the stage slowly. Yin Chuan led Spider King, Yi Feng, and Mr. Monroe into the arena. Mou, she hugged Miao and waited quietly below. Sima Yuntian led his 72 disciples onto the stage. Yin Chuan, Sima Yuntian, and Yu Yi formed a triangle. The literary battle was about to begin, and the Confucian cultivators all held their breaths. The competition for the investiture of the gods is different from the competition for Tian Su. Do you want to win first and then pass the Julu Academy's test? Or do you want to pass the test first and then compete? Lu Yi asked with a smile. Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian looked at each other. Test him first. Let's fight later. Sima Yuntian and Yin Chuan said at the same time. Upon receiving this reply, Lu Yi nodded. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As long as you can beat the 21 people on the stage in 2 of these, you will pass. What do you want to test first? He asked. Go. Sima Yuntian said indifferently. Yin Chuan and Lu Yi nodded without any objections. As they stretched out their hands, 2 chessboards slowly appeared on the stage, standing between the 3 of them. Yifeng, Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Yifeng nodded. Yifeng waved his long sleeves and stepped forward. The breeze blew his hair, making him look very free and easy. Mr. E. It's really Mr. E. Waves of excitement came from below the stage. Sima Yuntian looked at one of his disciples, who nodded and stepped forward. The second senior brother of the 72 Confucians, Zhang Shun, the best chess player among Sima Yuntian's disciples. He nodded and smiled. I've heard that Mr. Yi's chess skills are amazing. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Chapter 552. With that, Yu Yi instructed a Confucian scholar to fight Zhang Shun, while he walked to Yi Feng's chessboard. Ding Yu is going to fight personally? I heard that Ding Yu is best at the zither and only second in chess. However, he's still a virtuous sage. He's definitely much stronger than those Confucians. Zhang Shun will fight a Confucian scholar, while Mr. Yi will fight a virtuous sage. That's not fair. There were many disgruntled voices below the stage, but the 2 sides had already sat down. Yifeng was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Jiulu Academy, virtuous sage? Yifeng has been looking forward to this for many years. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yifeng began to play his piece. Clap. The 2 games officially entered the state of a chess battle. Countless cultivators below the stage saw the pieces on the stage through their spells and focused. Yin Chuan, who was behind Yifeng, looked at Sima Yuntian not far away. Sima Yuntian was not paying attention to the chessboard at this moment. Instead, he was looking at the 100 Saints' righteousness altar in the distance, at Meng Ziqiu and the others. Sima Yuntian narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. In the distance, Meng Ziqiu looked at Mr. Monroe, who was behind Yin Chuan, with a complicated look in his eyes. Wen Ruo looked at Meng Ziqiu with a pained expression. Father and son looked at each other, but for a moment they were both speechless. Separated by a large number of cultivators, Mr. Monroe bowed solemnly in Meng Ziqiu's direction. He did not say anything, only bowing. Seeing his son's attitude, Meng Ziqiu's eyes flashed with bitterness for a moment, and he sighed softly. Smack! 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 The sound of pieces being played continued. Thank you. Zhang Shun was the first to win. He won for Sima Yuntian. Teacher, Zhang Shun reported excitedly. Sima Yuntian nodded, his expression unchanged. Zhang Shun returned to the 72 scholars. Everyone was looking at Yifeng and Yui. One was Mr. E, who had risen to fame 2 years ago and had never tasted defeat. The other was a virtuous paragon of the Jiulu Academy, the left Yardsdean. Both of their chess skills had reached the pinnacle. Although it was just the placement of a chess piece, without any spells, a whirlwind was generated above the chessboard for no reason, as if it was reflecting the danger on the chessboard. Yifeng placed his chess pieces very quickly. Although his eyes were blurry, his style of playing chess was unusually sharp. It was as if he was sitting on the battlefield, arranging his troops in battle formations. Troops after troops were charging toward Yui. Yui, on the other hand, played the most common style of chess in the world of cultivators. It was as if he was the master of a sect, commanding his disciples to attack one after another. Flowers bloomed in all directions, and his skillful moves came one after another. It was as if the experts of the sect had come out to fight. One side was the army of the empire, and the other side was the disciples of the sections. It was like a competition between an empire and a sect. Either the sect would conquer the empire, or the empire would annihilate the sect. Kill! Roar! I'm invincible! As the chess pieces were placed, Yui seemed to hear a magnificent army charging over. Although there were not many experts in the army on the chessboard, the army was full of vigor, as if the heavens were helping them. Every time the army pressed over, the experts of the sex would be unable to resist. Smack, smack, smack. As the chess pieces continued to be placed, Yu Yi's expression turned increasingly unsightly. Charged straight in, 10,000 arrows fired. Yifeng smiled faintly. Clack! Another black chess piece was placed. Suddenly, the chessboard changed. Yu Yi, who was immersed in the chessboard, seemed to see the magnificent army gathered in front of the sections. With Yifeng's final chess piece, 10,000 arrows were fired, bombarding the tottering sections. The magnificent army roared and charged into the sections. Everywhere they passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. Everywhere they passed, rivers of blood flowed. The foundations of the sects were instantly flattened by the magnificent army. Clack! The chess piece in Yu Yi's hand was crushed by himself. It collapsed. The Empire's army had already annihilated the sections. All that was left were the scattered remnants. There was no way to continue this game. Yu Yi has learned something. Yu Yi stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you for letting me win. Yifeng smiled and stood up to return the bow. Chapter 553. Mystery 1. Someone shouted from the crowd. Mystery 1. His opponent is a virtuous paragon. Mr. Yi's chess skills are the best I've ever seen. In the square, more and more people worshipped Yifeng's chess skills. The cheers grew louder and louder. Lu Yi smiled faintly, not minding it at all. After exchanging greetings, the two of them returned to their seats. Zhang Shun and Yifeng had won. When Lu Yi returned, the 20 Confucian scholars looked at him with a bitter expression. The Jiulu Academy was the most popular place in the East. How could it be defeated so easily? What else do you want to compete next? Lu Yi asked. Zither, Yin Chuan said. Sima Yuntian nodded without any objection. Yin Chuan looked at Spider King, who nodded solemnly. Zither was different from chess. It had to be played one by one. Spider King stepped forward, took out a zither, and placed it on his knees. Lu Yi looked at Spider King and picked a Confucian scholar. The Confucian scholar also sat cross-legged on the stage, and the two of them began their zither battle. Behind Yin Chuan, Yifeng frowned. Wang, this Jiulu Academy is a little strange. I know. We didn't play the zither, which means that the Jiulu Academy doesn't care about their losses. Yin Chuan nodded. That means the Jiulu Academy is deliberately going easy on him? Yifeng frowned. A little bit, but in the previous game, he didn't. You have the skill, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yifeng nodded. Mimicking Yin Chuan, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the center of the square. Ding, 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 ding. The two zither experts played faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, sound waves appeared in the center of the square. Rumble. A huge sound river suddenly appeared in the middle of the two great zither players. Above the sound river, the sound waves crashed into each other like a torrential river. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Tiger Tribe's encampment the other day, it wasn't too far off. Ding, ding, ding. A smile gradually appeared on the Spider King's face. On the other hand, the zither player's expression gradually turned ugly, and he found it increasingly strenuous. Big wave. King Spider laughed. Boom! In the Sound River, a huge wave that was 30 meters tall suddenly appeared and rushed towards the other side. Boom! The huge Sound River suddenly exploded, and the entire Heaven's Gift Square was filled with a loud roar. After the explosion, the sound suddenly stopped. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Zhu smiled. The Guqin master got up and nodded. I've heard about it. Mr. Wang's Guqin skills are indeed much better than mine. Who is he? It's only been a while, and he actually won? Spider King, you don't know? King Spider? There were many discussions in all directions. The King Spider had already retreated to the front of Yin Chuan. Prince Yin didn't disappoint. King Spider said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. Half of the God Bestowment Scroll that was connected to the Sea of Providence suddenly left the Sea of Providence, as if it was certain that Yin Chuan had won. On the God Bestowment Scroll, the light that shone on Yin Chuan became more and more dazzling. Yin Chuan has passed the Jiulu Academy's test. He announced. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. On the other side, another disciple of Sima Yuntian walked out. That's the head of the 72 great scholars, Qin Sei. The audience suddenly recognized him. Sima Yuntian's first disciple, the number 1 zither player, Qin Sei. Chapter 554. Qin Sei walked out with her zither. On the opposite side, Yin Chuan saw someone familiar from the Jiulu Academy. It was Old Yin, the same Old Yin from the investiture hall. Senior brother Qin Sei, long time no see. Old Yin smiled. Qin Sei nodded and didn't say anything. The two sat down and started playing the zither. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the zither rang out. As the two zither masters plucked the strings, a sound river rushed out. Boom! The sound river collided. In an instant, another sound river was formed. It wasn't as big as King Spider's, but it was still solid. Ding, 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 ding. King Spider looked and said, "The two of them are on par with each other. It's impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time." Yin Chuan nodded lightly. As expected, although the people below were waiting anxiously, the battle on the stage didn't end. After 2 hours, the sound of the zither was still there. Sima Yuntian squinted his eyes as though he was getting impatient. Qin Sei, stand down. Sima Yuntian suddenly shouted. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of a zither gradually faded, and the original sound river also disappeared. Gradually, the two sides stopped. Yes. Qin Sei stood up and said respectfully to Sima Yuntian. Sima Yuntian stepped forward. What? Why did it stop? Great sage Sima Yuntian made a move. Really? Everyone looked at Sima Yuntian in shock, including Lu Yi, Meng Ziqiu, and Old Yin. All of them looked at Sima Yuntian in shock. Sima Yuntian made a move at this time? He wasn't such an impulsive person, right? He frowned. Old Yin was on standby. Greetings, martial uncle. Please enlighten me. Old Yin said respectfully. Sima Yuntian didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries with Old Yin. He didn't even sit down. He held the zither with one hand and placed the other on the zither. Martial uncle, please forgive me, Old Yin said solemnly. Ding, ding, ding. Old Yin was in his most powerful state right from the start. The rolling sound river rushed over. Sima Yuntian's eyes narrowed as a cold smile appeared on his face. His right hand plucked the strings of the zither with great force. Dong, 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 dong. With just one wave, it sounded like the sound of a war drum. A huge sound wave crashed into the sound river. Boom! Old Yan's sound river suddenly exploded, and the sound waves were so powerful that they rushed towards Old Yan. Boom! Old Yin screamed as he was sent flying into the sky by the sound waves. Swish! Like a shooting star, he instantly flew out of the arena and towards Meng Ziqiu. Pooh! In midair, Old Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Smack! Meng Ziqiu reached out and caught Old Yin. Dean! Old Yin said bitterly. Old Yin knew that Sima Yuntian's Qin Dao was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this abnormal. One wave, just one wave, and he was defeated like this? Expert. King Spider's face darkened as he looked at Sima Yuntian. Sima Yuntian? Yu Yi's eyes turned cold as he shouted. That was his disciple. How could Sima Yuntian bully him? Boom. In the sky, the other half of the God Investiture strategy left the Sea of Providence and floated in the air. Large amounts of golden light gathered towards Sima Yuntian. The Jiulu Academy's test was over. The God Investiture strategy belonged to Sima Yuntian and Yin Chuan. It was just waiting for the two of them to fight for it. Sima Yuntian didn't look at Yin Chuan. Instead, he hugged his zither and looked at Meng Ziqiu. Meng Ziqiu, do you still remember what I said before I left? Sima Yuntian suddenly smiled arrogantly. Chapter 555. The Julu Academy scholars' expressions changed. I said that when I return, I will defeat the Julu Academy. Today I, Sima Yuntian, have returned. I will challenge the Julu Academy in front of everyone. I will use my God bestowment strategy to take away your Julu Academy's providence. Sima Yuntian said arrogantly. I will use my God bestowment strategy to take away your Julu Academy's providence. Hua! Countless cultivators below the stage started discussing. Take away providence? Take away the Julu Academy's providence? Although the Julu Academy was only a mid-tier sect, its status in the East was unshakable. Sima Yuntian wanted the God bestowment strategy. His ambition wasn't just the God bestowment strategy, but also the providence. Roar, roar, roar. Above the sea of providence, the 3 golden dragons of providence suddenly roared at the God bestowment strategy, as if they felt threatened by the strategy. Literary battle of sages. Take away the providence? Furthermore, he was trying to snatch Julu Academy's providence in front of everyone. They didn't come with good intentions. Not only did they not come with good intentions, but with the God bestowment scroll, it was equivalent to having a sect bestowed upon them by the heavens. Julu Academy was also a sect. At this moment, it was equivalent to a battle between 2 sects. A battle between sects that accumulated good karma was seen on the market, but a battle between sects that cultivated good karma was unique. There wasn't much providence in the God bestowment strategy, but it was still providence. Was this a battle between 2 sects? Sima Yuntian stepped forward, his battle intent pressing towards Meng Ziqiu. Fight? Don't fight? Yin Chuan, what do you say? Meng Ziqiu suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. The God bestowment strategy had 2 owners, Sima Yuntian and Yin Chuan. If the 2 of them hadn't decided who would win, Yin Chuan still had the right to decide. Sima Yuntian turned to look at Yin Chuan, his eyes filled with battle intent. As long as Yin Chuan didn't agree, Sima Yuntian would definitely attack Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at the providence in the sky, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Fighting for my God bestowment strategy? I wish you victory. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Sima Yuntian also smiled knowingly. Sima Yuntian placed great importance on Yin Chuan, because until now, Sima Yuntian still hadn't seen through Yin Chuan. This was an extraordinary opponent, and Sima Yuntian placed great importance on him. But today, the most important thing was to wash away the humiliation of the Sima clan. Only by defeating the Julu Academy could the humiliation be washed away. Only then would he be able to comfort the spirits of the Sima clan's ancestors in heaven. Meng Ziqiu, today, does the Julu Academy dare to accept my Sima Yuntian's challenge? Sima Yuntian took a step forward and shouted. The 72 disciples also took a step forward, their eyes filled with excitement. The surrounding Confucian cultivators were also very excited. Challenging the Julu Academy? This was something that hadn't happened in many years. Meng Ziqiu narrowed his eyes and looked at Sima Yuntian. The 5 virtuous paragons behind him all had gloomy expressions. Everyone looked at Meng Ziqiu. In the end, you still can't let it go. Meng Ziqiu sighed. Can't let it go? This is unfair to the Sima clan. Why can't the disciples of the Sima clan compete for the position of Academy Master? Today, I will seek justice for this. I will let everyone in the world be a witness and clear the name of the Sima clan. Sima Yuntian shouted. The Sima clan can't be the master of the Julu Academy. This is an ancient rule. If you can't accept it, then come at me. Meng Ziqiu's eyes became serious. Chapter 556. On the stage of the Heavens Gift Plaza, Sima Yuntian and Meng Ziqiu each sat on one side of a huge chessboard. Everyone else stood below the stage as they placed their pieces. Yu Yi frowned as he looked into the distance where the paragons of the Julu Academy were gathered. Yu Yi, why is the dean so stubborn? Just one match with Sima Yuntian? A virtuous paragon frowned. That traitor Sima Yuntian dares to challenge our Julu Academy. We must teach him a lesson. Yeah, why don't you let us do it? I know the dean is powerful, but what if he loses? You might take over Meng Zichio's position after the Heaven's Gift Conference. So Meng Zichio had told him many secrets. Everyone, calm down. The dean has his own plans. He shook his head. I know Sima Yuntian's ability. We might not be able to win, but as long as the dean doesn't interfere, it won't affect the Julu Academy's fortune. But if the dean loses, our academy's fortune will be greatly damaged. A virtuous paragon said worriedly. He looked at the sea of fortune above him. Two of the golden dragons were still weak because of the Heaven's Gift Conference, while the other three golden dragons were roaring with the God bestowment strategy. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Everyone, don't worry about it. There are some secrets of the academy that you don't know. It's best for the dean to fight personally. Secrets? What secrets? A group of virtuous paragons frowned. He shook his head. If you're willing to give up your freedom and participate in the Julu Academy's administration, you might know. But for now, I'm sorry. The five virtuous paragons frowned. Even the virtuous paragons didn't know much about the Julu Academy's secrets. They didn't participate in the administration and could only make suggestions. Seeing Meng Zichio fight Sima Yuntian, they could only sigh. Rumble. Half of the ground on the stage suddenly shattered. The rubble slowly floated up and began to revolve around the two players. Two people who were at the pinnacle of the art of chess placed their pieces. Righteous chi emanated from them. The mysteries of the game seemed to have seeped into the surrounding rubble along with the righteous chi. The crushed stones turned into bright, luminous pearls that revolved around the two of them in a mysterious pattern. Thousands upon thousands of crushed stones circled around the two of them like meteors. It was as if countless stars were revolving in the starry sky. Countless cultivators in the surroundings used spells as mirrors to look at the chessboard on the arena. Poof, poof. The Confucian cultivators all felt dizzy, and some even vomited blood. Yifeng, did you see it clearly? Yinchuan asked in a deep voice. In the end, this subject's vision is still insufficient. I can understand this game of Go, but I need time to understand it. Yifeng sighed. It's very difficult to comprehend it in such a short period of time. It's just like the chess game that His Majesty played with me. Although I worked very hard, my vision as a mortal was limited, and I couldn't see much of it. I had to wait until after the game to slowly comprehend it. I've been constantly broadening my horizons in Jilu City for the past 2 years. Now, I'll help you comprehend this game of Go. Close your eyes, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Yifeng nodded. Yin Chuan extended his hand, and countless stars appeared in his palm. The stars revolved around his palm, as if he was holding a universe in his hand. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the trajectory of the stars in his palm was exactly the same as the rubble around Sima, Yuntan, and Meng Zichio on the stage. Chapter 557. Clap. Yin Chuan placed his hand behind Yifeng's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yifeng's hair suddenly moved without any wind, as if he was thoroughly experiencing the game on the stage. Yin Chuan looked at the stage and imparted all his understanding and analysis to Yifeng. It was only the dismantling of the chessboard and the understanding of it. Yin Chuan's many years of experience naturally made him much more knowledgeable than Yifeng. Yifeng seemed to be in the middle of the chessboard and quickly understood the game played by Meng Zichio and Sima Yuntian. Rumble. On the stage, Sima Yuntian grabbed a piece and placed it down. His eyes burned with fighting spirit as he pressed forward step by step. Meng Zichio frowned. He continued to place his pieces. More and more nature energy gathered in the surroundings, and the entire arena was dyed white by the nature energy emitted by the two of them. Among the tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators in the surroundings, nearly 10,000 of them vomited blood and didn't dare to look any longer. This game was the pinnacle of chess. It rained for 6 whole hours, and the sky was already dark. The righteous energy was even more dazzling. Give me justice. Sima Yuntian placed his piece. Clap. Boom. The rubble surrounding the two of them suddenly exploded. They exploded in all directions. A gust of wind blew from the chessboard, and Meng Zichio's piece was suspended in the air for a long time. The hands of the virtuous paragons in the distance trembled. It's over, a virtuous paragon muttered. Clap. Meng Zichio crushed the piece in his hand. He looked up at the fierce-looking Sima Yuntian and sighed. You win. Boom. In the sky, there was a sudden explosion. Roar, roar, roar. The three golden dragons of Providence suddenly let out sorrowful cries. The surging sea of Providence suddenly flowed toward the God Bestowment strategy. The God Bestowment strategy seemed to have a powerful suction force that absorbed the sea of Providence. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence let out a sorrowful cry as its providence flowed away. The surrounding Confucian cultivators all revealed looks of shock. This, the headmaster lost. Impossible. How could our Julu Academy lose? Why? How could the headmaster lose? The great scholars of the Julu Academy all lamented. The five paragons were even more sorrowful. This was the first time in 50,000 years that the Julu Academy's providence had been lost. This was the first time it had been snatched by someone. Ha 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 ha. Father, grandfather, ancestors, open your eyes and take a look. I've won. I've made the Julu Academy pay the price. Sima Yuntian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. As he laughed, two streams of tears unconsciously flowed down his face. After so many years of grievances, he could finally get his revenge. Rumble. With this flow, nearly a quarter of the providence flowed into the God sealing strategy. Above the sea of providence, even a golden dragon of providence suddenly lost its consciousness and flowed into the God sealing strategy. Roar. A golden dragon suddenly appeared in the God sealing strategy. Its consciousness was destroyed, but in the God sealing strategy, a new consciousness was born. A golden dragon belonging to the God sealing strategy appeared. The golden dragon circled around the God sealing strategy and roared into the sky. Roar. The entire Julu city was filled with the excited roar of the golden dragon. The flow of providence stopped. Sima Yuntian had won a quarter of the providence in this game of chess. Countless cultivators looked at this scene in shock. Wasn't this battle of providence a little too easy? Sima Yuntian comforted the spirits of his ancestors. Meng Zichio slowly retreated. Chapter 558. Meng Zichio didn't look disappointed or sad. The five virtuous paragons had ugly expressions. Ku Yi only smiled bitterly. Meng Zichio and Ku Yi looked at each other and smiled. Sima Yuntian looked at Meng Zichio after comforting the spirits of the ancestors. Seeing Meng Zichio's calm expression, his previous excitement disappeared. Meng Zichio was the dean, so why didn't he feel anything? Congratulations, teacher. Congratulations, teacher, for defeating the Julu Academy. Congratulations, teacher. The 72 scholars all bowed excitedly. The tens of thousands of spectators were still in a daze. The Julu Academy was a sacred ground. How could it lose? How? Mr. Monroe stood behind Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Father lost? How could father lose? On the side, Yin Chuan's hand fell. Yifeng closed his eyes, as if immersed in some memories. Prince Yin, what's wrong with Mr. Yi? Spider King didn't understand. Nothing, don't disturb him. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay. Spider King nodded. Sima Yuntian received congratulations from everyone, but he didn't see Meng Zichio lose his composure. He felt uncomfortable, looking at the golden dragon roaring in the sky. Sima Yuntian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, come. Sima Yuntian said in a low voice. Sima Yuntian's shout calmed the spectators, and they all looked at Yin Chuan. There was still a battle to decide the God Bestowment. Spider King. Yin Chuan looked at Spider King. Spider King nodded. He stepped onto the stage. Start with the zither? Okay. Sima Yuntian nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. The two zither experts set up their zither. Dong 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 dong. Dong dong dong. As soon as Spider King and Sima Yuntian stepped onto the stage, the power of their zither was maximized. The beautiful zither music sounded like war drums. 8 sound rivers suddenly appeared in front of each of them and collided with each other. Boom, boom, boom. The might of the 8 sound rivers was vast. Under the huge impact, whirlpools suddenly appeared around the two. Huge sonic booms instantly filled the entire arena. Rumble. This zither battle was many times more powerful than before, and it was incredibly powerful, forcing the countless Confucian cultivators to continuously retreat. Some of them even covered their ears and fled in terror. How is that possible? Their Guqin Dao is too terrifying. I can't take it anymore. Countless Xiozha showed pained expressions. Wang Zhu waved his Guqin faster and faster. Sweat dripped down his face. Sima Yuntian's Guqin Dao was too strong. This was the first time he had encountered someone like this. Sima Yuntian's eyes were also filled with malevolence. His hands were so fast that the shadows of his fingers could no longer be seen. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Pooh! The king spider spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding sound waves gradually disappeared. The whirlpool on the stage also slowly dissipated. Spider King spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a bitter smile. You won, Spider King said. Sima Yuntian took a deep breath and said, You're very strong. No matter how strong I am, I still lost. The Julu Academy is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I didn't expect to lose so many times in just a few years. Spider King said with a bitter smile. Spider King got up with difficulty and walked towards Yin Chuan. Prince Yin, I've tried my best. I'm sorry. Spider King said bitterly. You fulfilled your promise. Rest well. Yin Chuan handed over a pill bottle. No need. The rest is up to you. Spider King said with a bitter smile. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and nodded with a confident smile. Chapter 559. The 39th Wild Sima. It's Mr. E again. Even the Hall Master is not as good as Sima Yuntian. Can Mr. E do it? The Confucian cultivators below the arena discussed fervently. Yifeng had already woken up and stepped onto the arena. Sima Yuntian looked at Yifeng, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The second game is go. Let me make the first move. Yifeng smiled faintly. Right after Yifeng spoke, Zhang Shun of the 72 Confucian cultivators suddenly stepped forward. Teacher, Yin Chuan did not even come up. Why do you need to do it yourself? Let this disciple do it for you. Zhang Shun said with a smile. You? Sima Yuntian suddenly smiled. Yes. Teacher, rest assured. Since this disciple dared to step forward, I am confident of victory. Zhang Shun said confidently. The 71 Confucian cultivators nodded. Sima Yuntian smiled faintly and asked, How confident are you of victory? Zhang Shun frowned slightly. He looked around and looked at Yifeng, as if he was worried that if he said it, it wouldn't work. Countless cultivators in the surroundings also stared at Zhang Shun. It was as if they were anticipating Zhang Shun's secret to victory. Seeing his teacher press him, Zhang Shun could only helplessly say, This disciple discovered a flaw in Yifeng's Go style. This disciple and his junior brothers studied Yifeng's Go style. Yifeng has a fatal flaw. Wow. The cultivators below the arena looked at Zhang Shun in shock. A flaw? Yifeng has a flaw? Teacher. Zhang Shun stepped forward and said expectantly. Is it the initial setup? Sima Yuntian asked with a smile. Huh? Teacher noticed it as well? Zhang Shun asked in shock. Setup? The surrounding cultivators looked at Sima Yuntian in shock. Sima Yuntian shook his head and sighed. You fell for it. How can that be? This disciple studied all of Yifeng's Go games. I can't be wrong. His initial setup was very weak. As long as he made a ferocious breakthrough at the start, he would lose for sure. Zhang Shun said in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Mr. E, why don't you say it? Sima Yuntian suddenly laughed. Although Sima Yuntian was arrogant, as long as it was someone with ability, Sima Yuntian would still give them sufficient respect. Yifeng smiled and said, Mr. Sima, you have sharp eyes. What's going on? Teacher, what's going on? Zhang Shun asked in confusion. Sighing softly, Sima Yuntian said, That's a trap that Yifeng set up long ago, just waiting for you to fall into it. A condom made long ago? Did Yifeng leave that flaw on purpose? Zhang Shun opened his mouth in shock. Zhang Shun wasn't the only one. Many of the virtuous scholars at the Julu Academy had studied Yifeng's chessboard, and some of them were smart enough to notice Yifeng's flaws. They were originally quite pleased with themselves, but now they were told that this was a trap set up by someone else. The paragons immediately blushed. Yifeng's chess is not something you can compare to. Go down and watch carefully, Sima Yuntian said indifferently. Yes, Zhang Shun said with a red face. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of cultivators watching. His arrogance this time made him the laughingstock of the world. Of course, most of the cultivators in the surroundings worshipped Yifeng even more. Sima Yuntian looked at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan's expression was still very calm as he smiled faintly. Although there are only 4 people, they all have their own specialties. Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. You found the best. Amazing. Sima Yuntian looked at Yin Chuan with praise. Sima Yuntian, rumor has it that you are proficient in the Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. You really live up to your reputation. Yin Chuan smiled. Zither, you have already lost. Do you still think you can beat me? Sima Yuntian said gravely. Chapter 560. I have to thank you for bringing me such luck, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yin Chuan's words showed his confidence in winning. Ha ha ha. All right, come at me together, Sima Yuntian said arrogantly. Together? Surprised voices came from all around. Even Meng Ziqiu, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes. The descendants of the Sima family are indeed arrogant. He said with a bitter smile. It's passed down from generation to generation. Meng Ziqiu nodded with a bitter smile. Yin Chuan stared at Sima Yuntian calmly. Mr. Monroe, come and have a painting battle with him, Yin Chuan said to Wenruo. Huh, all right. Mr. Monroe nodded. Aren't you coming? Sima Yuntian asked. Me? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, and will blame the rules. Yin Chuan smiled. Ha ha ha. If I can't handle it, will I blame the rules? Sima Yuntian laughed in surprise. Sima Yuntian was arrogant, but now he realized that there was someone even more arrogant than him. All right, I'll give you one last chance. Sima Yuntian nodded. Prince Yin, I'll try my best, Mr. Monroe said to Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan believes in Mr. Monroe's ability. But this time, what is Mr. Monroe going to draw? Yin Chuan smiled. Prince Yin, please give me a question, Wenruo said seriously. Yin Chuan looked at Sima Yuntian and then at Wenruo. He smiled and said, I want you to draw a painting of great destruction. Huh? Great destruction? Wenruo was shocked. Destruction of all living things, extinction of all races, destruction of all living things, destruction of heaven and earth, doomsday, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Mr. Monroe looked at Yin Chuan in shock. His eyes were full of confusion. It wasn't that Wenruo didn't know how to draw such a picture. It was just that this drawing was too remote. Moreover, it was very unpopular. Go ahead. Think about it. I trust you. Yin Chuan smiled. All right. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Nodding, Mr. Monroe also stepped onto the arena. Wenruo and Yifeng stepped onto the stage while Yin Chuan returned to Mo Yushi's side. What do you want Mr. Monroe to draw? Can he win? Mo Yushi asked worriedly. Meow? I heard it. Yin Chuan wants Wenruo to draw Doomsday. Miao immediately jumped from Mo Yushi's arms to Yin Chuan's shoulder. I don't know whether he can win or not, but as long as he draws according to my instructions, I can help him defeat Sima Yuntian, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Mo Yushi's eyes flashed with curiosity. This heavenly bestowal conference is not that simple. Qing Long, help me do something. Yin Chuan thought for a moment and said, Yes, World of Light. In front of the Divine Light Basilica, Meng Lingtian waved his hand and a light screen appeared. Everything in the Heavenly Bestowal Plaza could be seen. Dongfang Junpai, Meng Rongrong, and 3 other men were accompanying Meng Lingtian to watch the light screen. This Sima Yuntian is too much. He actually stole the fate of the Jiulu Academy. Dongfang Junpai shouted. Meng Lingtian sighed as he watched Sima Yuntian take a quarter of the fate of the outside world. Old Meng, no. Teacher, aren't you going to do something about it? Your family's little Meng Qi has already lost. Are you just going to let Sima Yuntian take advantage of this fate? Dongfang Junpai frowned. He's the only heir of the Sima family in his generation. The Sima family has a very special status. The Jiulu Academy's ancestral teachings set various rules for the Sima family. They have many privileges in the Jiulu Academy, but they can never become the dean. Meng Lingtian sighed. Chapter 562. Sima Yuntian and Yifeng were playing chess. The two of them fell into deep thought. Sima Yuntian held onto the chess piece, unable to place it down for a long time. His eyes were filled with solemnity. Yifeng also looked at the chessboard with a grave expression. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. Suddenly, a sorrowful aura surged from behind. Wah! Waves of exclamations sounded out from below the arena. Sima Yuntian and Yifeng's chessboard was too abstruse. It was so abstruse that many people were flustered when they saw it. Most of them turned their attention to Mr. Monroe's painting. He had long heard that Meng Wanruo's painting Dao was world-shocking. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed world-shocking. It was a black and white ink painting, a scene of heaven and earth that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The earth cracked, and countless volcanoes shot up into the sky. Mountains and rivers shattered, and rivers flowed in reverse. Countless living beings were fleeing in all directions. The scene of fear and despair caused one to feel a sense of sadness for no reason. Mr. Monroe's paintings were very lively. They were so lively that when one looked at the characters in the paintings, it was as if they were looking at themselves running away. Mr. Monroe was no longer using a pen. Instead, he picked up a bowl of ink and splashed it on the painting. Bam! 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 As soon as the ink entered the painting, it began to take shape, revealing numerous pitch-black devil ghosts running about in the ancient world. Gia, 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 Gia. Gia, 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 Gia. Suddenly, a burst of evil laughter came from the painting. Help! Oh my God! God, save me, Mother, my son. Voices of despair gushed out from the scroll. Countless Xiozha who heard the shrill screams felt their hair stand on end. In the painting, the devil was tearing apart thousands of living beings and devouring them excitedly. The sky was falling, the earth was collapsing. In fact, in the image, the sun was shattered and the moon was shattered. Devils appeared everywhere in the world, in every place that could be seen. It was a 30-foot-tall painting, and it was filled with endless suffering. Mr. Monroe waved his pen in the end. Boom! In the scene, a large amount of black fog suddenly gushed out, and within the black fog, a dynamic disaster scene appeared. Just like Splendid Mioan not long ago, this painting could also display a dynamic atmosphere. Ah ha ha! Demons roared and swallowed living beings alive. Living beings moved, and Xiozha could take their place. Keek, keek, keek. Some of the more timid Xiozha shuddered when they saw the scene. It was so beautiful that it penetrated deep into her bones. However, this was still nothing. Suddenly, the life forms and demons in the black chi seemed to see the cultivators below the arena. Confucian cultivator? Scholars, save me, save my son. A voice suddenly sounded from the screen. Below the arena, countless Shioja suddenly shuddered. Caw, 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 caw. There are still 70,000 people over there. 70,000 flesh and blood. Caw, 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 kill them all. The devils seemed to have also seen the people on the screen and were about to pounce. It was as if the two worlds could see each other through a thin membrane. Help! Help! Save me! Save my grandson! The life forms inside kept calling for help, and the demons roared and wanted to rush out. However, the two worlds were separated by a thin membrane, and they couldn't come out. It was incomparably mournful and tragic. On the square, there seemed to be a cold wind blowing. Mr. Monroe's painting was finally revealed in front of everyone. Chapter 563. How is that possible? Is that real? They can see us? MOU, she said in surprise. Spirit creation? No wonder Mr. Wenruo wasn't willing to paint. It turned out that his paintings had already reached such a level. The characters in his paintings were endowed with simple spirituality. Creating spirituality? Yin Chuan exclaimed as he looked at Mr. Wenruo. The great sorrow swept through the entire square. The great calamity infected all the Shioja. All of them looked at Mr. Wenruo's painting with shock and sorrow. Some people even started to cry. Looking at the calamity of the people in the painting, they couldn't control themselves. Sima Yuntian looked at it in surprise. Spirit creation? Wenruo, you've really opened my eyes. You've reached such a level in just a few hundred years. Wenruo put down her brush. Tears fell from her eyes. She was obviously affected by her painting. Below, Meng Ziqiu looked on silently. Headmaster, your son is really amazing. I'm not as good as him in painting. Spirit creation? No one in the Julu Academy has been able to do that for many generations. A virtuous sage exclaimed. Meng Ziqiu frowned and looked at the stage. On the stage, Sima Yuntian looked at the chessboard. Mr. E, you can't do anything to me in this game, and I can't do anything to you. If this continues, it will only drag on. Why don't we draw? Sima Yuntian said solemnly. Yifeng looked at the chessboard and then at Sima Yuntian. He finally nodded and said, Okay. This game of chess had indeed reached a stalemate. Of course, Yifeng had done it on purpose. Yifeng knew that he had too little contact with the cultivation world and had seen too little of the world. If he wanted to completely defeat Sima Yuntian, it was almost impossible. Hence, he had used a fatal move. He delayed Sima Yuntian, and it was a draw. A draw? Countless Shioja in the surroundings looked surprised. However, looking at the chessboard on the stage, everyone nodded. The strength of the two was not something they could evaluate. Yifeng walked back to Yin Chuan. King, it's a draw. Yifeng smiled bitterly. Well done. Your field of vision is too narrow. Even so, you were still able to draw. In the future, no matter how wide your field of vision is, Sima Yuntian will definitely not be your opponent. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Yifeng nodded, his eyes filled with confidence. This was Yifeng's domain. He never thought that he would lose to anyone. Sima Yuntian, in the future, he would definitely defeat him. The game ended in a draw. Sima Yuntian looked at Mr. Monroe's painting. Great sorrow engulfed the entire plaza. Everyone's hearts seemed to have been infected by this painting. Even after the chess game ended, there was not much discussion in the surroundings. Everyone was immersed in that sorrowful and despairing atmosphere. Sima Yuntian didn't say much and walked towards his easel. He grabbed a basin of ink and splashed it on the painting. Boom! Suddenly, a large patch of darkness appeared on the painter. Sima Yuntian's brush danced in the air as if he had already thought of something. He continued to paint at a rapid speed. Rumble! From Sima Yuntian's painting, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. To be able to teach a genius like Wen Ruo, his painting skills were naturally shocking. Everyone watched quietly. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, 3 incense sticks of time, 2 hours. Finally, Sima Yuntian's painting was revealed. A patch of black clouds covered the sky. Within the black clouds, lightning flashed. The lightning gathered into numerous lightning-shaped divine dragons that shuttled back and forth within the black clouds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises came from the painting, like the sound of heavenly thunder, striking the hearts of everyone, causing their minds to tremble, and they quickly recovered from their sorrowful state of mind. Go! Sima Yuntian finished his last stroke. Yinchuan looked at Qinping and smiled. Sima Yuntian raised an eyebrow and looked at his youngest disciple. Do you have the right to speak here? Chapter 565. Sima Yuntian raised an eyebrow at his youngest disciple. Do you have the right to speak here? Qinping's face stiffened. Please forgive me for my rudeness, teacher. Letting Yifeng play chess for him, letting Spider King play the zither for him, and letting Wen Ruo paint for him was enough for Sima Yuntian to take Yinchuan seriously. To be arrogant, one must have the right to be arrogant. Although no one had seen any of Yinchuan's works since the beginning of the Heavens Bestowment Conference, the previous battles had already highlighted Yinchuan's ability to be able to make friends with Emperor, Yifeng, Spider King, and Wen Ruo. How could such a person not be a dragon among men? How will you beat me? Sima Yuntian looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Do you really think that no one can surpass you? Yin Chuan smiled. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all books. I've traveled the world for many years and have never met a worthy opponent. The books that my inferior disciples used that day were all written in my spare time and can no longer represent me. You, on the other hand, have 100 poems. They are indeed exquisite, but it seems that they are not enough. Sima Yuntian said in a low voice. Those poems naturally can't represent my level. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, empty words are useless. Let's see what you can do. Yin Chuan smiled. All right. Sima Yuntian nodded. With a wave of his hand, 2 large tables appeared on the stage, each covered with a piece of paper. The books have been spread out. Please, Sima Yuntian said in a low voice. Please. Yin Chuan nodded. Sima Yuntian did not stand on ceremony. Books were Sima Yuntian's pride. He had never been modest, and he would not be at this moment. He picked up the brush and began to write. Rumble. Sima Yuntian's brush was filled with righteousness. Before the words appeared, an extraordinary aura was born. Million Immortals Pilgrimage Gift. As soon as the title was written, Sima Yuntian's pen moved like flowing water. The brush and ink splashed out, revealing a great essay. The overwhelming righteous energy enveloped Sima Yuntian, making him seem like a resplendent star, incomparably dazzling. Boom! Around Sima Yuntian, boundless righteous energy spread out in all directions. Wherever the brush landed, it was like the source of a river. Boundless righteous energy rushed out, rushing towards half of the square. Why was it only one side? That was because Sima Yuntian wanted to be fair. He purposely controlled his side so that he wouldn't disturb Yin Chuan on the other side. As a top-notch writer, Sima Yuntian had his own pride. Naturally, he disdained to use such underhanded methods. Yin Chuan smiled as he watched Sima Yuntian splashing ink. A trace of regret flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself. With such talent, it's a pity that he's immersed in these insignificant poems. He took out a jade box from his bosom and took out his brush. Dream Immortal. Dream immortal. In the past, Xiao Chun and Mou she saw a nightmare in their dreams. They refined the nightmare into this brush. Looking at the Xian paper on the table, Yin Chuan ignored it. Instead, he slowly walked towards Mr. Monroe's previous painting. It was the painting of misery and suffering. Because of the heavenly tribulation, the great sorrowful aura of the painting of misery and suffering was slowly offset. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Holding the dream immortal, he dipped it in ink and suddenly picked up the words on Mr. Monroe's painting. He did not leave any blank space. Instead, he directly covered the entire page. Bitter, 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 the heavenly Tao collapses. All living beings perish. All living beings suffer. The heavenly Tao dies. Chapter 566. As soon as the first 9 words came out, all the spirits in the painting cried even louder. Yin Chuan put down his brush, and golden light suddenly shot out in all directions. It was like an eruption of righteousness, but in reality, it was fate that surrounded it. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan and the painting were enveloped by the surging luck. Yin Chuan could not see what was going on inside. He only knew that Yin Chuan was within the range of the luck. He was constantly writing a beautiful poem, and it was a poem that matched Mr. Wenrua's painting. He's actually writing a poem on Wenrua's painting? What is Prince Yin doing? Spider King frowned. This is the first time I've seen His Majesty's poem. Ifeng exclaimed. What? First time? Isn't that the poem from the Peak Literary Gathering? Mou Yushi asked curiously. That was written by His Majesty, but His Majesty said that he didn't create it. Ifeng took a deep breath. If it wasn't created by Yin Chuan, then it must have been written by someone else. He just wrote it down from memory? But those hundreds of beautiful poems have never appeared in the world before. Who wrote it? Mou Yushi was puzzled. I don't know. Ifeng shook his head. What's wrong, Mr. Monroe? Prince Yin is a great talent. I'm not as good as him. Mr. Monroe laughed bitterly. Oh, the heavens are bitter, the earth is bitter, the sun and the moon are bitter, the people are bitter, the races are bitter, the heavens are bitter, humanity is bitter, the world is bitter, and the people are bitter. I thought that painting was perfect because I had successfully created the spirits. However, when Prince Yin wrote the 9 bitter words, I realized that the painting still lacked a true soul. Prince Yin is writing a masterpiece. Mr. Monroe said in surprise. A masterpiece? Spider King said in a low voice. Mr. Monroe didn't want to explain, but there was a bitter look on his face. Mou Yushi frowned and looked at Mr. Monroe. Mr. Monroe, why do I feel that you don't want Yin Chuan to win? Besides Mou Yushi, Ifeng also looked at Mr. Monroe in confusion. Looking at the fighting ring, Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, Saintess. I did my best just now. Although I don't want Yin Chuan to win, I didn't slack off at all. Oh, why? Mou Yushi asked curiously. Mr. Monroe shook his head. Saint, you don't have to ask. Although Prince Yin is powerful, Sima Yuntian is also powerful. Mr. Monroe refused to say anything, so everyone could only sigh. Everyone looked towards the arena. Sima Yuntian didn't care about the fate surrounding Yin Chuan. Instead, he focused on writing his Pilgrimage of 1,000 Immortals. Pilgrimage of 1,000 Immortals. At this moment, around Sima Yuntian, there seemed to be illusory figures of immortals condensed by righteous qi. Each of the immortals had an ethereal qi. Suddenly, countless immortal herbs sprouted from the ground. As soon as the immortal herbs appeared, they covered the entire Heaven's Gift Square. Someone went to touch them and found that the immortal herbs were just illusory figures. However, the illusory figures were already very powerful. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Gift Square disappeared and turned into a huge fairyland. Countless cultivators stood in the fairyland. The clouds were ethereal, and the immortals were flying around. It was like a dream. It was as if everyone had appeared in another world. Before he finished writing, Everyone could feel the soaring literary aura. Everyone looked at Sima Yuntian, their eyes full of anticipation. The immortals looked around as if they could see countless cultivators. They nodded at the cultivators in the square and smiled kindly. Chapter 567. He smiled at me. That immortal smiled at me. Creation spirit? The fake characters in the words also have spirituality? Too formidable. This beautiful and profound writing has already exceeded the scope of my knowledge. Countless voices of worship came from all around. Jilu Academy. A group of Confucians and virtuous paragons could only look at each other and smile bitterly. This style of writing was too strong. After the 10,000 immortals greeted the surrounding cultivators, they all faced the 100 saints' righteousness altar. Because of the illusion, everyone felt like they were in an immortal realm. Everything seemed to have disappeared. From afar, they could see the 100 saint statues surrounding goddess Jichun. The saint statues were constantly emitting righteous energy. At this moment, Sima Yuntian's writing was coming to an end. The 10,000 immortals faced the 100 saints. Whoosh! Sima Yuntian was filled with excitement and insolence. He raised his brush and made the final stroke. With the stroke of the brush, even the brush was thrown out. Bow! Sima Yuntian shouted. Bow to the saints. The 10,000 immortals bowed respectfully to the 100 saints at the same time. Rumble. This bow seemed to cause the surrounding cultivators to bow with sincerity. Bow to the saints. 1,000 immortals pilgrimage bestowment. Once the essay was written, the 10,000 immortals bowed together. Rumble. The 100 saints' righteousness altar and the 100 saints' statues trembled at the same time. They moved. The 100 saints' statues actually moved. Literature moved the 100 saints. Sima Yuntian's essay alarmed the 100 saints. Someone suddenly exclaimed, Rumble. The 100 saints trembled and suddenly burst out with endless white light. Boundless righteous energy suddenly gushed out and soared into the sky. The heaven's gift square was shining brightly because of the 1,000 immortals' pilgrimage bestowment. However, it was the middle of the night and the sky was still dark. The righteous energy rushed to the sky and rushed to the 9 heavens. In an instant, the white light was extremely dazzling. The 100 saint statues suddenly exploded with righteous energy and became 100 times or even 10,000 times bigger than before. In the blink of an eye, the entire Jilu city was as bright as day. Countless cultivators in Jilu city were startled and went out one by one. Not only was Jilu city bright, even the sky and earth were bright. It was as if the sky had turned bright in an instant. Countless cultivators rushed towards the Heaven's Gift Plaza in surprise. Literature moves 100 sages. Vast heaven and earth. 1,000 immortals pilgrimage. Wah! On the Heaven's Gift Square, countless cultivators were shocked. This included all the grand Confucians and virtuous paragons of the Jilu Academy. The virtuous paragons who were originally angry at Sima Yuntian were all amazed at this moment. Sima Yuntian, your essays are unrivaled. He exclaimed. Rumble. The statue of the 100 saints trembled as if it was inexplicably excited by the passage. Meng Zichio revealed a trace of a bitter smile and said, Sima Yuntian? In his generation, the Sima clan has reached the peak. With such a character, who in the world can suppress him? Long live teacher! Long live teacher! The 72 Confucian scholars shouted excitedly. Sima Yuntian let out a long breath and revealed a trace of satisfaction. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Yin Chuan with a trace of excitement of victory. The 100 saints moved together. I made the dead statue go crazy for my words. What can you, Yin Chuan, do? The world mourns. Yin Chuan suddenly sighed in the surging providence. Bang! The providence suddenly dissipated. Chapter 568. Yin Xuan's poetic prowess was also exposed. An aura of great tragedy suddenly surged out. Like a vast storm, the atmosphere of great tragedy and sorrow swept across the entire Myriad Immortals pilgrimage conference in an instant. Although the immortals did not disappear, countless demons appeared around them. Mr. Monroe's painting also seemed to appear around everyone. "Help! Heavens, save my son! Mother, save me!" Heaven and earth collapsed, and great suffering appeared around everyone in an instant. The originally pious mood of the pilgrimage was suddenly forgiven by the tragic disaster in front of them. For a moment, countless cultivators were at a loss and sorrow. Piety, sorrow, these two emotions collided together. Yin Xuan's poem appeared. Bitter, bitter, bitter. 9 bitter words in a row tugged at the hearts of countless people. The sages of the Jilu Academy suddenly looked at Yin Xuan's poem together, and suddenly, they were all shocked. Disasters appeared around them, and they were on par with the power of the 10,000 immortals. This is an essay comparable to the Pilgrimage Conference. It's a world-shocking essay, and we can't judge it anymore, he said with a bitter smile. Yes, these two essays are beyond our knowledge. We can't judge. Whose is better? It's hard to say who is better, Meng Ziqiu said with a bitter smile. Bitter, bitter, bitter. 9 bitter words appeared in a row, and Sima Yuntian's face darkened. He knew how powerful Yin Xuan was. The aura of great sorrow hit them in the face, and Mr. Monroe's painting seemed to have come to life. The heavens are suffering, the earth is suffering, the sun and moon are suffering, the common people are suffering, the myriad races are suffering. The heavenly Tao is suffering, humanity is suffering, the world is suffering, and the human heart is suffering. Once the 9 bitter words appeared, the disasters in the original painting were vividly expressed. Great sorrow, great suffering, great disaster, and great calamity. Just as everyone was reading Yin Xuan's masterpiece, no one noticed the statue of Goddess Jichen behind them. The statue of Goddess Jichen, which was twice as tall as the 100 saints, suddenly had 2 drops of tears in its eyes that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. 2 drops of tears slowly formed on the statue of the goddess who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. The goddess statue was crying. It was as if she had seen the calamity of the world, the destruction of the world, the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The statue of the goddess shed tears of compassion for the common people of the world. Tears fell from Ji Chen's eyes. The 100 saints, who were trembling with excitement, suddenly stopped trembling. The goddess wept sorrowfully, but the 100 saints remained motionless. The vast righteous energy that soared into the sky was instantly withdrawn. The bright sky immediately turned dark again. Night returned to Jilu City. The overwhelming righteousness retreated back into the 100 saint statue, as if the 100 saint statue could not use the overwhelming righteousness at all. The 100 saints felt ashamed because of Goddess Ji Chen's tears. They were all crying and repenting for Goddess Ji Chen. All of a sudden, the 100 saints retracted all of their righteousness, causing everyone to turn around. She's crying. Goddess Ji Chen is crying. Someone cried out first. Goddess Ji Chen cried when she saw the suffering of the people. Why would a statue cry? Why are you crying? Almost everyone was stunned by Goddess Ji Chen's tears. Sima Yuntian also turned his head and saw the 2 drops of tears falling from the sky. Those 2 teardrops dripped down as if they were saying something, as if they were pitying something. Those 2 teardrops pushed Yin Xuan's 9 hardships to the peak. These were 2 drops of tears of sorrow. In front of Goddess Ji Chen's 2 drops of tears, the pilgrimage of 10,000 immortals was so laughable that the 100 saints retracted all of their righteousness in shame. Chapter 569. Goddess Ji Chun, the two tiers of the stone statue. Ding dong, ding dong. The two tiers of the stone statue fell to the ground. It was as if the sound of the two tiers was the only thing that could be heard in the entire plaza. The 100 sages were silent in shame, while the tens of thousands of cultivators were shocked. Meng Ziqiu and the other scholars all bowed respectfully to Goddess Ji Chun. Mo Yushi, Wen Ruo, Spider King, Yifeng, and the others all looked at the scene with their mouths wide open. The stone statue shed tears? The stone statue could actually shed tears? Could even the stone statues feel that great sorrow? On the stage, Sima Yuntian also looked at the two tears falling to the ground. Seeing Goddess Ji Chun's tears, Sima Yuntian revealed a bitter smile. Just 2 drops of tears had already told him everything. Turning his head, he stared at the painting in front of him. With the 9 words, suffering, the painting was already perfect. The people were in a terrible situation. What a terrible scene. Ooh. In the sky, the tribulation cloud formed by Sima Yuntian's painting was suddenly suppressed by a powerful aura and retracted back into the painting. Painting? The situation suddenly changed. The painting battle that was originally a draw had a winner. Sima Yuntian's painting had strangely lost. As for the book, there was no need to talk about it. Although Sima Yuntian's book wasn't inferior to Yin Chuan's, the scene in front of them, the two tears of Goddess Ji Chun and the shame of the 100 sages had already told them everything. Goddess Ji Chun, the creator of all living things, the mother of all living things, was affected by Yin Chuan's 9 suffering. Even the stone statue can shed tears. This painting is too sad. The 100 sages are ashamed. The goddess shed tears. The eyes of the cultivators gradually became clear. Yin Chuan and Sima Yuntian's paintings had surpassed the limit of everyone's recognition. However, it was easy to deal with because everyone could see who was better at this moment. Yin Chuan's 9 suffering sorrow. This was a huge reversal. Not only was his essay better than Sima Yuntian's, but he also brought Mr. Monroe's painting to a higher level. Victory. Yin Chuan won. Yin Chuan, 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Sima Yuntian, 2 defeats, 1 win, 1 draw. Standing on the stage, Yin Chuan looked at Goddess Ji Chun in a daze. I don't know what the great ancient calamity is, but I can feel the calamity of the great ancient calamity. Goddess, I don't know how you turned the tide back then, but I'm a part of this world. If I'm strong, I won't let history repeat itself. If I'm strong, I'll protect our world. That's right. I'm the great ancient calamity, Yi Futian said. Yin Chuan sighed as he looked at the statue of the goddess. Boom! The sky suddenly exploded, and the god's sealing tome shook violently. The golden light that enveloped Sima Yuntian was instantly absorbed into the god's sealing tome and gathered towards Yin Chuan. There was no need for others to judge. The god's sealing tome had already decided the final winner. Yin Chuan's 9 suffering sorrow could feel the world. Victory was well-deserved. Sima Yuntian looked at the golden light that surrounded him disappearing. He reached out to grab it, but the golden light did not return. Sima Yuntian showed a hint of bitterness. Then, Sima Yuntian looked at Yin Chuan again. There was no jealousy, only a desire to fight. A desire to fight that refused to admit defeat. In the world of light, Meng Lingtian and his 5 disciples quietly watched the heavenly bestowment convention on the screen. Chapter 570. What a powerful Sima Yuntian. Meng Lingtian frowned. Powerful my ass. Wasn't he defeated by Yin Chuan in the end? The goddess actually shed tears because of this. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Meng Lingtian did not blame Dongfang Zhengpai for his rudeness. At this moment, Meng Lingtian was also shocked by the 2 top-notch articles. It's been a long time since an article of this level appeared. The sorrowful goddess? Amazing. Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Yeah, it's too amazing. The 3 disciples behind him nodded. It's a pity that these two aren't from the Julu Academy. Meng Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan on the screen. After Yin Chuan finished writing, he kept looking at Goddess Ji Chun. His eyes were filled with pity. That expression made Meng Rongrong's heart flutter. Biting her lips, Meng Rongrong's expression softened. Heaven's Gift Plaza on the stage. While tens of thousands of cultivators were exclaiming, Yin Chuan looked at Goddess Ji Chun and sighed. Then, Yin Chuan looked at Sima Yuntian. Although the 72 disciples were filled with sorrow, Sima Yuntian revealed a carefree smile. He didn't seem to care about losing the right to enter the God Bestowment Scroll. The taste of defeat. Haha, it's been a long time since I've experienced it. Sima Yuntian said. I'm Yin Chuan. I live in the East Sea. If Mr. Sima has time, you can come to my place anytime. The worry-free city of the East will know any news about me. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Sima Yuntian looked at Yin Chuan and nodded. Mr. Yin, I will remember you. I admit defeat in this battle, but I will still look for you. When my style of writing becomes better, I will definitely look for you. The Yin family's door is open for you. Yin Chuan cupped his hands towards Sima Yuntian. Sima Yuntian smiled and cupped his hands as well. Ha ha! Waving his sleeves, Sima Yuntian stepped off the stage. Teacher, we lost. Teacher, what should we do? The 72 disciples stepped forward one after another, each of their faces filled with grief. Defeated? Their teacher had never tasted defeat in so many years, yet he was defeated today? The determination in their hearts crumbled, and everyone revealed sorrowful expressions. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing. I lost this time. I'll win it back next time. Let's go. Sima Yuntian said in a carefree manner. Yes. All the disciples nodded. Following behind Sima Yuntian, everyone slowly left the Heaven's Gift Plaza. In this battle, Yin Chuan became the biggest winner. Tens of thousands of Xiozha sent Sima Yuntian off with their eyes. No one urged him to stay, and no one stopped him. They just watched as Sima Yuntian slowly left. As the sun rose from the east, Sima Yuntian led his disciples and left. A virtuous paragon and 72 disciples with a flourishing literary style walked towards the morning sun, leaving behind their long shadows. Rumble. In the sky, the God's Bestowment strategy slowly shrank into a foot-long scroll and slowly fell into Yin Chuan's palm. On the God's Bestowment strategy, a golden dragon revolved around it and gradually flew into the God's Bestowment strategy. Roar! The golden dragon roared joyfully. Yin Chuan's God's Bestowment strategy was different from the previous ones. It contained a quarter of the luck obtained from the Julu Academy. Mou Shi, Yi Feng, and the others revealed excited smiles. Spider King frowned and fell into deep thought. Mr. Monroe, on the other hand, revealed a trace of bitterness. The God's Bestowment strategy was getting closer and closer to Yin Chuan. Chapter 571. Stop. You can't have the investiture of the gods. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the Heaven's Gift Square. Everyone's expression changed. Who was it? Who dared to disturb the Heaven's Gift Conference at this time? Whoosh! Guyu Holy Sun brought Chong San and the others to the Heaven's Gift Square again. Guyu, what are you doing? Mo Yushi glared at him. The righteous chi in the one duel was too strong, and the innumerable immortals' pilgrimage bestowment formed a new world. Therefore, the people outside could not see what was going on. Guyu Holy Sun did not see what was going on inside, but when he saw Sima Yuntian leave, he knew that the outcome had been decided and immediately flew over. Yin Chuan, you can't have the investiture of the gods. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Standing alone in the arena, Yin Chuan looked at Guyu Holy Sun and smiled faintly. How dare a loser like you speak so arrogantly? What did you say? Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Go back to where you came from. The investiture of the gods is mine. No one can interfere. Yin Chuan glared at him. A cold aura rushed towards the ancient moon Saint-Child. The ancient moon Saint-Child's face changed. It was fine that he was slapped in the face by the emperor, but now this brat Yin Chuan also wants to slap my face? Just as Gyu Holy Sun was about to get angry, a loud sound suddenly came from the void. How arrogant! Boom! These 5 words were like heavenly thunder, exploding in everyone's hearts. Almost everyone's mind was shaken. Meng Ziqiu, Yu Yi, and the others' faces darkened and they all looked dignified. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Buzz! In the distance, the sun suddenly shone a vast golden light beam. A powerful aura gushed out from the golden light beam. As soon as the aura was released, a huge pressure came and pressed down on the entire square. A powerful aura surged violently. Yifeng looked like he couldn't take it anymore. She waved her hand and stood in front of Yifeng. Yin Chuan stood quietly on the stage, his eyes cold and gloomy. On the other side, Meng Ziqiu stepped forward with a frown. A man in a golden Taoist robe suddenly appeared in the golden pillar of light. The man floated in the air and emitted a domineering aura. Welcome back, father, Gyu Holy Sun said excitedly. Within the golden pillar of light, Mohina Dojin had descended. The pinnacle of the world, Mohina Dojin. Greetings, Mohina Dojin. Countless cultivators bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan didn't bow. Instead, he looked on coldly and continued to reach for the God Investiture Scroll. Bastard! How dare you act so impudently in front of this Taoist lord? Mohina Dojin suddenly shouted. Mou's expression changed. She could tell that Mohina Dojin was targeting Yin Chuan. She panicked and was about to step forward. But Meng Ziqiu was the first to speak. Mohina Dojin, do you want to break the 50,000-year rule and start disrupting the Heavenly Bestowal Conference? Meng Ziqiu's eyes darkened. Meng Ziqiu's cultivation wasn't as high as Mohina Dojin's, but the Jiulu Academy had its own resources and its own extraordinary abilities. Naturally, they couldn't submit to Mohina Dojin now. Meng Ziqiu, I didn't break the rules. I have shared the God Investiture Scroll. Mohina Dojin said flatly from within the golden light. Oh, Meng Ziqiu's expression darkened. When Ruo, you say it. Mohina Dojin immediately shouted. Instantly, almost everyone turned to look at Mr. Monroe. Mr. Monroe's face showed a hint of bitterness. Gyu Holy Sun immediately laughed. When Ruo, tell everyone, are you helping my father fight for the God Investiture Scroll or Yin Chuan? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.